Alrighty. Hello, hello, everyone. Good morning. Back to the basics. Gender, part 2. Here we are. All right. Good morning. Hello, hello. Okay. So much to go over. Honestly, we might be here for a long time. It's a lot. I've got an obnoxious amount of tabs open on my computer. Okay. Let's go ahead and pause Elvin's beautiful music. 1, 2, and 3. I know these streams are meant to be kind of seen as like a playlist and in full. I did clip yesterday's into 2 parts, so I'll be posting those, which reminds me, I should check on this upload. Oh, actually, it's already there. So I'll go ahead and save and close that program. Maybe that will help. My goal today, okay, let's figure this out here. So as we continue this conversation around gender, we will be still talking about cis people, of course, because they experience gender. Today's heavily going to be focused on LGBTQIA people who also live within the binary, as like trans-binary people exist. We'll also be having conversations about intersex people and gender fluid people. And as you guys know, I've been on a gender deconstruction journey myself, and I want to talk about that a little bit, but not really. I just want to incorporate it into the conversation because, you know, yesterday on stream, I had this realization that I used this word gender fluid, and then some of the people in the chat were like, oh, wait, is Brittany? And, you know, I really recently saw D'Angelo Wallace kind of like come out on their stream, and something about coming out feels very strange. I think in this 2026, in a sense, where I like D'Angelo didn't make a coming out video. They just showed up on stream and was like, what is, who is? And they had a really insightful perspective on gender that I thought was like really, really just like resonated with me so deeply. So we're going to talk a lot about that today and understand that ultimately gender is such a personal experience. And so when we try to externalize it out, which society does, it builds, you know, social structures and money structures, and, you know, a lot of ways of discrimination are used through gender. So, you know, when we talk about gender, remember that it is so many things. It is political, it is social, it is internal, it is external. And so I want to start it off today's stream with just like a little 2-minute clip by Bell Hooks, just to give us a grounding of our intention today. So just check this out.
I began to use the phrase in my work, white supremacist capitalist patriarchy, because I wanted to have some language that would actually remind us continually of the interlocking systems of domination that define our reality, and not to just have one thing be like, you know, gender is the important issue, race is the important issue. But for me, the use of that particular jargonistic phrase was a sort of shortcut way of saying all of these things actually are functioning simultaneously at all times in our lives. And that if I really want to understand what's happening to me right now at this moment in my life as a Black female of a certain age group, I won't be able to understand it if I'm only looking through the lens of race. I won't be able to understand it if I'm only looking through the lens of gender. I won't be able to understand it if I'm only looking at how white people see me. I mean, one of the
So pause right there. So obviously intersectionality was created by Kimberly Crenshaw, and Bell Hooks says it so perfectly here, that this idea that we can't just look at it through one lens. We have to understand that it's a matter of overlap. And so I guess that was a minute-long video, but I want to show you some comments I got yesterday on stream to incorporate them into today's topic. So here's the first one. Is it vacuous to focus on beauty to this degree? And I said, beauty is political, social. I believe it's very important to understand it for personal, societal, and planet growth. Beauty isn't shallow. It's not vacuous. It's not casual. You know, yesterday, I got other follow-up questions about the topic. So let me explain it. This person said, hi, Brittany, bit of a ramble. I'm just going to read the first half. But enjoying your content, sometimes I lose thread of why we're having the conversation. And I feel like I'm missing something that's part of the fun. I love that. The whole beauty conversation is interesting. I didn't quite grasp why categorizing people is important to do once we've deconstructed beauty standards. I get why it can be fun, but I'm not sure I get why it matters beyond that. If it does, maybe I misunderstood. Is it because it is a good personal test on whether you've deconstructed? Was that the point? Okay. Deconstruction, in my mind, is not to eradicate beauty or ugliness from the world, but to understand the depth and intimacy of the relationship too, right? Great question, important question, right? When we ask this question about what is beauty, when we say let's deconstruct we could say white beauty standards, but let's just say the beauty standard, it is not to then erase beauty, because beauty is to be experienced. It is not to erase ugliness. Ugliness is to be experienced. And so I think what sometimes happens in these conversations is we hear deconstruction and we hear erase. Deconstruction, live without. We do not need to live without beauty. We need to live without the standard that says beautiful is morally good. Beautiful only looks white. Beautiful only looks thin. We are not, deconstructing to erase beauty from our life. So when we sit there and after the fact, we deconstruct beauty, we can then still have a conversation about what is beautiful. It's just not predicated on that beauty standard that has been very deeply harmful to many of us for very long. That's the point. Does that kind of help clarify that? You guys can let me know. This chat or this comment also says, might be too dumb or just misunderstanding, but this beauty conversation is really losing me. What does it mean when Brittany says on Brittany's scale, Jennifer Aniston would be a 12, but when comparing her to the most beautiful person, she's a 7? Most beautiful person to who? If the answer is Brittany, then how would that demote her 5 points? If the answer is something else, I'm curious what standard this is reaching from, because it doesn't seem like she's alleging there's some objective Tom ranking of the most attractive people out there. So obviously there isn't one singular person that is truly the most beautiful person, as there's like billions of people and many of which we do not have access to literally seeing them. Brittany's scale is my personal attraction scale, what I find beautiful. And then sort of like this idea. So what we do is we create a mythos, like a mythical creature of beauty in which this standard must exist on the planet, because we've certainly seen we've seen some of the most beautiful. I mean, I'm sure you've seen a person that you're like, oh my God. Okay. That is sort of the data we use to come to this imaginative, maybe you can't imagine, that's okay. Maybe you don't have images in your head or something, but you imagine this most beautiful person that should they walk into the room, it's like, no one's going to argue. Or, yeah, chat says so pretty it hurts. So pretty it hurts, right? And this goes for all genders, but people usually think of women, but like all genders. And then there's your personal relationship too. One time I saw this girl and I was like, man, this girl's like a 9, bro. This girl's so attractive. I showed her to my brother and he was like 7. I was like, 7? And then I realized like, that's that personal. But is your personal really personal if it's not deconstructed? Do you actually think she's a 7? Or do you think she's a 7 because what your boys think? And that's the other part of it. Do you think this girl is pretty? Do you actually think she's beautiful? Or, you ever hear those stories? They had a whole episode of Sex and the City about this guy who's dating this girl, but she doesn't look the way she thought, or the way he thought she would look, right? There was like this, I don't remember where I heard the story, TikTok, Reddit, fake, real, who knows? But a woman said she overheard, maybe it was a call-in show. A woman said she overheard her husband talking about her, and he agreed with his friends, like, yeah, she's not as pretty, but I love her and she's cool, bro. I'm settling, but it's worth it. If I heard that, I would be like, hold up, wait a second, I'm going to cry, right? So if that's the way you look at your partner, that's crazy. I would never look at anyone I love and think I settled for you. You're not as hot, but I settled. Because when you're in love, that person is a 10 to you, but they're not literally a 10, but you're in love with them. So they're a 10 to you, right? That's the point. What I'm trying to say is there is a personal that says, oh yeah, like I'm attracted to this person, they're a 10. But then there's just like outside of your personal worldview, that is obviously the prettiest person in the room. So example, if we took 10 people and put them up against the wall and like debated who is the prettiest, we could generally do this, yes? In the same way we could figure out who was tallest, okay? It's just people really think that beauty isn't like tallness, and I do. I think it's pretty obvious. Like if you give me a line of 10 dogs, I could line them up prettier to ugliest. And I feel like I could do that with food. Give me a tree, give me a flower, give me a chair. Oh, give me a chair. Give me furniture. And I could rank them 1 to 10. But I think because I'm having this experience, it might, but again, I don't know where I am on my deconstruction journey. So it's really hard to say like where you should be or where you're at. Cause who knows, girl? I mean, I'm a lot of years away from being prepubescent Britney as well. And I remember sort of being a kid, but remember like being a kid, you know what I mean? Like beauty standards, what is attractive, all those things change even as a child. I was just thinking about this the other day where if you ask somebody like, oh, who are you? That's a great question. What does that even mean? Like, I think it's what's difficult, especially on my deconstruction gender journey. Like I have felt so, okay, so in one part of my brain, I think I have felt so confident about my gender my whole life. I am a woman. But the truth is that if I look back at my life and I think about all of the moments I questioned or all of the moments I went back and forth or all of the moments I fought about what clothes I was wearing or what my leg hair looked like or what my face looked like, or I haven't been always comfortable in my gender. But in some ways, I've always been obnoxiously confident about being Britney. But then I've been so deeply insecure about it as well. And the facet of those contradictory realities, I think, is what confuses people. Because from the outside, you're described as this great and confident and blunt and amazing person. Wow, she's such a girl boss. But the internal complex of me stomping around my house and throwing myself onto the floor and being like, what am I doing with my life? And then getting up and showing up again is that like part about being a human that's so funny. I'm so confident, don't tell me what to do, but also because you explained to me in exact detail how I should move throughout my life. Thank you. It's that meme. And that's what gender can feel like. So I really love this D'Angelo Wallace clip from their recent stream. And I don't know what pronouns D'Angelo is going to go by, like more presently or permanently. So like if we have an update on that, check this part out of the stream. It really stood out to me because it's the first time someone said it in a way that really resonated with me. I was like, that's what I'm experiencing. This is my experience currently for present day Britney. Here we go.
An extra step here. This isn't science. This isn't like, I don't know, queer theory. I don't know that stuff. But I kind of sometimes feel like everyone is their own gender. Maybe that just sounded really dumb, or maybe it's, I don't know. Sometimes when I really, really think about gender, I'm like, maybe this is just me having no connection to gender, or maybe my perspective on this is wrong, but I'm just like, I don't know. Sometimes I just feel like maybe it wasn't that there was only 2 genders or 2 genders and no genders. Maybe there are like 8 billion of them.
Definitely, 100%. And I would go a step further and say, when we tend to say, oh, like, I'm not a label, I'm not a gender, I'm just me, I would go farther than that. I think saying I'm just me is like saying I'm colorblind, personally. Because what I think it is denying the reality that you're having an experience. It's almost like taking away your experience, maybe. Like the thing of like, I don't believe in beauty or ugly. What? I don't believe in, you're saying, you're almost like, oh, I eat dessert, but I don't taste it. Instead of experiencing it to its fullest, it's like we're denying ourselves the experience of it to its fullest. And I want to experience life to its fullest. And so I find that instead of running away from going into and experiencing, which is why I think detransition is not the worst thing in the world from the perspective of, I thought I was, but I'm not. I actually think it's about sometimes going into something and then being like, oh, this isn't for me. Or buying a house you realize you shouldn't have bought. Or it's not that you want to make mistakes, it's that you will. So harm reduce, suffer wisely, make the least amount of mistakes, but also accept that a lot of our experiences are about going like fully in and then being like, just kidding. My bad. Same with gender identity. So I remember when I was younger, and this is for all the people in my audience that don't know this story, but when I was younger and I was talking to my friends about being gay, they were like, well, what are you? And I was like, well, I think I like boys and girls. They're like, no. And I was like, no? They're like, no. Bisexual girls are just straight girls who make out for men. I was like, that's kind of true though. And they're like, you can't be bi. That's not a thing. You got to pick lesbian or straight. And I'm like, well, which one am I? I was like, okay, well, I'm going to pick lesbian. And then I identified as a lesbian for a few years. But then I dated a guy. And then I was like, what is this? And then now there are lesbians who date men. And I'm like, that makes sense to me. There are lesbians and gay men who are married with kids. And I'm like, that makes sense to me. Because at the end of the day, we have to stop assigning action to label when it's a personal experience that doesn't dictate the future. So a gay man isn't obligated to marry a gay man. A gay man can have a relationship with a woman, specifically a lesbian, and they can decide to have kids together. The problem with the world is that we assume gender and orientation dictate action. We do this with color as well, but you know, a big part of why we do these things is because it gives people a sense of order, what to do next. And then when you take out that order, it confuses everything. But that's why I think D'Angelo's onto something to say that it's personal, you know, right? I think that's really important. Okay. So when we have these conversations and we pick these labels, the labels are up to you, what works within your framework and construct. But I think they're less important or more important just based off of the most present. I just don't think they're like permanently important, but I think they can be. And that permanence, okay, if life is just moments in time and sometimes a moment can last a lifetime, it doesn't really mean it's permanent in the way that people want it to be permanent. You know? Did you guys ever have the family? I have the kind of family that honestly, I don't know who's gay and not gay, because every time a gay kid comes out in the family, people go, guys, that's totally normal. Having thoughts about people is normal, dude. You're not gay. And I'm like, are you gay? And like, that's the problem. It's like, are you gay, bro? And so when we sit there and we have these conversations, I never know, like, are you just saying that so you're like trying to get us not to be gay because you're like, it's just normal, you're fine? Or are you actually gay, bro? And it's that inability to deconstruct your experience and actually be like, I think I might just be gay or whatever. You know, it's a very confusing thing. And also this plays into this idea that like, recently, what's her name? Tehani from The Good Place. She said, she's been quoted, it's been going around like, I'm going to misquote it because I didn't even plan to say this, but now I'm thinking about it. Something like, people who think you can choose to be gay chose to be straight. That it's so reductive though, right? But it could be possible. Yeah, Jamil. It could be possible. It could be the thing, but it also feels reductive. Or, if you hate gay men, you're on the DL, or you're actually gay. It's like, maybe some people, for sure, but always, you know. Wait, I'm just live. Oh, my mouse. Bye, Indiana. Love you. It's Indiana's food time. Okay, so I didn't want my partner to walk in. I'm like, oh. Okay, so when we have these conversations, I do think that the point is not to work on getting to an answer, but to accept that the answer is fluid and based off the moment in time you're existing in, right? Okay, so check this out. Let's let D'Angelo finish this thought, actually. Hold on.
Maybe everybody has their own. But listen. It's like, that's not invalidating. Like, for every person who is like, I'm a man. No, you know what I mean? You definitely are. And I agree with you. I just think that's one of the 8 billion ways of being a man. Personally, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I
agree.
Validating everybody's experiences. So it doesn't matter whether you are, you know, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Be who you are. Just tell me your pronouns so I don't get them wrong and I'll use them.
I think sometimes religious people especially are so afraid, which is why we don't want to do anything out of fear. They're so afraid of getting it wrong. Their fear of, you know, it's interesting that they're saying we can't raise kids without gender, which I don't think we should do. P.S. By the way, you know how they say that? Like, we should raise kids genderless? I don't actually think that's the solution. Once again, I don't want to run away from gender. I want our kids to go deeper into gender. What does gender mean to you? What's your experience been? How do you feel about things? I think in a home that is truly open to gender experience, pronouncing your kid's not even going to matter. Because the moment that kid has a way to express it, you know, themselves, you're going to be able to adapt. I think the issue is not giving those kids those options because they're going to see it in the world around them. So it's like, I don't want to raise my kid genderless. I would want to raise my kid with options. And so like genderless is a funny term. And I think people are just overcorrecting because we don't have a script for it, which is why we create scripts for the best outcome, but then the scripts become outdated. And when we become outdated, we kind of don't know what to do because then we're like, but I thought this was true. I thought we figured it out. Figuring it out is a lifelong pursuit. That is what philosophy is, right? We do philosophy through pop culture because philosophy is the love of wisdom. We're exploring, we're figuring it out. We want to know who we're supposed to be, okay? So I want to take us back now, okay, really fast. Whiplash you back into 1961. This is, and by the way, a lot of the content today, there's a good chance we get copyrighted. So I have a lot of videos just in case some of them don't work. This is from ABC News In Depth. This is education a waste for married women? And this is retro focus. Because remember, we're talking about gender. So we're still going to talk about women and men. Because gender isn't just a conversation for queer people. It's just explored specifically in a different way through this lens, right? And I think that's very important to pay attention to. So check this out.
Reasonably, I suppose, Tony. Tony Thompson and Jean Inkster
Oop.
in the press recently, and that is, we're going to argue about a subject that's been causing a great deal of controversy in the press recently, and that is whether education is a waste of time for married women. So, of course, I've got two married women to talk about it, and they're both educated. Reasonably, I suppose, Tony. Tony Thompson and Jean Inkster. Now tell me, first of all, your qualifications, Tony. What have you got by way of education?
I have a trained kindergarten certificate.
And Jean, what about you?
I'm a pharmaceutical chemist.
Well, that's a fair average sort of an education. Tony, why don't you think that education's a good thing for married women?
Well, I think too much higher education makes them very unhappy and very frustrated.
Oh, why unhappy?
Well, there they are at home, cooking meals, running a house.
Oh, but still you get a certain amount of satisfaction out of that?
Oh, yes. But you can't get out and about too much.
Oh, yes, you can. You can organise yourself so that you can do your housework first.
So obviously, they're talking about this idea that by the way, we're not going to watch this whole video. I just want to explain to you that like this conversation here, like, oh, when women are too educated, they're unhappy, they become restless, it's not good for them, they have so many things to do at home. Same conversation we've been having forever. And that's what I want you to pay attention to. That's what I want you to grow up a hold on. That's okay. So what's the point of going back to the basics, right? Let's just go over it really fast. We are trying to make a better world, make a less bad world. We're trying to make a joyful population. We're in crisis after crisis and all the solutions aren't working. So here we are right now. The gender war says go back to tradition, and this is the tradition. The same conversation we've been having forever. It's not working. Some of the happiest communities are communities with options and choices, but they also get choice paralysis. What's it called? Choice paralysis. They also get stunted by the options. So also we know human beings need fewer options, but the right amount of options. So we want to give people the right amount of options. And my way of eradicating the paralyzation is to say, what will make me joyful? Not what will make me happy. What will make me joyful? Happy is different. Happy is eating the 2 bags of potato chips on the counter. Joyful will be eating just the right amount of potato chips so I don't feel bad from the grease, because I really do. It really hurts my tummy. And 2, I won't regret it in the morning. Okay? So joy isn't taking potato chips out of my diet. It's eating the right amount. Figuring out the right amount of potato chips so it doesn't give me negative consequences. But if I just wanted to be happy for a night, and trust me, I feel it sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, I'm going to eat both these potato chips. And I'm like, sit down, Brittany. Because even though it will make you happy right now, you're going to be so miserable in 2 hours and tomorrow, right? So we're going for joy. And that it does force you to pause and weigh the pros and cons of like, I could do this, I could just, and it does force you to have to think. And that's kind of the problem, is that it does force you to pause and think about the consequences of your actions. And that is the first step to extrospecting, is just to be able to have the skill to pause and actually think about what happens if you do this. Most of us are not doing that, right? Most of us are moving very quickly. Most of us aren't even thinking. And so we know that it ultimately, okay, this same question about, is education good for women? Should women be getting educated? This is a tale as old as time. And it's not about should women get educated, because there's the other part of it. Women saying women ought to get educated. Okay, that any intelligent woman should go to college. And it's like, okay, well, it's not, listen, everyone should go to college in the sense that everyone should want a higher education. But the way the structure of college is now, I don't think it's actually literally necessary for every person of every gender to go to college. But I would argue that if we had a system of education that was maybe different, that we would all want to have some access to higher education, which would be beautiful. If higher education looked different, I think all of us would do it because, like, why the fuck not? It's so cool. It's so interesting. We definitely would want it. But given the structure of education right now, it's a big ask. So yes, I agree in feeling with the sentiment, but okay, so there's that, right? Okay, I think we're done with that, right? We don't need to go further into that video. I just wanted to give okay, now modern day, what it is to be a woman. And this is important because my internal experience is not identifying with this experience right now. So when they talk about should women be educated, I don't think they're thinking about me. I used to, though. I used to think, oh, should I get a college degree so I can be a woman who's educated? And now I don't even hear myself in the conversation. This secondary conversation, some of you already in the Discord told me to watch this video. I'd been watching it this morning over my coffee. And as they were talking, I just kept thinking to myself, oh my God, I don't belong here. And I was like, what does this mean for my life that I don't belong here? And also, is this part of why Chelsea's content has become so, like, to me, because she's been obsessed with interpersonal relationships, very gender binary, and very much about woman, 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 but in a way that just does not feel good to me. So check out this podcast. Check it out, because I've been wondering why her content also hasn't been feeling good to me. Watch this. We'll talk about it, okay?
Can you tell us a little bit about who you are, how old you are, what you do, who you are?
Sure. My name is Sophia Chang. I'm the baddest bitch in the room. I'm 60 years old. I was the first Asian woman in hip hop, and
I don't know why this audio is so low on this podcast, so you'll have to deal with it, but it is very low.
I then moved into martial arts. I am an author, a screenwriter, a public speaker, a life coach, and the founder of a mentorship program called Unlock Your Potential for Women of Color.
Damn. And what do you do in your spare time?
I watch a lot of prestige television.
Ooh, tell me more. What are your shows?
I just finished watching Slow Horses with my daughter.
My husband loves that show.
And you don't?
It seems like a boy show to me. I categorize shows like that as boy shows.
Oh, that's interesting.
Isn't it about like CIA officers or
Yeah,
something?
if the spy kind of thriller, John le Carre style, you consider boy, then that's definitely what this is. That said, I really love the female characters in it.
Oh. So what does it mean to be the baddest in the room?
It means something different for everybody, Chelsea.
What does it mean for you?
And for me, it is all of the facets that make up this gem. And my invitation to women is, because it's not just about me, and even though I am a language major and I'm very clear that saying that you're the baddest in the room means that it is superlative and you are the only one, that is absolutely not what it's about. I invite every woman, femme, to consider themselves the baddest in the room. Here's the exercise, and I'd like you to do it tonight.
Okay, I'm listening.
You will write a list of all of the things that you love about yourself. And I don't care what they are. They can be big, they can be small, they can be external, they can be internal. It can be, I am a loyal friend. I volunteer every holiday season. I make the best salted chocolate chip cookie. I host fantastic dinner parties. I am great at, I have a smile that lights up a room. I have an ass that can stop traffic. That list is yours. And you write down that list. But what's amazing, Chelsea, is that the list begets the list. So I don't think that we as women are ever invited to celebrate ourselves. And so here it is, and it is deeply personal, and you write it all down, and you can even ask your friends, because I bet they'll tell you things that you haven't thought about yourself. And you write down this list, and then you go, wait a minute, and the list can change, and you can add to that list, and then you look at that list and you go, I am ABC, blah, 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 blah. My name is Sophia Chang, and I'm the baddest in the room. And it's an exercise that I implore all women to go through, because the world that we live in, the dominant culture, does not want us to empower and celebrate ourselves in this way. So for me,
Listen to that again.
on us to go through, because the world that we live in, the dominant culture, does not want us to empower and celebrate ourselves in this way. So for me, I'm a 60-year-old Asian woman who is standing on top of tables and pounding my chest and saying that I'm the baddest in the room, and I believe it with all of my heart. There's no part of me that's like, maybe I'm just the mediocre in the room. No, I am very full-throatedly the baddest in the room. I think it's radical, and it's very important. You know, people will read my hat or read my jacket or my T-shirt, whatever, and say, are you really the baddest in the room? And I'll say, oh, you see, here's the thing, sweetie. Whether or not you believe it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that I do. This is not a popularity contest. I didn't write my memoir so everybody would go, I love her, I want to be like her. I couldn't stand another Sophia Chang on this planet. The exhortation is to be more fully yourself.
Right.
And to just open up the aperture and your imagination on who you can be. That is the exercise of being the baddest in the room. And I really would love everybody who is watching to do this. And you keep that list and you put it in a treasure chest and only you hold the key. And nobody can ever take that list and take stuff off of it. No. You can't tell me I'm not kind. You can't tell me I'm not funny. You can't tell me I'm not brilliant. And this is your center. I talk about our center. This is your center. What makes you the baddest is your center. And we will sway and we will stumble and fumble. I've done it many times. I've even fallen, but I always get back up. Always get back up.
So we usually start the episodes.
Okay. Okay. What tends to happen, and going back to the bell hooks opening. Okay, so bell hooks basically brings up intersectionality, but she specifically said to not see herself through the lens of whiteness, to not see yourself through the lens of patriarchy. I do believe this rhetoric no longer is interesting to my brain because I do still think it's only seeing yourself through the lens of patriarchy. When she says the dominant world won't let us be, doesn't want to see us X, so therefore Y, it makes me think like, okay, valid and beautiful. And also, what next? Because I do think, and this is important, right? Like ultimately, the best audience to gather when you're giving people tools is an audience who's never even tried before, right? And yet there is something like next that I think is important, though it's a much smaller community. So, I think that's important. There are tons of women right now that are still, they don't even understand that they're allowed to have an orgasm during sex, right? There are billions of women on the planet right now who have so much internalized misogyny. They're convinced like every man is literally biologically smarter than them, right? This stuff is so important to deconstruct and we need people doing it. But, when you go on a gender deconstruction journey, I think like the one I'm having especially, it's like this stuff is so important, but it's not resonating deep within my consciousness anymore. So I'm thinking about that idea of like, why isn't this deeply resonated with me anymore? And why doesn't it matter? Now, a big part of it is that I'm not 60 and she is. And so she's a 60-year-old probably thinking about women in her generation, right? What's interesting is that Chelsea is my age, but she keeps hanging out with older women who I think she almost wants to admire in a sense, but a part of me is like, no offense to older women, but some of them feel very disconnected from like where we are now. So like the world is still patriarchal and the world is still very much in the binary, but they like, and I'll keep playing it because she says something really important here where she like recognizes her privilege and that she's a cis woman and stuff like that. But the dilemma with that is like, if you know that's true and you know that perspective, then like, do you know enough? Like, does that explain the disconnect, I suppose? And then what does that mean for the audience who's listening? Okay. So chat said something. They said they had been to Chelsea's book signing. And hold on, I want to read this because it's so interesting. You said, when I met her, I said, I like your finance content, especially as a young person. And it was clear she did not want to talk about that content / is trying to pivot to home stuff. Granted, her book was about it. That's why I'm looking at Chelsea like, I don't want this content from you. As a person who's like, you're called the financial diet. Don't talk to me about my interpersonal relationships with like women. I already have other people to watch for that. I want you to explain the economy to me in a way that like gives me numbers and math because the only other people doing it on the internet are men. So can you please go back to telling me numbers? But the dilemma, right, is that she herself is probably going on a journey where this is obviously what she needs. So the content now isn't for the audience, it's for where Chelsea is in her life, which is so valid because that's what my content does, right? So that's fine, but great. Now we need, who's the next like queer gender fluid person or / woman or / even progressive man who's gonna come in. Okay, like who is that person who's not just like a crypto bro? Because I tell you this right now, like we definitely need it. We definitely need it. And no, you cannot talk about it enough. If you can talk about women, saying, you know, don't so this whole video is called "What Really Happens When You Decenter Men." Okay, this conversation is the same conversation of how to buy a house in this economy, except your finance channel also go back to the house in this economy, right? Like, it's the same conversation. So if you're not going to go deeper, if you're not going to have a more in-depth conversation about gender dynamics, and you're still going to do the basics of finance. This is a finance channel. But see how gender becomes all-encompassing? Because you might say, well, finance is dictated by gender. Yes, but see how we now have lost a resource about finance? We now lost a resource about finance. We did not gain a resource about gender. We did not need this one. We already have so many people talking about gender who are, in my opinion, a little bit more qualified. Because they're not finance people. They're gender people. They're philosophy people. They're psychologists. Chelsea's a finance girly. Talk about finance. You know what I mean? Like, yes, they overlap, but focus on your main vibe. Now, why is gender taking over Chelsea's life? Because it is everything. It's political, okay? It's sociological. It's, what word was I even trying to go for? It's economical, it's social, it's hierarchy, it's everything, right? So when we have this conversation, I get why Chelsea feels like it's connected. So notice that Chelsea's work in terms of economics has been like, women should always have separate bank accounts, or women should always have their own money. It's a fear-based. Women should always feel terrified of the possibility of divorce, have a second account. Instead of, women should strive to only be partnered to people who are in the same goodness as themselves, which is what I would say, which is what Ramit would say. He would say, hey, like, is this your person? Do you trust them the way you trust yourself? Are they a good person like you're a good person? Then combine finances, because you would never steal from your partner, right? You would never do XYZ. But yet, Chelsea doesn't say that. Even though Chelsea's been married 13 years, Chelsea says within the gender dynamic of her relationship, make sure you have your own money. Which then makes me doubt Chelsea's marriage. Not that I should ever do that, but you know what I'm saying? When you're so focused on gender as a reaction to patriarchy, how do you even get to explore your gender in a free way? So here's this video about decentering men. How are you decentering men to make sure out of paranoia of marrying a man, you always have a second account? I want to decenter gender as an idea that even being a man itself means you'll be bad with money. In the same way, being a woman doesn't mean you'll be bad with money. But I think people are bad when it comes to ethics and values, and therefore you're bad with money. I just watched a video from Ramit where the husband had $500,000 of debt and the wife didn't know. But that's not because he was a man. That's because the structure of the society we exist in tells people not to look at their bank statements, not to pay attention to fees, not to care that Netflix keeps raising its prices, to just keep paying, right? And that's the problem. Like, when we have these conversations, I want to, what's next? I get it. Patriarchy, boo. I hate it. Let's go next. What happened? So you guys ask me, like, when I look at the levels, the framework of the levels, what fiveness is to me is the actual radical acceptance that, like, we're simply existing and having an experience first. Then the question is, what is that experience going to be? Well, accepting that we live in a community of people. The world of the two says, I have an experience that's dictated by, and it's usually centered around things that come from the planet Earth, politics, people, planet. Fiveness is saying I am impacted by the reality that I exist within the framework of the universe. It's saying you exist outside of political structures, but you still exist within them. Your consciousness, this is why when Bell Hooks says to not see herself simply through the lens of whiteness is so important to my brain. It says you exist outside of the lens. You exist outside of the lens. And yet we still have to understand how that lens will change the way we're treated. But you do exist, okay? And that's what I think where gender becomes an issue. Where they'll say, Brittany, you can't tell women not to have a second account. Men are so dangerous. I would just tell you not to marry that man. Don't marry that man. I'm dead ass serious. Like, they're like, but I love him. Well, I'm not marrying anyone or mixing my money with people I do not trust. Are there women in your life you could share money with? I bet if I asked these women, they'd say yes. So you are simply not sharing money with him because he's a man. Because I guarantee you, if I asked Chelsea Fagan, would you recommend women share money? Would women be able to trust each other? She'd probably say yes. Maybe she'd say no. Maybe she'd say no. But I really think she'd say yes. And that's what I'm trying to say shouldn't matter. Am I not going to trust D'Angelo Wallace with money because they were assigned male at birth? Why? You know what I'm saying? I don't want to look at anybody in my life and say, I'm not going to give you my money because you were assigned male at birth. But I will say that a man or a person assigned male at birth who has not deconstructed shouldn't be trusted with more than just money, but with a lot of other things. And yet we do it every day. You trust them with your bodies. You trust them with your children, but you won't trust them with your money. You're willing to let this man inside you to live with you at night when he can turn around and choke you to death anytime, but you won't trust him with your money? So interesting. You'll trust him with your life, but not your money. And that's what I'm saying. Life is money. Money is life. If you are afraid he will steal your money, you should be afraid he's going to kill you at nighttime. And I don't see the difference. And so for the fact that we do is very interesting. Okay, listen to this second part.
By asking per the name of the show at what age things started getting good for you. But I would actually sort of modify it slightly in this case to ask at what age you started feeling and talking this way about yourself.
That's a much smarter question for me.
Yes.
Yes. No.
Well, what's the age?
50.
50.
I think it was 50.
Wow. Okay, tell me about that.
So here's the thing, Chelsea. When I think about when life was good for me, I am a cishet, able-bodied, intelligent, thin, traditionally attractive woman. You know, life was good. Meaning I walk with a lot of privilege. But when did I start to really own being the baddest? Was around 50. So I had 2 children, and at 40, I was so sure, Chelsea, I never need to have sex again. I'm so good. I'm so good. And I was convinced. Have you not met women like this?
Several on this show, actually.
Yes. Yeah, I'm good. I've had my kids, I'm good. And then as I started to go, maybe I want to reconsider that decision. And
Question, what's the difference between when men have a midlife crisis and when women do? Men run away from finding themselves and go into a fantasy. Women tend to find themselves, but not always. Is this her midlife crisis? Is that what she's explaining to me? Or is this true liberation? That is a very difficult question to answer. And I'm not accusing her of either, by the way. I don't know. But that's the question you should ask yourself. Am I about to switch up my whole life because I'm having a midlife crisis? And then here's the theory. I don't want to have a midlife crisis. I think a lot of us had a 25-year crisis. We're good. We had a quarter life crisis. I think the way to avoid a midlife crisis is to be introspective and live in the most present. A lot of these people who have their realization older in life is because they aren't thinking about their life. I love how she admits, and how we all have to admit, we have children so fucking easily with no thought. And here we are discovering our life. And that's the point. We, like, so many marriages, there's this woman right now going viral on TikTok, on my side of TikTok, who's like deconstructing Christianity. And she has 7 kids. And she said, if I know what I knew now, I wouldn't have married my husband and I wouldn't have had these kids. And I hate that. She goes, I hate that this religion took from me a choice. But the truth is, and this is the hard part, existing on the planet will take away your ability, without introspection, extrospection, choice. So we'll say this about detransitioners. We'll say, let kids be kids. Don't let them transition young because they might regret it later. But then we'll raise kids in religion. And we won't let those kids regret their religion. My parents will not let me regret being raised Catholic. My brother, who's younger than me, won't tell his kids his siblings are no longer practicing because in his religion, we're always technically Catholic because we got confirmed. You won't let us say that thing we did as a child, I regret doing and I didn't want to do it, but you won't let kids have the same experience with gender or anything else. And they'll say, oh, it's because Christianity or whatever doesn't require surgery. That's not necessarily true, depending on what religious, relationship you're having with your religion, right? Okay. So when we have this conversation, we talk about regret. First, regret is a part of life. You're going to regret things. Don't beat yourself up over regret. Yes, learn from other people's, actions, learn from your own actions, try to make less mistakes. But we have to first deconstruct regret. Why are you regretful for being a person? Now, I understand I have done plenty of things that I'm not proud of, things I would never do now, right? And yet it also is what it means to be a person, which is why I believe in restorative justice and forgiveness and therapy and getting better. And I believe in preventative care. We want to prevent harm. We want to prevent abusive relationships. We want to prevent like badly timed surgeries or mistakes in terms of XYZ. We want to prevent things, which is again back to the beauty standard. The beauty standard, when deconstructed, doesn't eradicate beauty or your decision to want to get plastic surgery, but it might help you actually choose better plastic surgery you want to get for your own aesthetic versus wanting to get it for the world, like the world. And or, you know, I saw this Instagram post about a man who had gotten a nose job, and it was like he had changed his look significantly, and the people in the comments were roasting him, and they're like, we liked your nose before. If your idea of deconstructing beauty standards is making fun of the way people look for choosing to be conventional, that's not the kind of deconstruction I'm interested in. It's not good enough. It's not deep enough for me. Go deeper. It's like when I was deconstructing my fat phobia. This is like, okay, 2015, 2014, maybe. I was deconstructing my fat phobia, and I remember saying, this is so stupid now, but I remember saying, you're so skinny, eat a burger, as a way to counter my fat phobia that I had learned. But what is that? That's not fucking helpful either. But do you guys remember going through that stage where you think countering the thing you learned was doing like an opposite? Okay, remember, opposite is not necessarily a good framework. Men are not opposite of women. Women are not opposite of men. Okay? Fat phobia, the opposite of fat phobia is not to make fun of skinny people. Like, we don't want to do opposites. Like, we don't want to just counter in the reverse. We want to actually go forward. Okay? So again, like, how do I, as a way to liberate women out of patriarchy, liberate them out of the fear of building a relationship with themselves and their partners? Like, what does that look like if I say have a good to-go bag? What does that look like if I say always have a second bank account? Like, what does that look like if I always say don't trust your partner? What does that look like if I always say like your partner can switch up on you? You can switch up on you. You can switch up on you. And that's the point, right? Okay, check this out.
I started dating, and it was really a lot about my self-actualization that brought me to the place.
You know, one of the things, and you sort of alluded to this, but I have spent the past few days binging your videos. Compliments to the chef. They're great. But one that really stuck out to me was a video you made recently about man-centering, I think was how you put it. And I would just love to hear kind of, in your words, what your thesis is on what man-centering is, who's doing it, how you feel about it, your whole sort of manifesto there.
So some weeks ago, the New York Times published an article about man-keeping. And man-keeping is a term that was coined, a phrase that was coined by Angelica Ferrara. She is I believe, a postdoctoral student at Stanford. And the idea of man-keeping is all of the emotional, particularly emotional and social caretaking that we do of men. Man-centering, I would say, is a little bit broader. So actually, one of your guests said, I realized after my divorce, I was going for a run, and all of my playlists were his music. Do you remember this conversation?
Of course, Lindsay. Yeah.
And I thought, this is man-centering. We listen to his music. Now, of course, we're talking about heterosexual couples. So if you think about Lindsay, she said, I was listening to my ex-husband's music. And I think this is really common.
Is it really common? Pause. I've never heard of that my whole life. I have never met a single person who's ever had that experience. Whoa. I can't even process what I just heard. I don't think I've ever met anybody like that in my whole life. Every single person I could think of, my mom, my dad, they all have their own musical preferences. They have overlap, but I know exactly what my mom listens to and I know what my dad listens to. I know everybody's preference. Whoa. I wonder what bubble that's common in. That's so interesting. So, okay. Interesting. New bubble for me. She says it's common. So she must really be in a bubble where that's really, yeah. Okay. Interesting. Right? Oh, chat says, I think she just meant the man-centering is very common and not specifically the music thing. Oh, okay. Okay. That makes more sense. Okay. That makes more sense.
We listen to their music.
No. She just said we listen to their music.
And I think this is really common.
No, she is saying that, right?
We listen to their music.
I
we
don't.
watch their shows.
Absolutely not.
We become interested in sports when we might not necessarily have done so.
Absolutely do not.
I have a
Sure, some people do that. She's saying women show interest in their male counterparts' activities in order to appeal to him. She's talking about a very specific stage in a woman's life that I feel like everyone in my life has kind of like moved past. But older generations, I think, we're suffering from a lot more, right? Because like, yeah, I remember I try to be supportive of people in my life, but I always usually say like, I'm not gonna watch this. Like I dated a guy for a very short time who liked football for only local games. And I was watching the Super Bowl with him. And I remember thinking like, I don't like this. And he was like, that's okay. And I was like, but I'll watch it and I'll try to understand it. But like, I don't really like it, but also I want to be supportive, but I'm not going to pretend to like it either. So maybe that's what it is. I'm not going to be a poo-poo though. I'm not going to poo-poo on your happiness either. Or like one of my girlfriends is like my sports girlfriend, and I've been to baseball games with her. I've watched basketball games with her. I've watched football games with her, but it's like her family's the sport family. And when I hang out with them, I watch sports, but they know I don't really get it. I'm just there to enjoy the vibe. Okay, so I get what she's saying in that regard. She's talking about a very specific kind of woman that's trying to show interest. It's like the girls who play video games because their boyfriends do. Like they want to show versus just like actually liking video games. Okay, she's talking about, okay, but what's the difference between supporting your partner and what they like? There is a difference. So I had a partner who also liked board games, and I don't care for tabletop games, girls. I'm going to be real. Like I have a very short fuse and patience, but I will play with people. People in Seattle especially love that fucking shit. And fine. Okay. I'm with you. I'll play Catan, whatever. Okay. Would I do it in my free time? Fuck no. Will I do it in my free time to support my friends and family? Yes. So I will go and do it, and I won't be a bitch about it. Okay. I'll be like very happy about it. But that's not because I'm trying to impress my friends. So she's talking about a specific girl that is losing her personality and self to a man. This, I think, is a much older dynamic, and maybe some younger girls who are still doing it. But damn, this feels so deconstructed. I mean, this was shit we were deconstructing 20 years ago. No, 18, 16 years ago. So interesting. Okay, we can process this bubble together, right? Okay.
friend who, when her ex-husband's mother was ill, she took care.
That is so common.
Is it?
Actually,
Pause. Listen to that again.
I don't.
Might not necessarily have done so. I have a friend who, when her ex-husband's mother was ill, she took care.
Okay. When her ex-husband's mother was ill, she took care of her. Okay, first of all, not always male-centered, can be male-centered. Because if you have a relationship with that woman, then that's just you having a relationship with a fellow woman. Right? Because that woman's also a person. But if you don't like that woman, you do not feel connected to her, and because it's your ex-wife, your ex-husband's mom, then okay. But what if you actually just like that woman? So I think it's either or. It depends on the context. And I say this as somebody who loves my ex's mother. I love my ex's mother so much, so deeply. I love her so much. And I really see her as a whole human being. She is not just my ex's mother. She is a wonderful human being. And so I would, you know what I mean? So I can see it either way. It just depends on the context, right? And that's what's so important about these conversations. Remember we talked about it yesterday? One action in one context is toxic, and one action in another context is healthy. And they're the same action. It's just the context changes the relationship. So be very careful about this idea of saying, oh my God, can you believe she took care of this woman? Yeah. I can. You know what I mean? Right? Now, Chad said, I actually know women who take care of their husband's mom, but because they feel like it's an obligation. That is why we have to decenter and deconstruct family dynamics, which we'll talk about next week. We have to deconstruct family dynamics. What is my moral and ethical obligation to my blood relatives or to the people I marry? Am I obligated to help this person because they are part of my family structure? Or are we going to build relationships with married families that say, pause, should I show up for you in this way? Do you understand I'm not coming to help you? Do you understand also that in the right circumstance, of course I'm going to help you? I mean, we talk about helping community and strangers. That's why people burn out, because helping people is hard, right? Let alone our family and friends. So the rule in my family is I always tell my siblings, you better do your damnedest to get your shit together. So when you need help, I don't feel like you're taking advantage of people, but call me when you need help. It is your obligation as a singular adult to do everything possible to make it easier on everybody else to carry the weight of when you're going to need help, because you will need help. You will need help. And if we already know you will need help, do not need help on purpose. You better need help on accident. Okay? It is so important that we get our shit together because we will need help. It's already hard enough knowing we will need help, you know? Okay.
That is so common.
Is it?
Actually, I don't have the stats on me, but we've talked about this in video essays, and the wife, the female partner, becoming the caretaker for the man's family in kind of sickness and health.
Yes.
And I know so many people, even in my own family, who, the mother-in-law moves in. And this is also very cultural, obviously. There's
Yes.
a lot of cultures where that's really the norm. But I think that is probably statistically more the norm. Because men, in general, the stats there don't lie. Like, as people age, get sick, have high needs, generally speaking, men are not stepping in and taking care of,
we're the caregivers.
even if it's their wife.
Yeah, we're the de facto caregivers. Never mind as mothers. If you're a mother,
I just don't want this conversation to be, have you seen those women that divorce their abusive ex-husbands and go, oh, I divorced him and gave him full custody? This is not a win. You bringing a consciousness into the universe and then handing it over to your abuser is not a win. But they say it like it is, like, good. If he wanted to be a father so bad and divorce you, he can have full custody. And I know mothers feel obligated to take on the children, to take the children into full custody. But the way to gotcha is not to give your abuser the kids. Okay? And this is why I say even abuse victims don't make good mothers or good fathers. Like, abuse victims don't automatically mean good people. Okay? But I've seen so many of those TikToks at this point that I'm like, Jesus Christ, none of you are thinking about the kids. None of you are really thinking about the kids. Now, that's different if you get a divorce and the female partner, for whatever reason, just happens to be in a worse economic state. And it's obviously better for the kids to be taken care of by the father, but there's no abuse. Then it's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense, right? That can make sense. Again, deconstructing gender dynamics allows for different family structures to exist, which is also, I saw another TikTok that was like, the internet, this woman's like, I don't know why the internet's confused. I made a baby with somebody. We were together. We're now not together. And I still am the breadwinner. This person, just because we're divorced, didn't get up and go get a job. And I'm like, that could work temporarily and make a lot of sense for a lot of reasons. But I wonder what the long-term plan is. Will you remarry? Maybe they won't. Maybe they've already decided that, like, this is still the person I used to love. We just went in separate directions, right? Or maybe, there's what will you do when you deconstruct gender is you allow for more options. You're not eradicating gender. We're not ignoring that it exists. We're going into having a deeper relationship with it. And we're saying my gender doesn't dictate who makes the money. My gender doesn't dictate X, Y, Z. So if your family structure wants to work in a particular way in which this is your life, it can work. But if you keep going into the binary of what a gender expectation is, then you end up having situations where you feel obligated to take care of XYZ when you don't even want to because you are XYZ. But in order for us to do preventative care about these things, we must live within the joy of what could be rather than the fear of what could be. And right now, a lot of content right now is the fear of what could be. Look how scary your life could be versus, hey, look how good your life could be. Look how joyful your life could be. Now, one of the dilemmas is people really believe that the most joyful kind of woman is a woman who's a mother. But this itself needs to be deconstructed because the data is not showing that. The evidence is not showing that to be true. We are not seeing numbers that correlate with children and happiness in gendered people. We are not seeing that data. We're seeing quite the opposite. So in that case, we need to restructure. Okay? That's that. So this is a cis bubble conversation and it's valid for what it is, but it's not the only option. And so when we, as like people who are deconstructing gender, even as cis people, even if you're cis and deconstructing gender, this doesn't have to be your life. This conversation doesn't have to be the way you navigate your life. Your life doesn't always have to be in relation to patriarchy. You have to think about the patriarchy, but you also get to think about you outside of the patriarchy. You exist outside of patriarchy. You exist outside of these like structural systems that are meant to put you in a box and meant to limit your relationship to life, okay? Next video. Let's go back in time to 1937. You've probably seen this video, okay? You've probably seen this video.
Meet Peter Alexander. This extraordinary character astounded the world when the announcement was blazoned forth. Mavis Higgins the girl had become Peter Alexander the man. Where were you born, Mr. Alexander?
In a little place called Palmerston North in New Zealand. I was born and educated as a girl, but men's sports have always appealed to me particularly. I'm very fond of golf, very keen on swimming, and tennis, of course. In 1927, I was a schoolgirl champion. But then I decided to give it up after that, as I thought I had a decided advantage over my opponents. As the years passed on, it became very evident that the male side and the male personality was becoming dominant. So after seeking medical advice, I decided to cast aside women's clothing for those of a male. Although I no longer use lipstick and powder, which would be rather ridiculous when one has to shave every day, I don't blame the modern girl for using it, and it sometimes makes them appear really more beautiful than they are. But seriously, I do not consider that woman is inferior to man, as she has huge responsibilities and a definite purpose in life. I left New Zealand because of the publicity which followed me wherever I went, and I hope to go to London at a later date, and when I return to settle down and marry here and continue with my musical career. And finally, I have one advantage over you other chappies, and that is I know both sides to every little Audrey story.
Okay, right? A little blast from the past. I want us to remember, things didn't just show up now. They've always existed. And there's a relationship that underground communities have been having with gender that are so much more, at least for my lived experience. Obviously, they make more sense to me as a queer person, but I can understand why people like Chelsea Fagan having this conversation is also really important. And so cis women don't need to be erased in our deconstruction of gender. Cis men don't need to be erased in our deconstruction of gender. Your cisness doesn't get erased. Our relationship with cisness becomes more. Right? Like being a cis person isn't a monolithic experience. And that's the point. And being trans and cis are also like words we use because it's the best we have, but it's not even the best we have. We know there are better ways to have this relationship, right? Even with the words we're using, because when we get into conversations about sex and biology, what all these things mean, which we'll talk about a little later, I think the problem is like, just like with anything else happening in your life, you didn't need a scientist or a doctor or a medical professional to tell you something was going on in your life. You knew, and then you went to the doctor, or you didn't even realize, and then the doctor helped you understand why XYZ was happening. But it's a relationship too. We are relating to. And even when we do a lot of these studies, we have to be careful because it's so biased, because we are biased and prejudiced. I mean, medicine throughout ever has always been incredibly misogynistic and very racist. So we have to be very careful, right? We trust the science, we question the science, okay? And I know if you're paying attention to what this administration is doing, they're now officially saying that vaccines may cause autism or this new food chart they put out, this new thing listen, okay? We're in one of those moments again. Okay, this reminds me of those stories about dentists pulling out everybody's teeth because they thought that was the best thing to do. Okay, or the way people experimented on Black women's bodies with no numbing, no drugs, no help to them, and they just massacred people in the name of science. We don't want that. Okay, we want slow, patient, methodical, thoughtful discoveries in science and or the self in order to move society in a better direction. If we don't believe in causing harm to people, we must think about what the idea is to even be a person who has sort of a natural inclination towards some level of violence, from what we eat to how we exist on the planet. So many vegans I hear from talk about medications, life-saving medications they take that either have been tested on animals and or have some animal component in them. And the question of whether or not they should take this medicine for their own life or for the animals, it's not about eradicating harm. It's about harm reduction. We need to at least start there. But people's brains go all or nothing. Are you boy, girl, trans, cis, good, bad? And it's like, yeah, these words are very helpful. I'm here for it. But also, they're not as helpful because they're going to stop you. It's like there's this new trend on TikTok that says, I want to be a vegan, but I love cheese. Okay, be a vegan that loves cheese. Oh, I want to go to the gym, but I'm not going to be able to do 100%. Okay, go to the gym, be 50%. I'm okay with this middle ground. I understand why people aren't, because you're right. It's not the goal. To be honest with you, I also don't like it. This middle ground section is like, this is good, but not good enough, but it's good. And this is where your patience comes in. I always ask the universe to give me patience, and this is a part of that patience. Hey, Chelsea's content is really helpful for people. Is it good enough? No. It's deeply failing in so many ways. But it's exactly what some people need at this stage in their life. So you know what? Fuck it. Good for you, girl. Keep it up. But also, Jesus Christ. But also keep it up. And that's the reality. And look, one day you might look at my content and say, yo, Brittany's content was so good for me, but I kind of outgrew it. You should. Probably. You know, right? Like you should probably outgrow it, but maybe not. Maybe I'll always consistently be growing and we'll be on a similar timeline and we can grow together. But the truth is that like, there were times in my career where like, if I watched my old videos, I'd been like, man, I'm past this shit. I need something different. Right? So when we have these conversations, just know it's okay. It's always okay. Let's check out this video, or at least in part this video. Let me see. I'm going to put it at 1.25. I might have to slow it down depending on the audio. Queens at Heart 1967, girls. 1967. I don't know how loud it's going to be. Let's see. Okay, these are the credits. The credits. Oh, the credits are kind of long. Okay, preserved in 2000. Whoa, preserved in 2009, but from 1967. Is that loud? How loud is that? I'm gonna skip it for copyright.
Project.
Here we go.
A research project that took us all over the country. In my office today, I'm Jay Martin. We have 4 contestants in a recent beauty contest. Now, for reasons which will become very clear, we're going to use first names only. Would you please introduce yourselves?
Misty, Vicky,
Sonia,
Simone,
Misty, what do you do?
I'm a bank teller,
And Vicky?
cosmetician,
Sonia?
hairdresser.
window display.
Now, let me ask you this, Vicky. When you go to business, do you dress in a dress like that or a skirt and sweater? What do you usually wear?
I usually wear a white shirt, tie, sports jacket.
Are those your own eyelashes?
No.
And Sonia, is that your own hair?
No.
That's a very lovely dress, too, that you're wearing, Simone. Where did you buy it?
Oh, I made it myself.
Ladies and gentlemen, the reason for using first names only for these very, very charming contestants is that right now, each one of them is breaking the law. The contest in which they were runners-up was a masquerade. Actually, in the vernacular, it's called a drag ball. You see, each of our contestants is a man. In just a moment, we'll be back to talk to them individually.
Oh, the dancing, bro. That was so fun. That was so fun. I love watching people dance because it's just so different and it changes, and how we exist is just like, I don't know. I love it. 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 Key membership for 30 months says you're currently in the lead for my most consistent content creator. Everyone else I would have outgrown by now, but you're too fast to catch. Okay. Thank you. I'm so happy to hear that. I really appreciate it. That's so cute. Thank you. Oh, I love the imagery. I love it. And the whole point of this, the whole point of showing you this, the whole point of having this conversation is just to remind us, right? Like, This whole bubble, like people look at this and think Satan, the devil, murder them, evil, keep kids away from them, don't talk about them. Like right now, 2026, this is 1967. And in 2026, this administration is consistently and constantly creating fear and reinforcing bigotry about a whole group of people that I and many of you are a part of. It's real and it's happening over and over again, which is why we show up, which is why we deconstruct, which is why we say there are so many ways to have a relationship with existence. Okay? Chad said stuff like this makes me emotional. Me too. I think that's the key difference. When I watch stuff like this, I usually get like really like, oh my God. And that's why I know I'm queer. That's why I know I'm gay. Like, that's why. Because when I watch this, it is such a deeply, I feel so deeply seen and so deeply humanized and so deeply in love with like the experience I get to have on earth. And then I see other people and, you know, it really like, there's two kinds of people that it's like very devastating. The people that are not in the community, but see it as like ugly and evil. And the people that could be a part of the community but can't allow themselves to be. Now look, and I'll say this, I have a very specialized set of skills, okay? Call me taken, if you will, that I am able to have a very similar response to putting myself in people's lived cultural bubbles. So sometimes I can evoke not a deep sense of lived experience, but a deep sense of understanding in a church. Sometimes I can feel very similar to when I'm in the church. And yet it's only when I am free to explore it without the chains attached to the expectation of behavior, because that's what church can feel like. Church can feel like a cage, right? And so when you make it a cage, it just like, I feel crazy being there. It makes me feel like fucking like I'm going to lose my brain and kill myself. But that's how I think a lot of people feel in our similar bubbles, where when they feel forced and it doesn't feel good, they can feel very scared. And that's why I know like we're just animals on a planet to some extent. Because look at this biological experience we're having to a non-threatening situation. I'm not being threatened in a church. But yet the way people talk, it makes me crazy, you know? And yet, if you just let me experience it, if you just let me experience the ritual around a lot of religion, I'm in it. I'm signed up. I'm enjoying it. I love it. But then when you attach this is reality, now convert, now be one of us, now do all these things, then I'm like, oh, you ruined it for me. You just ruined it for me. Okay? So I want to give people a lot of compassion about like why they get so triggered and so afraid of seeing this bubble here in front of us, and why a lot of us feel so like emotionally like, oh my God, I feel so seen. And yet I want them to deconstruct their fear, because their fear is making it impossible for them to enjoy. And yet another part of it is that I think even within our own communities, we have a lot of prescriptions that we make because we feel like we figured it out. And I'm saying, let's deconstruct gender enough to say, I'm not sure we can figure it out, but we might all be experiencing a truth. So like lesbians that are TERFs, I love you, but you're not helping. You know, you're part of the community and we see that you're afraid, but you're not helping. Okay? The L and the T, they go together. Like they're friends, they're sisters, they're, you know, family. And so when you have this like conversation, you have to understand that, right? So when you see TERFs being very anti-trans, and always about trans women, of course, you know, though they are transphobic towards trans men, right? Because they think they're mentally ill women. They don't see they're parroting the same rhetoric that was parroted against them being lesbians, right? So we do have to understand that the outside communities that we think we're so far away from, they still penetrate and infiltrate our sense of self, which again, going back to what Bell Hooks said, right? We're allowed to see ourselves not only through the lens of homophobia or transphobia, but through a lens of liberation that says, I exist as I am, and as I am is good enough, you know? on. Chat, you just reminded me of something. I don't know if this is what you meant. You said, I want to be a drag king queen so bad, but I would miss information to avoid trouble growing up. I wouldn't explicitly lie, but would phrase the truth misleadingly, hence the friend given drag name. Oh, okay. I don't know. This isn't what you were saying, but you know what your comment made me think of? I thought you were going to say, I want to be a drag XYZ, but I don't want to misappropriate drag. Because I was thinking about this idea, this big conversation we've been having about can women do drag, which is so funny, right? Like, why are we even having this conversation in the queer communities? Because gender. But I was thinking about this idea of like, there is a spiritual drag that I think occurs in a costume drag that occurs. And I think about this with all things, which is why people want this binary, are you a woman or are you a man? I don't know, I'm just trying it on for size. Are you a drag, or is drag something spiritual to you, or is it just something you're trying on for size? I don't know. Is BDSM spiritual to you, or is it just something you're doing in the bedroom? I don't know. You know, I think everyone's having a different experience with it. When I did BDSM for all those years, it felt very spiritual to me. It felt very deeply like an identity, okay? It's less so now. My spiritual practice has taken me in a different direction, which also is that conversation about like deeply rooted, spiritually held beliefs are fluid. And so I think there's something to be said about that. And then there are some times when like you're trying something on for a costume. Like I would see people at the dungeon and I'm like, why are you here? Like, why are you here? You know what I mean? Like, you're obviously just trying it on for a costume, which is so fine, but like, you're not going to get the same thing out of it. And they're like, yeah, I don't feel good here. And I was like, it's not, you're not supposed to be here. And the same way that you ever see a queer person go to church and try to put on the suit and tie and and I'm like, you're wearing a costume. Who is the real you? Right? That's kind of the idea you can think of when you think of like people who are, you know, well, they're maybe trans and they're existing. It feels like not them. And I think these things also exist too, is like, we're having sort of a spiritual relationship with these things that make sense to us, like a deeply held thing. And it's allowed to change and shift as well. You're allowed to do that, right? Chad says, my ace friend had recently become interested in spiritual BDSM. And I was like, I know about that from Brittany's channel. I love that. Yeah, I think that's what's so powerful about existing in the world is like, there's also layers of identity. Why doesn't this thing feel good for me? And what can feel better, but not just like a hedonistic feel. I don't want you to be a hedonist. I want you to be deeply grounded in fulfilling joy, not constantly seeking some sort of fucking happy pill. I'm not trying to feed you a happy pill to make you numb to existence. I'm trying to give you a tool to ground yourself in realizing existence itself is that pill. Like existence itself is that joy. Like not the fact that you exist, but the experience you're having in the most present. So you're not running away from your life and drowning yourself in pills and alcohol and video games. You're enjoying your life in relationship too. And also you might on occasion have a pill or play some video games. You know what I mean? But not as a means of running away, but as a means of grounding. I think about this when I think about the way I do drugs. I was like, oh, yeah, I do drugs to ground myself, not to escape from myself. But a lot of people numb themselves. Oh, have you seen the new administration and all the conservative men are telling people to drink again? Have you noticed that everyone is telling young people to drink again? Dr. Oz just came out with a statement, liquid courage, drink again. And I said, no. No. This is either a deal they're doing with liquor companies or a trick because alcohol sales are way down. But a lot of us know that the drinking culture we used to exist in was escapism. So yes, the benefit of drinking is the socialization, but we don't need alcohol to do it. Isn't it interesting that they said drink more and they didn't say play board games more? They said drink more, but they didn't say go to Comic-Con more. Interesting that they said drink more and go to church more. That is propaganda. Drink more and go to church more. That's your advice to young people? We already tried that. It wasn't working. That's why we stopped doing it, because it wasn't working. Why would we go back to something that wasn't working? You know, this is like a mistake. You know how individually we make mistakes like that? We go back to the thing that wasn't working. As a society, they want us to literally go back to the thing that wasn't working. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that just so it? That's why I say life goes in these cycles. So you as the individual have to accept that the world as a whole is a whole ass person doing that thing. That's why you can't decide who you are based off of this person. That's like you deciding who you are based off of your mother or your father, which I know you do. But I'm saying deconstruct that, say no. Saying I love you, yes, because of you I exist. I see you when I look in the mirror. I see you when I have my habits. I talk in a way that's similar to you, but I'm still my own person. Yes, I am a part of you, but I am my own person. And so you are more than just the world you were born into. You're more than just who gave birth to you. And yet you cannot separate yourself from them because you come directly from them, right? It's about a relationship between those two things. Okay, back to the video.
Sonia, you were born a male. When did you first notice these female tendencies?
I was 13 years old.
Sonia, do you take female hormones?
Yes, I do.
And what have they done to you?
They have developed my body, and they also develop my bust and slow the growth of the hair in my body.
You said they've developed your bust. Do you wear a brassiere when you work?
No, when I work,
Well, do you ever wear a thin T-shirt?
I wear a shirt or a sweater.
When you wear a sweater, you say that your busts are developed, is it?
They shows through.
Now, what about dates? You have dates with men. Do you ever have dates with men who don't know that you're a man?
Most of the times they don't.
And what do they do when they find out?
Well, they don't really care.
What about your plans for marriage?
Well, first of all, I intend to have my sex change.
How are you going to do that?
I have to take a trip and certain amount of money and surgery. You go to surgery.
That's very expensive, I understand.
Well, it's a couple of $1,000.
What about your wardrobe? That must cost a lot of money.
Well, my whole salary goes to my wardrobe.
Do you make any of your own clothes?
Sometimes.
All right, let's talk for just a moment about your sex life. Have you ever had a date with a girl?
No.
When you have a date with your boyfriends, what do you do?
I just checked really quick Google search for inflation. $2,000 in 1967 today would be almost $20,000 for the operation, at least by Google's metric.
You go to movies?
We'll go out dancing here and there, you know, everywhere. Eat out, we eat out. Go to movies.
How many times must you go out with a boy before you let him kiss you?
Not much. That same night. You crazy?
It should be obvious to you that you don't lead a normal life in terms with which we're familiar. Would you say that you're a happy, fulfilled person?
Well, I'm very happy, but I'm not quite fulfilled until I get my sex change and become a complete woman. Then I'll be happy completely.
Simone, how old are you?
20.
When did you first discover that you were effeminate?
Well, I think we ought to clear up what's feminine and what's gay.
Well, what's the difference?
Well, a gay person is a boy that is attracted to another boy, or a girl that's attracted to another girl. And feminine, anybody can be feminine. There's lots of married men that have feminine instincts. You know, they have limp wrists, or they walk a little more feminine than the other man.
Now, Simone, you openly admit that you're a homosexual. What do your parents think about this?
Well, I think my parents really don't know. You could say I live a double life. That on weekends I dress up like a girl, and then when I come home on Sunday afternoons or so, I look like a normal boy in the neighborhood. And I think as long as this happens, my parents don't suspect anything. I have girls from work I go out with during the week, and the girls do call the house. So
have you ever had sexual intercourse with a girl?
No. Girls don't attract me sexually. I like girls that are pretty and all. I like to be seen with pretty people. But sexually, girls just turn me off, I'd say.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
I have an older brother.
Does he know that you're homosexual?
No.
What do you think he'd do if he found out?
Probably kill me.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Well, then you're old enough to be drafted.
Yes.
Have you been drafted?
No.
What happened?
Oh, I guess I had a horrible experience when they called me down there. I just stood out from the rest of the people. Minus I didn't want to be drafted, so I just added a little more makeup to my face. And they spotted me. I stood out from the crowd.
Were you dressed as a girl?
No, but I had my hair up. It was combed differently than the rest of the boys. And I had a little makeup on my face. And the guards caught me at the door, and they escorted me up personally to the main place where we had to be seated. From there on, I was just sent to different psychiatrists.
And what did the psychiatrist ask you?
Well, they asked me, am I happy the way I am? And they asked me, do my parents know, and do I want any help from them? And am I happy? And I answered all their questions.
Now, during the week, when you're at work, you say you do go out with girls. When do you go out with boys?
On the weekends, sometimes during the week, I'd take a day off in the evening, and I'd go to a gay bar in the city, and I'd meet people. Maybe I'd go home with a boy. Every time I go out to a bar, I don't intend to have sex or so.
Well, when you meet somebody at a gay bar, this would tell me that he was probably homosexual. Is that true or not?
Yeah, I only go to gay bars.
Well, do you ever go out with straight people?
I do, and we go to straight bars.
You take female hormones?
I started on it.
And what has it done to you?
I put on weight.
How about your brain?
I think this is interesting. So the conversation started off with you're a homosexual, but then also I'm on hormones, and also I dress like a girl, but also, and so the question is like, what's their experience with gender? Are they a boy or are they a girl? Or are they, who knows? Because also the words we're using in this bubble shifted over time. And that's what's so interesting about it, and like having this conversation in this particular way. Now, what's funny is I think this interview feels threatening because who's doing it and how it's being had. But I think if it was queer people having this conversation with each other, it'd feel great. I do. I love asking people, and I love people asking me about hormones and genitals and feelings and what I'm doing and where I'm going, but if it's safe. And the same way that the gendered conversation doesn't feel safe in all avenues, right? And thank you, Chad says, I love your hair today. It's giving elegant fairy. Thank you so much. Honestly, it took me like 4 different hairdos to decide what I wanted today. Speaking of feeling good in my skin, I had my hair 4 different ways today, and I was like, no, I don't like it. When I look in the mirror, I don't feel good and I don't like it. And then I finally got to this and I was like, I felt so relieved. I was like, oh, I got it. But I promise you, the way I felt this morning was like, oh no, like I felt so, and that's what we're chasing, right? We're chasing this feeling that when I look in the mirror, okay, I did it. Okay. It's like I scratched an itch and I finally hit the spot. I did it, right? I thinking about this conversation and comfortable, having a comfortable conversation. This goes back to the beauty conversation because beauty is gender. When we had the beauty conversation, feeling so safe in a space with a bunch of people to say like, man, I'm ugly, right? And they're like, yeah, kinda, you're kind of ugly. And it's like, yeah. And like, I love that safe space to say that, but that is not every space. Or going back to the gender fluidity conversation, like, I think about this all the time. This is a safe space for me. And I know I'm in public and I know somebody else could be watching this, but like if Piers Morgan was like, what's your gender? First of all, I would never be talking to Piers Morgan. That's number one. The second one is if it was Piers Morgan, I would probably, well, God, I just wouldn't talk to him really, but I might answer differently. Or if a YouTuber, let's say I was talking to a YouTuber who's like, I don't know, who's a good YouTuber to use as an example, because they wouldn't be asking me a real question. That's what I'm trying to get at. I almost feel, are you asking me a real question? Or are you asking me a gotcha question? Are you asking me a question to understand me in depth? Or are you asking me a question to say like, yeah, but like, what does that mean? And that's what I think we're all looking for is where in a space can I answer this question in a way that is so deeply true and honest and real and fulfilling. Diary of the CEO. Yeah. What does it mean to be Brittany? You know, like what, you know, it's like you're in this interview. And that's why I think like safe spaces are so funny. Like I keep thinking about Chelsea Fagan because not to speak so badly about a woman, but like I keep thinking like I couldn't answer that with Chelsea either. She doesn't feel like a safe space for me. And that's so interesting. Like I am so fascinated at this girl who went from like one of my favorite daily shows to this girl who now feels like she made fun of autistic people. I'm autistic. She only centers around cis women in their conversations and I'm bored. She's just like, you know what I'm saying? It's fine. It's great. I'm so glad you have a space. But as I'm on this gender deconstruction journey, like, yeah, if cis women are just going to keep talking about cis women and like, it's not even going to be from a queer perspective, like, you know, one more space that was supposed, you know what I mean? This is why I understand why safe spaces are so necessary. And this is why I'm such a fan of them. Because you need a space to say, I'm a lesbian, but I'm dating a man and have me go, I get it. Or I'm a gay guy and I married a lesbian. We have a baby. I get it. Okay. And I'll do you one more without needing to even put the label of like lavender marriage on it or hag. Oh, I love the discourse around hag right now, where some straight cis women are like, don't call me hag. I'm not your fucking hag. And the gay guys are like, but it's a compliment. I love these conversations, but how about I'm just your friend? Or how about in some bubbles, I am your hag, right? But like, I love the idea that like, we get to decide how we want to label our relationship that doesn't necessarily need this thing, you know, attached to it. And it's all about the safety we feel to have those conversations. And so in some ways, I wish the person interviewing, you know, was almost like a person who knew, but also I think it's so brave of these people to have this conversation in 1967 on TV where they just said my brother might kill me. And now this is being documented for UCLA, right? And maybe that's what we're all doing. Maybe that's what every YouTuber's doing, or maybe that's even what I'm doing. Where here I am in a public setting saying, shh, this is my safe space and no one else is watching but us, right? But the reality is, like, anybody could be watching this right now. But in my head, it's kind of hard to imagine that anybody would be watching my content other than people who would want to be here. But of course, I'm sure some hater somewhere is recording it and is like, I'm going to bring this up later. But yeah, this is like, this stream, especially yesterday's stream, so typical. Today feels very sacred for me. Today feels very personal. Today feels very like, queer. Okay.
Oh, they don't start forming for about 2 or 3 weeks, so I couldn't tell you.
When was the first time you went out with a boy?
Well, is this when I was dressed as a boy or as a girl?
Let's say you were dressed as a girl.
Well, it was at a drag ball 2 years ago when I first started going dressed as a girl. And this boy happened to thought I was quite attractive. And he came over to me and started talking and asking me all sorts of questions. And then he asked me to go out after the ball.
So what happened?
Well, we happened to go to a motel where I had dressed that night for the ball. And we started to party.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we both got undressed, and he kissed me, I kissed him. We got in bed, pulled the sheets over us, and we started feeling each other.
What happened when he found out you had a...
Well, he knew this before, but he wasn't bothered. He was so hot, And boys like to get the other people, especially pretty ones.
Well, how does he do it?
Well, either I'd go, beep, just some of that, or he'd,
Where?
Me. In my back, or my front.
Oh!
Your front?
My...
Simone, we've determined that you do, in effect, lead a double life. On the weekends, you dress as a woman. During the week, you hold down a full-time job. Are you happy?
Oh, yes, I am.
What would make you even more happy?
If I'd be able to have a change from man to woman.
What does that involve?
Okay, so she wants to trans woman, I suppose.
First of all, it involves a lot of money. Doctors charge a lot of money for this operation.
Where would you have the operation?
Well, in Casablanca. It starts for about $2,000 and up.
What is the actual surgical procedure?
Oh, it's not castration anymore like they used to do in the olden days, where they'd cut off a man's testicles or so. But nowadays they keep everything on you, except they just stick it inside. And this way it's a little better, and it's...
When you say a little better, what does it mean? Could
well,
you have normal sexual
you
relations?
can still have an excitement like you usually do. It might take a little longer, but you still have your excitement. When you're castrated, you have no excitement whatsoever.
Could you have normal sexual relations as a woman?
You could, but you couldn't give birth. That's the only difference.
Would you like to adopt a child?
I don't think I'd want to adopt a child. I think knowing they might be able to change my body, but not my mind, and I'd always have this little comeback in me, knowing that, gee, I was once a boy, and now I have a kid of my own. It wouldn't sound right to me, but I would like to get married.
Simone, you told us earlier that you make a lot of your own dresses.
Love that.
Do you wear anything tight and slinky?
I do at times.
What happens if you're wearing a very tight, slinky satin dress and you see somebody who appeals to you and your maleness becomes apparent?
I try to get rid of it before I put that slinky dress on.
How do you do that?
Oh, there's lots of ways of wearing a heavy, thick girdle.
You wear a girdle?
Mm-hmm.
You're a rather tall girl, aren't you?
Yes.
How tall would you say you are?
6 feet.
Well, you're one of the taller drag queens.
The way they talk is so funny. Like, I have it at 1.25 speed, but the back and forth, it's like they're playing ping pong. And I'm going to be so real for you. I think this is how my first date with my partner sounded. I really do. I think this is why people always say my dating me feels like an interrogation. I think this is how I kind of date. Like, I'm like, tell me about that. And what kind of porn do you watch? How much do you have in your bank account? Do you have any medical history? Are you on medication? Like, I think that's literally how I talk.
Around.
But I'm one of the more beautiful ones too, darling.
Simone, do you know any other boys who dress up like girls who are taller than you are?
Oh, yes. I know one that used to be a truck driver. You ought to see her now. She's about 6'2" and a 48 bust.
Would you say that your business, your work, is the sort of work that attracts homosexuals?
Well, a lot of arty fields.
Wait, is this her not in drag? I'm confused. Who is this?
It's like dancing, singing, and display work, and different fields that are arty attract a lot of homosexuals to work there. And I happen to know my whole crew is gay.
How do you know that?
Well, we all talk about it, and we're so easy to spot anyhow.
Vicky, you say you're engaged. What does your fiancé do?
He's a photographer.
Is he homosexual or is he straight?
No, he's straight, masculine.
Let me ask you this question. If he's masculine, wouldn't it be more normal for him to go out with a girl?
True, but I'm the nearest thing to a girl, and I'm going for a change. And
When you say you're going for a change, you're going to have an operation.
yes.
Now, several of the other people we've interviewed
Okay, yeah, Chat is agreeing that it is her. Okay, noted.
are going to have the operation. Tell me something about it from your standpoint.
Well, it's a step away from loneliness and suicide because most of the homosexuals and drag queens, they get to a certain age and they don't want to live no more. So I've just about hit that age.
Have you ever felt that you wanted to end your life?
Oh, many times. And I just think about changing to a woman, hoping that would be an escape.
When did you first...
Remember when Dr. K was taken out of context by all the boys on the internet for saying when men commit suicide, it's very logical? I felt that way all my life. It felt like this. Like, I didn't want to kill myself. I don't think that anybody wants to kill themselves until they want chosen death, which are two different things to me. But when the world is set up in a way, when you view yourself only this way, when you can't figure out how to navigate, death feels like an obvious choice because obviously, right? You're in like so much pain. And that's why we want to harm reduce, because gender related death is way too high, from inter-partner violence to suicide to just not fitting in. And to men feeling bad about themselves, they can't provide, they kill themselves. Women feel like nobody respects them, they have nowhere to go, they kill themselves. Trans, gay, everyone's killing themselves, and it all can come down to gender in a big way. Not all, but a big part of this is gender. And so when we talk about deconstructing gender, we're also doing it because at the end of the day, too many people don't know how to be in the world as they are, and the world needs to wake up to the fact that it's making it harder on people for no reason. Every person. That's why when men talk about, like, what about men killing themselves? Yeah, that's a gender issue. Men's suicide is a gendered issue. But it's interesting that when trans people kill themselves, it's because they're trans. But when men kill themselves, it's not because they're a man. So they'll say, oh, Brittany, trans people are killing themselves because they're suffering from being trans. They should stop being trans. They're suffering from being gay. They should stop being gay. Well, then why are all these men killing themselves? Should they stop being men? Like, if you're really serious about saving the lives of people, then you have to be serious about why they're taking their lives. It is not because they are men or because they're gay or because they're trans. They are suffering in the construct of the world that we keep maintaining. It is not working for us as a whole. And it's certainly not going to help for us as a whole to go back to try something we already knew didn't work. This is 1967, and it's the same conversation we're having now. We don't learn as quickly as we think we do. Humans are great, but we're not that great. So this is why I say introspection, extrospection. This is why I say I don't want you to view yourself through the lens of homophobia, transphobia, through the lens of racism, through the lens of any of these things. You are so much more than people who don't understand you. You are so much more than people who do not understand you. Do you hear yourselves? Do we hear ourselves? We are allowing people who don't even understand us to decide how we feel about ourselves. Okay? We have the right to get to know ourselves, and we have the right to say, I know you don't get me. That's none of my business. Your inability to understand me is none of my business, at least internally. Okay? Maybe externally, because we have to exist in the world together. Okay? But internally, none of my business. But that takes time. The same way it takes time to deconstruct your relationship with your bigoted parents. But it takes time. So be patient. Do it when you're ready, but also do it now. Okay? Don't worry about it. Not a big deal. Do it when you can, but do it now. Okay?
Feel that you were not part of the world around you.
Oh, 14, 15.
Had you been effeminate in school?
Yes, I was an outsider.
Were you the butt of jokes and barbs from the other children?
Yes.
What would they say?
There goes the
Barb's mentioned. Just kidding. I'm
the
sorry.
fairy. There goes Little Miss Wonder.
And this upset you?
Yes.
Was there anybody in those early days that you could talk to and tell about how you felt?
No, not until just about a year ago. I met people like me. I thought I was the only one. And it's a little easier now.
How did you meet these other people who were like you?
At parties, at balls, drag balls, fairs.
In those early days, would you try to dress up as a woman?
Yes.
I'm talking about when you were 14 and 15.
Yes, I would put on my mother's clothes, run around the house in her heels.
Did she ever catch you?
No.
When was your first home?
All these kids, you see those TikToks of the moms being like, and you don't wear makeup because why? And it's a little boy going, because makeup's only for girls. right? You see those TikToks? And then these parents say, like, we're not brainwashing our kids to be a certain way. They are just this way naturally. Then why would you have to lecture your kid about who gets to wear makeup? If you're letting kids be kids and kids are naturally gravitating towards nail polish and makeup, and you have to tell them boys don't wear those things, then how is that natural? Make it make sense. You know what I mean? Make it make sense, girls.
Homosexual experience.
When I was 15.
And how did that happen?
In a movie, some fella kept on staring at me and staring at me. I seen the picture once, I seen it twice, and I just stood there most of the night, and he was still there, moving slowly but surely next to me. And then the knee started rubbing his knee. I said, "Ooh." And I just...
Was he young or old?
No, he was young.
And where did you go with him?
Well, actually, I got panicked, and he had told me to come into the men's room, and I told him, all right. And when he went into the men's room, I looked up at the clock, and I said, nah, I gotta get out of here. And I just left. I left him, so that ended that scene.
Well, what was the next time?
Near the rides where I was, they have an amusement park. Some fella, I could just feel the eyes piercing through me. And I turned around. He told me if I like to go on some rides. I told him, I don't mind. We went on a few rides. And
it is interesting, dating culture and how things happen. And I think people think like gay people naturally want to do hookup culture. I think like hookup culture is interesting, but it's not that far off from like cisgender dating and the binary, because like men approach women. Now we're getting these podcasts about how hard it is for men to approach women because of Me Too. But the truth is, like, we've all just been doing dating wrong. I really think like none of our communities are very good at it. Like, I don't think our communities allow for people to have options in different ways because there's all these stereotypes and we keep living up to these stereotypes, but also the stereotypes reflect some category of person. But I think like, if you have to settle for only meeting people in bathrooms, you will meet people in bathrooms. But then, you know, that doesn't have to be the only option. And I think this stereotype that queer people meet in bathrooms, or gay and trans, or gay men in particular, like that is the condition of the society that limits the options for other opportunities. And the same way that, you know, 20 years ago, meeting on a dead app. Wow, Brittany. Meeting on a dating app was crazy. Now it's just like expected. You know, that's how culture shifts and changes so quickly. And it's why we have to pay attention to the fact that it can shift and change, which means we can do something different. The fact that Chelsea Fagan lied to her French mother-in-law about how she met her partner because she thought it was embarrassing. So she told them they met at a Starbucks. And she's a cis woman who married a man. And they can't even be honest about how they met because it's cringy, let alone how we're meeting or other people are meeting. And it's like, that's why I don't shy away from like how I meet people. Nope. That's like, you can make it sound weird if you want, but like meeting online, meeting through comment sections, meeting on Discords, meeting online, meeting at Comic-Con. Yeah. Like, why wouldn't I end up meeting people in the place I'm hanging out in? That makes total sense to me. Meeting at work. You know, yeah, meeting at church, meeting wherever you are regularly, meeting at a coffee shop, running into people, right? That makes sense to me.
Then he told me if we'd like to go into the bro walk. So I said to myself, well, I'm going to see what happens. Being that I ran out last time out of the movies, I'm going to see the next few steps, what happens with another man.
What did happen?
A few things that I guess a girl would do with a fella.
Did he kiss you?
Yes.
Did he touch you?
Yes.
Did you touch him?
Okay, relax there, buddy. Okay, you're asking a lot of questions.
Yes, not right away.
Did he ask you to do things which went against your principles and feelings?
Yes.
Did you do them?
No.
When did you finally go all out?
I wonder where she is too. Chat's like, I wonder where she is. I wonder where she is too.
With a man?
About 2 weeks later.
Was it the same man?
Yes, I met him he told me to meet him in New York.
Was he homosexual?
Yes.
Was he an overt homosexual, or was he married and with children?
Well, he had a wife and a daughter, but he was separated from them.
Did you feel happy after having had an experience with him?
Not really, because I felt dirty. I felt like I was trapped in between something that I didn't know what to do about. Either go all the way and try to change. I felt different. I didn't like him after that. I despised him. As a matter of fact, I lived with him for about 9 months. And I despised him every day. But I just did it because I was getting deeper involved, and I just had nothing else to do, so I just let it go.
Did you feel that he was
Oh, interesting. Wow. We've all been there, girlfriend.
responsible in measure for your turning into a complete homosexual?
Well, yes. but he didn't like me to be very obvious.
Wait, what?
Did you
Rewind
feel
that?
that he was responsible in measure for your turning into a complete homosexual?
Well, yes, but he didn't like me to be very obvious.
Were you passive or active in the relationship?
Well, it was sort of a funny deal.
It was a mutual.
Yes.
And now, Vicky, would you tell us about a normal day
Interesting. So many things to deconstruct, huh? So many things to introspect on. God knows everybody needs therapy.
in your life? A day during which you conform to society.
Actually, I'm living in two worlds, the female and the male world. As much as I favor the female world, because of a narrow-minded society, I have to conform to conventions. So on my working days, I get dressed as a man because that's what society likes to see, and I do need the money for my operation. So I play the part of a male. But believe me, I don't like it one bit, because I feel like an imposter. It's a good thing for me I live within walking distance from my job. So every morning when I walk to work, I stop and I...
Girl.
see girls and I envy them, not because I like them physically, but I admire them for certain things that they're free to do what they like.
Yeah, Chad said, is that her dressed as a man? Yeah, that's her trying to be a man. Like, okay, I'm not laughing. I think it's just, you know, like, girl, you know. And that's what I love about existing in the world. Like, people always say, like, oh, I can always tell. Can you tell that's a woman? Because it doesn't look like a man to me. And, like, that's the thing is, like, nothing about her is giving man right now. So I'm like, is this you as a guy? But then, like, this is what's funny. Like, that's what's so cool about, like, gender and, like, having a relationship with this idea of, like, oh, I can always tell what people's gender is. I don't know, bro. Like, it's so, they'll say, like, oh, you're going back to who, like, you really are. Like, God made you a man. I think God might have got his potions mixed up because I don't even think, I don't know. That looks like a lesbian to me if I ever saw one in my life. I don't know.
Me, I have to hide, and I
actually it looks like a bisexual queen, really.
don't feel very right. It's not a normal thing to feel, but that's the way I am. I love to look at windows, especially lingerie windows. I love to see the pretty silks and satins, things I'll be wearing once I get my sex changed, and I just like the other girls. Beautiful and sexy, then I hope I'll get a chance in life to get the things I really want instead of...
I mean, damn, I'm like, you know what I mean? Look at her. Like, in what, like, I don't even know who would look at her and think she's a man. But also, like, just because you look at someone and think they're a man, that doesn't mean anything either. That's what's so interesting about the world. Because, like, right, how many people you see in chat come to chat and be like, oh, is Brittany, like, a trans woman? And I'm like, oh, that's an interesting question. You know how many times I've gotten that in my life? Like, am I a trans woman? Like, that's such an interesting question. They're trying to ask a question based off of, like, this idea of, like, what you look like, right? But then you look at her and you're like, in what world does that look like a man? But then what does the man even look like? But I think it's also an energy thing, you know, like just the relationship too. But yeah, and it feels weird. I think this is what makes people, when I say gender is like especially spiritual, but spiritual isn't to negate it. It's to say a deeply embodied, held experience that moves you to a real deep feeling of like knowing. I think that's why faith works. That's why religion feels so good. Is like, sure, but what is it based off of? External, internal. This is an internal experience, right? And I feel like it's so obviously like, she just, yeah, I would, what does it mean to know she's a woman? What does it mean for her to so obviously be a woman? What does that even mean? Yeah.
Hide from society in men's clothes. And just to see these things make me tingle, and I know it would make men tingle too, and to see them on me, and especially if I was a woman. Well, it's getting late. I better get to work and get this out of my head now.
Girl, I'm not even gonna play, bro. Like, even this idea of like, what is a woman, even from behind, respectfully, I was just like, I would clock that as like female. I'd be like, I'm clocking it. But also, what does that even mean? Again, this goes back to that time I was in the drive-thru and I was like, that's a woman I'm talking to. And, you know, my homie in the car was like, how do you know their gender? I was like, I can just tell. I'm not always right, but I feel like I can tell sometimes, you know?
Oh, brother, I have a customer waiting for me. That's what I get looking in the windows. Dreams, that's all they are.
Oh, are they a hairstylist? Does she does hair? I love that.
Oh, well, maybe this job
I love that. She does hair.
will help me get this money for this operation. Then I'll be sitting in a chair and someone will be waiting on me in my hair.
Thank you, Vicky. Ladies and gentlemen, during our 6-month research project, we interviewed literally thousands of homosexuals. We ran the gamut.
See how they keep calling them homosexuals. Isn't that interesting? They keep referencing them as homosexuals, which, you know, okay, safe space. Yes, everybody hold hand. No. Yes, safe space. Yes, safe space. Okay, let's talk about it. Okay. There is a safe space of queer gender expression and or relationship structures in which it makes a lot of sense to reference them as homosexuals who are also trans women. Because I know without oversharing, I know in my own life, in relation to myself, it's like, this is what I mean by it being like a place and time. It's like I'm all the things. I am a homosexual and I'm a whatever, and I'm a whatever, and I'm whatever. I'm not literally, but I'm using term, like I understand the idea of being a gay man who's a trans woman. Like, I kind of get it. Like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like, have you ever heard trans women talking and they call themselves the F word? I get that. Like, I deeply understand what is happening. And like, that is very hard to explain to a binary world. That's like, so which one are you? And it's like, oh, but also the world might call her a homosexual as a way to disregard her trans experience or the fact that she's a woman. But in queer communities, in a very specifically deconstructed gendered bubble, there is like a, yeah, of course I'm a woman, but of course I'm a man. But also, am I a husband? But also, am I a wife? You know, these words are really, really personal, you know? Like, they're very real, though. They're like real, but they're real in the sense that they're a representation of the moment in time you're existing in. And that's what the fluidity can get confusing for people, because they're like, I am this and I'm always going to be this. Valid. But also, that's why people go, you can't just be different things every 2 seconds. Well, I don't want to be that girl, but actually, yeah, some of us are having that experience where it feels like every second, it's like a different version. It's like ADHD for gender. You know, like ADHD, it's like, oh, I do this hobby and I do this hobby and I do this hobby and I do this hobby. It's like, oh, which one are you? Which hobby are you defined by? All of my hobbies? Okay, which gender are you identified by? All of them? You know?
Those who betrayed not the slightest trace of feminine qualities were those like Vicky, who but for a quirk of fate had been born a woman. We know that homosexuality is like Vicky, who but for a quirk of fate had been born a woman. The feminine qualities were those like Vicky, who but for a quirk of fate.
Who but for a quirk of faith were born a woman?
Had been born a woman. We know that homosexuality is a psychological aberration to be treated by a competent psychiatrist.
He said, go to the doctor.
That homosexuality is a psychological aberration.
Oh, fate, not faith. Okay.
To be treated by a competent psychiatrist. But what of those, like Vicky, who don't want to be treated, who want to be women? Are we to judge?
Are we to judge? Great question, UCLA. Thank you for that. Very educational, okay? Okay, girls. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We're just getting started. For the record, let me just show you. Do you see all those tabs that are open? Yeah, we're going to be here for a while. Get a snack, girl, because these spoons about to be challenged. Okay, we're about to get challenged today. Okay? I'll be right back. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Da, 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 da. Ba, da, 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 da. Okay. I'm going to show you this next video. 1, 2, 3 big pause. Okay, this next video is a little grainy, but stay with me here. And we might get copyrighted, but let's hope not. 1992 to 1993 interview with Jane. It says Jane Whitney on transsexuals. I'm not sure who the Jane Whitney is, if that's the person being interviewed or the host. Let's watch.
You are, Sarah, a very attractive woman. You used to be a man. You had a sex change operation.
Right.
And you say you face discrimination every single day of your life?
All the time, every minute.
Examples?
Well, one day I was jogging down, my little town. I live in Portsmouth, a small community, and this woman came up to me and she said, you on drugs? And I said, no. And she said, well, you need to go see a psychiatrist. And I was like, well, I happen to have seen many psychiatrists and am very highly evaluated. And she was like, really looking at me strange and like I was from another planet. And I was like, what are you so ruled by fear? Why are you so afraid? I'm just trying to, live my life and exude life and happiness. And another incident, I was walking, we had a festival in the park, and I was in the park and I had to go to the bathroom. So, of course, I used the ladies' room, and these girls came in, and they happened to be black, and they were like, you ain't a girl, you get out of here, you're a freak, you're this, you're that. And I was like, excuse me, but, I would take, a good look at your color. I would think about life. I am a human being. I am doing my thing. I am a woman. I worked very hard to be a woman. And, then my girlfriend, who also was a transsexual, she was outside. She was surrounded by a whole group of guys, and they were like at her face, and they were going to beat her up. I jumped right in, and I was like, listen, we are people. We are here. You're not going to shoo us in the closet, make us feel like we are wrong, that we're freaks. We're human beings.
But people don't understand. This is a very difficult concept for people to grasp.
They hate themselves. Oh, look at everybody. We're all ruled by fear. We're so insecure. And, it's like, it doesn't matter who you are. You walk into a certain area, and you're going to be a minority. It's time to wait.
Was she saying to the group of black people that you should know what it's like because you're a minority? Or is she saying, what is she trying to say? What is that? What am I getting? What am I supposed to get from that?
Up. We all have to love ourselves and be proud. We're all freaks. We're all human beings. Okay. It's time to wake up.
Let me ask you, you do want to be a model, and you're having a tough time because
I've been discriminated left and right. I have from major newspapers, they thought it was beautiful. I've been photographed every which way, and I am very pretty, but I'm also beautiful inside, and I project that from the inside out.
Oh my God, she reminds me so much of Talia. I'm a pretty girl. I'm a pretty girl. She is a little rough around the edges. I'm not going to play with you. She is a rough around the edges. Kind of like the way she talks isn't the most like inviting, but okay.
And these people were like, no, we're not going to publish our work. Matter of fact, Entertainment Tonight had published a thing where major companies were looking for that exotic she-male look. And I called these companies and I was like, look, you can have the real thing. And they were like, no, we don't want that. We want regular women that have that look. And I was like, grow up, get over it. It's like, you're here for a look. I have a look. Let's do it.
You are feisty, and you've had a lot of practice during your life.
Because I was pushed down flights of stairs. I was beat up. I was spit on. When I was a little kid, guys would come up to me, and they'd they were cute and stuff, and they'd make a fool out of me. And then everybody in the lunchroom would be laughing. They'd be throwing food at me. Come on. How much crap can you go through? How much pain do you have to go? It's like, take my blood. Please.
Okay, but let me ask you, for people who don't understand, simply stated, I've heard it said that, what you went through when you were Jeffrey, like you felt like you were trapped in the wrong body. You were born in the wrong body.
I had problems with my birth, okay? And the doctors never did any follow-up checks, A lot of people aren't happy with what they're doing, so they're not thorough enough. And so I grew up always feeling like a girl. I was 4 years old and putting on dresses and not knowing any difference, It's like, what's the big deal? This is how I choose to be. And I felt really weird having this kind of intense knowledge at such a young age, when normal kids are playing with cars and trucks and doing like wondering why I am a boy when I didn't feel like a boy. And I would lay every night and cry myself to sleep and waiting for, God to make me a little girl the next day. And my Christmas wish every Christmas Eve was, please, God, I'll never ask for another thing. Just make me a little girl. And, it's like, come on, we're all people. And,
she's probably really, really tired and exhausted. And it is interesting, like, how we communicate or talk about our lives. And look, like, these shows don't exactly allow the best discourse when having these conversations. I feel like these shows often like sensationalize it. And so it doesn't do well for the minorities who are advocating for themselves. But yeah, she does feel very exhausted and a little bit too rough around the edges in a sense. Like, it's almost hard to empathize or sympathize, but that shouldn't stop us from understanding that she is like deeply afraid and deeply tired and deeply struggling. And she just wishes like people would understand. And so that's hard, right?
I don't want to be balked at. I just, and if I am, well, maybe it's because I have a talent.
Okay, but you have to help people to understand, and you have to change attitudes to get to that point. And you're very outspoken. How do you try and do that? What do you want people to know about you that's going to change their mind about you?
That I'm just like them, with the same needs and the same desires. And I might be bold enough to test the things that people only fantasize about or think about when no one's looking or paying attention. So many people, their true selves are in the closets, they're in bags inside of their cars, they are inside motel rooms, is when no one's looking. How many people, to put it bluntly, pick their nose when someone isn't looking? I mean, really, you know? I mean, this is how people
Don't
are.
hold back, Sarah.
You know, it's like we're just human beings with needs, and so many people try to overpower nature, and in a way I did. I took it upon myself to change my body and everything, but it's like I've learned, it's like the body is just a very simple thing. It's the inside, and all the outside does is trigger things on the inside.
We are going to talk about your decision to have a sex.
I mean, I kind of vibe with that idea that, like, what is this thing anyways? Is this the thing that matters, or is the internal the thing that matters? So when we talk about the core self, like, what is the core self? You know, what does that mean? When I think about the most real Britney, she's obviously the person in the most present, right? So I see her, I hear her, and I really agree with that last part especially, right? Like, is defying nature getting surgery, or is embracing nature getting surgery? Either or, both? You know, is defying nature creating skyscrapers, or is embracing nature creating skyscrapers? You know, it really depends. You know, I think that's the difficult part, is we're always arguing about, like, what is our nature? What isn't our nature? Like, everything all is and, right? Okay, this video is from 1971. Let's watch it. Let's enjoy.
Aptly named.
Okay, let's see.
A street in Auckland, perhaps aptly named Queen Street. It's early evening, and for some, work is just beginning. Sophie and Waycretia were born Monty and Wayne, though they...
Chat said, is getting a pacemaker defying nature? Definitely. And also, we evolved and we did these things. So, you know, is a beaver building a dam defying nature? No. Yes, maybe. But also, it is within the beaver's nature to build the dam, as it is in our nature to do what we do, right? But is appealing to nature enough? No. That's why I say introspection, extrospection is a deeper relationship with your nature, a more profound relationship. So instead of saying, well, it's just my nature, I find young people attractive. Well, let's talk about that. Could you have a deeper relationship with your nature? It's just men's nature. This is how men are. This is how men seem to be. But is this how men are, or is this what happens when you don't have direction or guidance, or you question yourself? And can you change, right? So we're all things at once. We're everything, everywhere, all at once, right?
Our dress as girls, they are in fact still men.
Going out cracking it, you know, looking to do our business along the streets in Auckland here and try to make money. That's all we do for a living, is make money.
What kind of business is your business?
It's sort of, to be bluntly, prostitution, really. You know.
You're a prostitute.
Yes.
And you?
The same.
What in fact are you? Are you transvestites? Are you transsexuals? Are you homosexuals? Are you what?
Transvestites, to be exact.
Transvestites?
Yes. But, there's quite a lot to go with it. It's usually everything. You start off from one thing and you work up, you see.
Ooh. You start off as one thing and you work up, you see. It's a fluid experience. Are you transvestite? Are you trans? What word matches you? What word makes sense? Why do we even need a word to talk about the progression, right? But we use words to give us an idea of where we are in our life, the experience we're having. We're trying to explain an internal thing with an exterior word. Like, we're trying to use an external word to say, this is what's happening internally. And that's the problem, is like, because you're always changing. I saw somebody recently, who said it? Who was it? Somebody said X person is doing I saw a person theorize that JoJo Siwa is doing every single thing that is typical of a trans man who's discovering their gender. And I thought that was interesting because, you know, did you see JoJo is now going by Joanne, I think? Joanna. And, you know, she's in like femme clothing and femme dresses. And it's just like, what are you doing? And it looks like a costume. But actually, so do JoJo's like initial clothing. I always feel like JoJo's wearing a costume. I don't think JoJo Siwa has ever had a chance to know who JoJo was. So it makes sense that they're going through this journey, right? But even their gay clothes are so like as if it was picked out by a Target catalog made by heterosexual people. And so like I'm excited to see who JoJo really is, but I don't think this is their final form. So maybe, I don't know though, but I thought that was interesting. I keep thinking about that idea. Can you see where someone is before they see it themselves? I mean, heck, my audience did. You guys knew I was autistic before I did. How? How did you guys know I was autistic and I didn't? Because I was too close to a girl. Oh, Joelle. Joelle is JoJo's name, not Joanna, Joelle. I like the name Joelle. But yeah, like, how did you know? And it's because I was just too close to it. You know, and that happens. That's why we need community to help each other bounce off of, like, you know what I mean? We help people, right? You know, Discord said once you become an autism spotter, you can't unsee it. You know what? Gender, homosexuality, other things. Heck, even, this is so funny. Like, even like belief, that's why I say clothing is so important. I remember one time, I'll tell you the story. I don't think I've told the story, but it's been a long time. One time on one of my road trips, I was having a problem with my car, or I thought I was having a problem with my car. So I pulled over to the side of the road and I was checking underneath my car and a man approached me. Came out of nowhere. I swear to God, I had my view. I always never let myself be blinded. I could see 100 feet in every direction. There, it was a nice neighborhood, like a main street in a nice neighborhood, on the main street. But like it was a good part of town, and I could see anyone approaching me. And all of a sudden, this man approached out of nowhere. He approaches me and he goes, "Do you need help?" And right away, I froze and I looked at him and I noticed he was wearing a scapular, which is a very specific kind of Catholic who wears a scapular. And I was like, I instantly felt better because in my experience, a pattern of people who wear scapulars are just having like a very specific relationship with Catholicism, and usually a relationship that I can trust. I don't know how to explain it to you. It is what it is. And I looked at him and I said, "You're Catholic?" And he said, "Yeah." And I was like, "Okay, I was born and raised Catholic. I'm confirmed. I think there's something wrong with my car, but I don't know." He bent down to help me. Okay, there was nothing wrong. We couldn't figure it out. Everything seemed fine. I restarted my car. It was fine. I thanked him. He started to walk away, and I swear to God, he like disappeared. I was like, I don't even really remember what he looked like. I just remember his scapular. Like when I think back on that memory, what I think about is the scapular. You know, I don't think about him. I think about me. I remember what it looked like. I remember what his neck looked like. And I remember seeing the thing. It was Jesus. It was Jesus, chat. That's who it was. He was an angel. Either way, it's so funny how things like this can signal to you how to feel when you're around a specific bubble, right? Chad said, if you were religious, would you Def say it was an angel? I would say homie walked fast and I missed where he went. I would say maybe if I was religious, I think he was an angel. But to be honest, what I think he was just a moment in time. Who knows, girl? Who knows? But all I'll say is it's not like a miracle happened. So it's probably just a dude who walked fast. You know what I mean? It's not like anything happened. Nothing magical happened. But it's this idea of like who's safe, what signals safety. And that's why when people say, "Brittany, why are you judging people for what they look like?" Because we're sick. Like it's always like there's a thing for it. And a scapular, for those wondering, it's a type of, it usually has a relic or something. It's a piece of cloth that usually has a relic from like a saint or something holy. You bless it. And if you're wearing a scapular when you die, rumor has it Mother Mary will personally lead you to heaven to help guide your soul. And it's a whole part of Catholicism that's meant to show like an extra level of dedication to always wear this scapular around your neck. So it's just like a part of Catholic lore or Catholic belief. Anyways, we all had scapulars growing up and stuff like that, you know? Okay, let's go back to the video.
You start off as an ordinary butch. A butch is a person that goes around men's clothes. He's got a feminine way of acting. And then you slowly work your way up until you become very, you decide to go into women's clothes. And there you have it, but you work your way up. You don't just start off hopping into women's clothes. Especially when you come into the city, you operate butch and then you come into drag.
Well, do you live your life as a female?
Yes, we do, all the time, night and day.
You?
Yes, I do.
Do you ever wear male's clothing?
And when I have to, like, if the probation officer asks me to report any men's clothing, I will. Otherwise, I don't.
Isn't what you're doing, being a prostitute, illegal?
No, it's not. There's no such charge as male prostitution. Not that I know of.
As male
Male prostitution is no such charge. Don't you think they can have me up on this indecent assault?
Whoa. So wait, male prostitution isn't illegal, but it's female prostitution. But because they're trans women, they're not female, so they don't get in trouble for it. That's patriarchy. Patriarchy is women sex workers illegal, male sex workers not illegal. I don't know if that's what they meant, but that's what I heard.
As far as I know.
So there's nothing to stop you from soliciting
Nothing
males
at
on
all.
the street?
Nothing at all.
Auckland police are becoming increasingly concerned about the way male prostitutes are operating. It would seem that some of these transvestites deliberately set out to look for fights. But the trouble usually starts when a man discovers he has not picked up a normal female prostitute and either wants his money back or refuses to pay.
No, not normally if they find out what I am. I never do. If they want their money back, they have to battle for it. You know.
How do you mean battle for it?
Well, some cases they ask for their money back. I said, if you want your money back, you have a fight with me.
This is why this is survival sex work. Survival sex work is like, this isn't a business. This is survival. And this is why we do not want survival sex work for people. We want we want a lot of things. We won't speak to that. But this is the difference. You know, this is the key difference. It's like, I'm never going to have to fight a customer, you know, who wants their money back. You know what I mean? Like, that's not my life. And so you have to think about that in that context, right?
Most of them absolutely refuse. They go to the police about it. I said, if you go to the police, I'll make sure I plaster your name right over the courthouse, you see. Because we have ways of doing it, you see, of, blackmailing clients.
Tell me, how many male prostitutes or transvestites would there be in Auckland?
There'd be about 60 or more, probably more than that. Some of them are very unspring, some of them are very springable.
But aren't you in fact, really, when it comes down to it, just a homosexual dressed up in female clothing?
No.
Same questions we're still asking today. Matt Walsh, what is a woman? What is a woman? Okay, let's talk about it. What is a woman is actually a deeply profound philosophical question, same as what is a chair? You guys know this one, of course, right? We've talked about it a bunch on this channel. What is a chair? Okay, it goes like this. Oh, a chair is something you sit on. Okay, so if I sit on your mom's face, is that a chair? Oh, a chair is something that goes around a table. Okay, is a stool a chair? Because stools can go around tables. Okay, well, a chair is something that's shaped like XYZ. Okay, but if my furniture is unique looking, is that not a chair if I sit on it? When we have these conversations, we're asking, how can I put a label to this thing that conveys to everybody who's listening or hears it, evokes the proper image in their head, right? I know, girls. I know that mom joke's pretty good, right? It's a pretty good joke. Okay, listen. So that's why you have to ask yourself, what is a woman? What is a man? And what we're really asking is, let's use language that when you say it, I know exactly what you mean. With 8 billion people on the planet, how can you do this when I can't even get it within my family structure? If I say word, this brings me back the conversation I had with my brother when he asked me, do I think trans people should be in schools? I was like, trans people? Do you mean people who are trans? And then he was mixing up drag queen with trans people and he thinks they're the same thing. And it's like, how can I even start to have a conversation with the world if when you say trans person and I have an image in my head, and then we say drag queen, you have an image in your head. You know what I mean? It's like, how can we even begin to have this conversation when we're not even agreeing? Or what about when you say God? When you say God and someone else say God, which God? Who God? You know, we don't even know what God means. What is a God? You know, and so again, it's like this conversation over and over again where we keep trying to pretend like language means something and then we keep trying to pretend it doesn't. It's both. Language means something and it doesn't always mean something. It's dependent on the bubble. Good job, kids. Gold stars. Bubble, bubble, bubble. Each bubble has a different relationship and the bubbles shift and change over time with words, language, signaling, clothes, sound. It's like another example of to think about this is like what is rock music? What is it? Name a band. Name a band. When I say, guys, name your favorite rock music, favorite rock band, who do you name? Who's the first person that comes to mind when you think rock music? Anybody? Who's your favorite pop singer? What's pop music? What's a good example of pop music? Ooh, Deftones. Ooh, Led Zeppelin. Okay. What if I said, okay, Deftones, bro? Are you crazy? Deftones is rock, but like it's also kind of soft metal. Would you say it's also soft metal or is it just rock? The Beatles? I would kind of say Beatles is kind of pop music. Would you say it's more pop music? Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson's giving pop. Nickelback? Kind of pop rock, really. Okay? It's like when we have these conversations, we're allowing ourselves to explore the possibilities of going into different bubbles and saying, well, in this bubble here, how about this? Ooh, Chet says MJ straddles both. Okay, MJ straddles both, right? True, Chet says any music that is popular is technically pop. And yet, when I hear pop music, I might think Britney and Cher. Or I might think like certain icons, right? Often women. Even though pop music can be made by boys, what is pop music? Popular music. So when we have these conversations, once again, we're saying, we say in one breath, like, I know what rock music is when I hear it. I know what a man is when I see one. And I think sometimes that is absolutely true, and sometimes that is absolutely not true. And that is what gender is. Gender is something that is so obvious when you see it, don't fuck around with me. And gender is also something that when you see it, you're not always sure. And so you have to ask more questions. It's just the issue with gender, because it has to do with our bodies, and it's tied to government, and it's tied to policy, and it's tied to religion. Well, now it feels like there's a heavier weight to it. I mean, how we structure schools, how we do sports, how we do medicine, everything is gendered. So then that's also why gender becomes such an issue, because it's like, well, how are we supposed to make the world work for us? So, okay, if we go back to the beginning of stream, where D'Angelo said gender might be individual, and I agree with that assessment. I think that is so accurate to my lived experience. If gender is individual, how do we create driver's licenses and all these other things? We find a new way to generally categorize, right? Chet says, how do we have a productive conversation when nothing is objective? Well, plenty of things are objective. Do you think I exist? Do you think I'm real? Like, do you think Britney exists? Like, do you think you're watching a real person? Do you think it's objective that I exist? You might say no. So, but if you think yes, well, then we know certain things are real, and we can start with the foundation of what is. And real is also doing a lot of heavy lifting in a lot of ways. Objective is doing a lot of heavy lifting in a lot of ways. Like even the word subjective is doing a lot of like a lot of heavy lifting. So this is why philosophy is ongoing and always will be, right? Like we build from. So that's why society feels like it's going to topple down when we talk about these conversations, because we're building on a foundation. And if the foundation, starts to crumble, then it's like, how do we get to the second layer? And I'm saying, just like with any building that needs new construction, you maybe like change this part, but you use enough foundational strength to keep it going. And then maybe if you're fixing this part of the foundation, you still have all of these things to help hold it up. Like we rarely topple whole buildings and start from scratch, but even if we do, big deal, we can do that. Okay. In Croatia, I'm constantly seeing them doing construction on new buildings. These old classic buildings, they don't destroy the whole thing and start again. They just repair them section at a time. Okay. Right? Chet says, you could ask, what is existence? Which was episode 1 of this series. What is existence? And does it matter that you exist? Like, what does it even mean to be alive? Right? So there are things that we know are tangible enough to then build off of things. And also people who are having like gender experiences or subjective experiences are having real experiences. Subjective experiences are real experiences. They're just real in a particular way. So we should, instead of saying there's one way to be real, say there are many ways to be real. Let's talk about it. I think people that are having a relationship with religion are having a real experience, but the real is a very specific relationship. It's an external experience with a relationship with a faith, which is so valid, but it doesn't need to be everyone's business. In the same way, by the way, our gender expression or gender relationship doesn't have to be either. The dilemma is that we're in denial of the fact that we operate in a society. This is the only way to seek validity or to feel valid or to have perks or benefits is to fit into this structure. So the reason gay people needed gay marriage was because there was apparently a perk to it. If you took away all the perks of gay marriage, including the societal validation we seek from being married in the first place, we wouldn't need it. But since heterosexual people decided to cling to the value of marriage being something special and just for them and deliberately kept it away from gay people as if to say you are less than, well, now we have to fight for the right to have it. Because why are we less than for simply being gay? You made the rule, so now we have to fight against it. But if you decided marriage was not that thing, then okay. Remember, keep this in mind, that my religious brother doesn't let my nieces and nephews call my partner uncle. Because we're not Catholic married. And And they go, well, you're not really married like in the eyes of Christ. And I was like, okay, but I'm married in the eyes of the government. And according to everybody in the fucking world, we're their aunt and uncle. So why would you take away the opportunity for your kids to have an uncle? And they're like, well, we don't think about it that way. I'm like, I know, you're fucking freaks. I love you so much. Your kids are going to be so fucking weirded out when they grow up and meet other people and they don't realize, like, wait, have I not been calling you uncle? Like, my family wasn't raised that way. My parents did not raise us this way. This is my brother's decision to have like a deeper relationship with his Catholic faith. And they're being quite literal about it. You know, don't apologize, guys. I'm not telling you this because it's painful. I'm telling you this because humans are kind of stupid. Like, humans are just stupid. You know what I mean? It's a stupid rule. It's just stupid. But it also kind of works because if you were literal about your Catholic faith, he is technically correct that we're not married. But the issue is that it's stupid because you don't get to dictate what marriage is outside of your religion. That's why it's stupid, because like, it's fine that you don't think we're Catholic married, but it's stupid that you don't think we're legally married. Like, that's what's stupid about it. And so like, emotionally, it's like, you're just being stupid. It's a stupid, that's why his kids are going to grow up and be like, my dad's kind of dumb. And I'm like, yeah, your dad's kind of stupid. Like, but also that's my baby brother. Yes, it's giving Catholic autism. This is why I think my family is so autistic, because only an autistic Catholic would read that literal into it. Because I've talked to priests about this. They're like, okay, relax. Like, even other priests are like, you're relax. Okay? Like, I'm telling you, it's the neurodivergency. I'm telling you, they're just trying to be like so literal. And I'm like, you're so exhausting. It's not that deep. Okay? It's not that deep. But listen, with peace and love, the funniest part is when my nieces and nephews come to me, they're like, wait a second. Are we weird? I was like, oh, you guys are so weird. Like, we think homeschooling kids are weird, and they are homeschooled, of course. But like, they are a level of weird that I'm like, but then they're so like, they play video games, they play Smash Bros. My nieces and nephews are great at video games. They know PBS shows. They know so many cultural references. Like, they're going to seem so normal and so weird. That's what I'm saying. They also watch all the classics. They have all the video games. They do all that stuff. You know what I mean? But then they're going to be like, oh yeah, we don't call them uncle and aunt. They call me Auntie Brittany because I am their aunt. But they don't call, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, I just think it's funny, but it is why the world is the way that it is. You know what I mean? So when we have these conversations, I think my job is to radically accept that everyone is on a journey, and to also accept that like, this just doesn't make any sense in a world where we're living together and trying to like make it work. Again, when we bring this up with pronouns all the time, most non-Catholics I meet call priests father and sister, the nuns, because it's just respectful and it's kind of fun. Honestly, it's kind of fun. I kind of like when I meet like religious people and I'm like, ooh, what's your title? Fun. And instead of it being fun, they're like, but I'm not going to call you your title. And I was like, okay, well, now it's not fun. Because I was happy to call you your title because it's kind of fun, but now you won't call me mine. Can we all just like figure it out? But no, because they think they're working under like an objective reality. So they feel entitled to you respecting their titles, but they feel wrong about respecting yours because it's a spit, like you're spitting on God's name. It's like offensive to their objective reality, what they call objective reality. Yeah, you know? And that's the problem. That's the issue. Chet said religious autism can lead to psychosis, so we got to be careful. I'll just say this for my family. No one in my family has ever exhibited like religious psychosis. Like, to me, psychosis, because I had a friend who went through psychosis, it's so serious to me and it's so obvious what's happening. Like, it is seriously the most intense situation I've ever seen. Most of the religious people in my life are not under psychosis. That's what makes it worse. Because if they were, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. It's worse that they're not in psychosis. Because I'm like, damn, you're just doing this sober. Damn, you're not even drunk. You're not even high. This is just you straight up sober. That's what's even crazier. That's why the world, right? That's why the world is such a funny place. Because like, you're just straight up sober as fuck, talking out your mouth about God and demons and this house has ghosts and all this other stuff. And I'm like, okay, And I know they'll say, well, why can God not exist, but your gender does? Both can be a relationship, but again, external versus internal. Gender is an internal experience that is perceived. God is an external an internal relationship with the external that you're claiming exists outside of you, right? Okay. So that's why it's kind of funny. Chad said, damn, maybe that's what my dad is going through. Possibly. You're like, it might be psychosis. I'll tell you this. My friend who was going through psychosis, they sounded like themselves, but different. Like they would say things to me and I'm like, that kind of sounds like you, but you sound different. Very grandiose, very like, we're going to save the world. Very like, oh my gosh, like instead of being an activist and advocating for minorities, which they were doing, it was like, we're going to save whole countries. Like, Brittany, we're going to save all of this place. And I was like, like this doesn't sound grounded. Again, what is my goal? To ground you. My goal is to ground you. That's what I want. I want to ground you in the most reality. So even if you hold crazy beliefs like uncle and aunt, whatever, you at least are grounded about it. You're not going to freak out. Everyone's chill. Because remember, like my gay brother is currently living with my farm brother and they're all having a great time. But there are these little nuances that are very grating where you're like, why are you teaching your kids this, bro? But of course he is, because he's still Catholic. His wife is Catholic. They're still deconstructing porn. They don't think their kids should masturbate or they should masturbate. Remember that. My brother and his wife think masturbation is a sin. So remember where they're coming from, right? Like remember where like people are coming from and why they believe. So then it starts to make sense. The question is, do they have enough understanding, and they don't, to say this is your experience and you're not allowed to tell what the rest of the world is supposed to do. You're not allowed to tell us what to do. You can have that experience, but I'm not about it. This whole Trump administration is just, this is what it's like being in my family, okay? RFK Jr. and Trump and everything the way it is going, it is very like my family. But see how none of these people are in psychosis? They're just bigoted, awful, entitled fucking men. Okay, upholding patriarchal systems and claiming they're better than everyone else. And that's the point. The point is our goal should not be to be better than other people. Our goal should be to raise everybody up to something higher. And that something higher is dignified living. I want you to be dignified in your living. This is not dignified. Survival sex work is not dignified. It's last resort. Okay, homophobia, transphobia, bigotry, racism, not dignified. Okay, philosophically evil. Okay, we should want an educated, housed, fed, clothed population. Globally, everyone should be entitled to these basics. We live in too much of a modern world for us not to set our eyes on that goal. Okay, but you know what's funny? You remember how WALL-E came out and everyone's like, oh my God, WALL-E could be our future. But in the future of WALL-E, and it's been years since I've seen it, only thing I remember is like, wasn't everyone clothed, fed, and housed? It wasn't great. It was very like not the best, but I kept thinking like, was there war in WALL-E? I can't remember now. It's been too long. All I remember is like, they might have been on those revolving chairs just eating and sitting, but was anyone fighting or raping or killing? I don't remember now. Does anybody remember? You know what I mean? Yeah. Great point. Chet says that confuses me so much from literal autism. Sense like, so if you have a vulva and are having godly sex, are you not allowed to engage in pleasuring yourself whilst having sex? I mean, they're not allowed to have anal sex. You can't have anal sex. You're not supposed to have anal sex as a Catholic, right? You're supposed to have sex that brings about a child, and masturbation can't get you pregnant. So yeah, their foreplay, like I'm not even telling you, when I have couples come to me and ask me for sex advice from Catholic perspectives, I go, how much foreplay are you doing? And they're like, oh. And I was like, guys, foreplay. But they don't know how to do foreplay because they don't know how to masturbate. I'm telling you. That's why religious women are having bad sex. Because you guys don't know how to masturbate. Okay? Thank you. Okay, back to this. For just a few, we're not going to watch the whole thing. It's a pretty long video, but just a few more seconds.
Definitely no. No. We think of ourselves as strictly women.
And so do the clients we pick up. And so we're dressed in women's clothing and we're taken for women. So in a way, we're not classed as homosexuals.
Is this what you want to be ultimately? Do you want to be women and have the sex change?
Well, no, I'm not quite certain on it. Others might be, but I think I'd go on like this till I reach the matured age, and then I don't know what I'll do. I'll probably turn back.
Perhaps surprisingly, they seem to have no doubts about the life they have chosen.
I don't anyway. I just love being a woman. I just love being a woman, to put it blunt.
Being a woman. But being a prostitute.
And that too. Right. It's quite good. That's how we do our living.
Well, how much would you earn in a week?
Oh, anything from 100 to 300, possibly more.
Whoa, that's pretty good in 1971. 100 to 300. They're kind of killing it.
It all depends on how the clients react. It's a good night. It's a good take. Or it's a good week. It's a good take in about 200 to 100.
Oh wait, is their money different? What's the currency? And USD, that'd be almost like or around $3,000.
An Auckland night spot, Mojo's, and an all-male review starring Nicole, Lee, Vicky, Cherie, Chanel, and Brandy.
That was so good. Listen to that again.
Mojo's, and an all-male review starring Nicole, Lee, Vicky, Cherie, Chanel, and Brandy, all born male. But they sincerely believe they are and want to be treated as girls. They are hard-working professional entertainers who strongly resent being linked with the transvestites who walk the streets.
Every one of us here work. I mean, if we wanted to go around doing these things, we wouldn't waste our time working and rehearsing 6 to 7 days a week to go on stage and put the show on properly. If we wanted, we could all go out and rob people if we wanted.
Yeah, you have people.
Uh-oh. So now it's the battle of who's more moral, the streetwalkers or the performers. Well, instead of asking, because like, look, again, I don't think anyone would choose survival sex work, especially since they have to get into fights over money. But ultimately, right, having to choose or feeling like, or maybe they could do sex work in a way that wasn't survival. Because it's not being anti-sex work, but see how the stigma...
This would go around and do this sort of thing. Okay, fine, but a newspaper gets hold of a story like this, and everybody's tarred with the same brush.
You say, who do we have sex with? That's a completely different thing again. We don't have sex.
See,
we have an emotional relationship with a male, that's right. But it's not sexual.
It's very like probably from the like the female hormone, which is artificial.
That's true.
And you're taking it sort of counteracts your male hormone.
There is no sex drive.
The sex drive is sort of killed. And
I suppose you could put it down to the same situation as any girl that before she gets married, she doesn't indulge in sexual relationships, but they would have an emotional relationship, and we more or less class ourselves in the same respect, in the same line.
So that you never will have sexual relationships?
Not unless we have a sex change.
Okay, I'm going to say something out loud and I kind of think you'll hear me. Don't they feel so real? Is that because it's kind of old? But don't they feel so real? Like the way they're talking and having the conversation, it just feels so honest and real. And like you can't, it feels like I couldn't even deny their experience. You know what I'm saying? They're not even faking it. It's definitely not a costume. They're just really embodying and living in this experience. And I'm like, yeah, they feel so tangible and found like just grounded to me, which is so interesting. I wonder why that is. Is it just because they are? Right? But why does, modern day videos don't feel that way to me? Maybe it's because the way we make content. Maybe it's the way we talk about ourselves. Like we sensationalize. That's what it is. They're not sensationalizing their experience. They're actually telling us about it. Versus I think today all media just feels so sensationalized. Yeah, Chad said it's a sensationalization. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, our media landscape is really shitty right now. It's just really bad. Yeah, they're archiving. Yeah, I agree, Chad. It's like they're telling us. It's like they're really giving us you know how you always want to be a camera on the wall? It feels like this is a real one. Because with YouTube, there's a lot of censoring. There's a lot of like behind the scenes. As an example, it's kind of a bad way to document. It's almost documenting the superficial of what's happening, but it's not really talking about what's happening. Usually talk about what's happening when you go back and review and the current documentary, here's what was really happening behind the scenes. But this doesn't feel like there's a behind the scenes. This feels like the behind the scenes. Does that kind of make sense? Chad says, yeah, they feel real. I found I relate a lot more to experienced trans people or older trans people or people who have been through more gender hardships. Chad, Discord said they are who they are. Discord said, are modern generations perhaps less community or grassroots oriented? With freedom comes less hardship, generally not an average compared to prior generations. I think it's also, I think it's more media based a little bit, because did you ever watch old interviews too and comedians and stuff? Something feels a little bit more honest, but maybe that's the problem, is like, but it's not like we didn't have sensationalism, right? Chat said sensationalism is still rife in the media. I think the news, print media in the Victorian period, I think about that. Yeah, I think you're right, Chad. There is still sensationalism, but maybe this particular interview style is just really delicious, like really real. Maybe that's why even the pointed questions feels more real too. Like, did he touch you? Did you like it? It's almost without judgment. It's asking the question, but without the judgment. Because you're right. I read about stories about the founding fathers putting bullshit about each other in magazines like it's TMZ all over again. So you're right. It's not like things were different then, right? Chesa, teenagers seem more mature back then too. It's weird. Well, I don't think they were. I think it's the way they're talking. So that's the other part. I don't think people were more mature back then. I think that's a myth. Because of the way they looked and the way they acted, I don't think they're more mature. Yeah, there is a Vsauce video about this. Actually, you're right, chat. I think it's just the way we process what is old. And if we see it as something old, I think we view it as something even more important. Like, we think history is more important than today. But today is just as important because we're living history. Like, history from the past. Do you guys ever grow up as queer people sensationalizing queer icons and being like, I hope my life feels like history? Your life is history. But I want it to feel like it. Like, will I ever feel like Ellen or RuPaul, or will I ever feel like the icons? Will I feel like Cher? Or does only get to Cher feel like Cher? But the truth is, like, Cher's still alive, RuPaul's still alive, Ellen's still alive. They're not mythical beings, you know? But the history feels good. Like, watch Ellen come out for the first time, feels like, whoa. Rosie O'Donnell. I was watching Rosie on TikTok the other day. Rosie, who was so iconic for me at the time, because I was like, oh my gosh. Rosie was just on TikTok the other day talking about how she's 64 or whatever. Here's this like icon that if you watch through a documentary feels like, whoa. And then you're like, she's just an old lady on TikTok. You know? And yeah, Ellen sucks. And that's the other part of it. All these icons that we kind of liked through a historical lens, they're not even that great of people. So that's the other irony too. Just because we love these girls we're watching now in this documentary doesn't mean they're also good people. They could be racist. They could be something. Who knows? They could be misogynists. You know, you don't know. Or they could have internalized misogyny. They could have problems, right? Yeah, chat says nostalgia is a powerful filter. I think that's what it is. I think that's a part of it too. Yeah, but also the interview style, I think, allows, again, if it's safe enough and you can interview, I think there's a part of it as well. But yeah, okay, let's go back to this.
Until we do it, then we might. But then it would depend entirely on our moral outlook on life. And I mean, each and everybody has a different moral outlook.
But just a reminder, when people go, being trans is new. Trans is something new. Girl, we have documentation after documentation. Autism is new. Nobody ever had autism. Do you guys not watch videos, documentaries? That's what I'm saying. Conservatives aren't watching these videos.
Basically, we just don't, because we're not particularly interested.
But there's a completely difference between a female, a transsexual, and a transvestite, which we are transsexual.
Yeah, what's the difference?
A transvestite is a person who puts a wig on and goes out for their own game, sexual or natural or their own satisfaction, but which we aren't. Like, we're not like that. We live as girls.
This is the difference. We like this 24 hours a day and night. A female impersonator is just that. A male that impersonates it.
Same conversation we're all having in our communities. Well, if you're not binary and you're a lesbian and you're this, like, what are you? And it's like, who knows? It's also a part of discovery, right?
Female. I don't class myself as impersonating a female because I'm as female.
To yourself, you are a female.
We all are. I mean, this is it, a female impersonator. The words speak for themselves.
Some people are impersonating because, I mean, that's what drag always was, right? It's like an impersonation. Some people are trans. Some people are XYZ, right? And so it's kind of interesting. But also, what does that mean? Like, maybe you have more resources. Yeah, Chad said, is this also racially motivated? Maybe there's a race and classism playing into this as well, because maybe they have access to living a more conventional life. Maybe they're the gays or the trans who are like, I live a normal life. I'm like everybody else, but these ones over here, they're the freaks. But maybe it's just a matter of classism or resources or privilege at play. Who knows?
goes out and impersonates a female.
You say that you are girls, you want to be girls, but legally you're males.
That's right.
And surely this must pose a lot of problems in everyday living.
I have had or are about to have our names changed to a girl's name, which creates
Nice.
knocks the little problem of when you have any legal papers, you're introduced in your girl.
See, even changing paperwork and changing your name. I think it's also a desire to feel real. Okay, so let's go down to this. Okay, so this is the what's his name, guys? Who's the trans guy who's like now a conservative and he's really mad at everybody, blah blah blah. This is the I'm real and you're not real. And it's like yeah, I think some people are, Buck Angel, thank you, chat. I agree that some people somewhere aren't real. But I also believe that we are not good arbiters or don't have the wisdom to discern who is real and not real. And I think for your own sake internally, it's okay if you question if somebody is really having an experience. I think it's different if you build a whole platform. Like, if you become obsessed like Candace Owens is with proving the gender of Macron's wife, like everybody relax, Bridget Macron. Bridget, is that her name? Is that the name? Anyways, so I think it's the issue is just like wanting to know. And I think we have to let go of that idea, except as it relates to yourself and your relationships and marriages and friendships. I think that's the issue with people. We keep trying to figure out the truth, but in the worst way possible. We're not figuring out the truth for curiosity or truth's sake. We want to know the truth so we know how to act. And I'm saying you should know how to act before you know the truth. You should know how to show up in the world as a kind and compassionate person without knowing the science or the gender or the ins and outs of XYZ. I don't need to know. That's why I say you need to feed and clothe everybody. I don't need to ask you who you voted for before I feed you. I'm just going to feed you. Okay? I'm just going to feed you. Okay? Chet says, I'm going in and out of the stream, but I don't know if you mentioned it, but I always thought it was interesting when these conversations in life are focused MTF, experience and not FTM, which is why I featured FTM at the beginning, because I thought that was important. But I really struggle to find a lot of FTMs, though I do have an interview to watch at the end here, FTM, because I do think patriarchy is the reason. I think we live in a patriarchal society, and everything about what is to be a man is also what it means to be a woman. Like, women don't ask themselves what it means to be a woman without first asking what does it mean to be a man, right? Because we live in reaction to them, which is why I showed you Chelsea Fagan at the beginning. I am not a person who is living my life in relation to a man. I am a man. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think of my life as a woman as related to a man anymore, but I used to. I used to live my whole life thinking from that perspective. I absolutely understand it. I don't do that anymore. And so when I see these cis women say that, oh, I'm decentering men, but also everything about my life is in contrast to, that feels like, no, that's not what I mean. When I mean decentering men, it means that I am seeking joy through a philosophical meditative practice that first and foremost centers my joy, my values, my ethics, my morals, and pays attention to how the world's working under patriarchy, but has nothing to do with what the gender that is man is doing. Like, I don't care what gender men is doing. What I care about is what patriarchy is doing, because that's a system. But I don't care what men are doing. I don't care what men are thinking. I don't care what they're doing. I don't care what they're interested in. I don't care. What I care about, and what tends to be an issue, is that I do enjoy a lot of man things. I do enjoy similar things that bring a lot of men to. I enjoy money. I enjoy certain structural issues. I enjoy politics. I enjoy philosophy. I enjoy very male-centered things in America. But I also don't view them through the same lens of being a man. But I still feel like I like those things organically and not because men like them. But I don't seem to like them the same way women like them. I seem to like them in a very different way, which I call boy Britney, or even like, it feels different, you know? Chet says center cats. I mean, if we're going to center anything, really. So I think that's the issue, is like, we use language to convey something, but it's not going to sound as clear unless you understand the meaning. So that's why I think I just At the end of the day, the safest place for me to have these conversations is always going to be with the people who see me the most. And genuinely, my partner is the only person who I feel has ever seen me so clearly in my whole life. And it's really nice. You know, it's just a really nice experience. It's not a requirement for everybody around me. But I think that's also what I want to tell you is like, you don't need the world to see you clearly. You need the world to see you enough. And it's the world and us together that need to work to see each other. We need to work to see each other. You need to learn to see bigoted people for their humanity. It's a really big struggle. You need to be able to humanize bigoted people without letting them take advantage of that, you know? And because you don't want to fall into Elon Musk's belief that empathy is a weakness where people take advantage of you. Because that's what that means. He wants you to be as bigoted as he is because he thinks it's a weakness to empathize with people who are your enemy. And I'm saying empathize with your enemy to see their humanity and still hold true to your values. But do not allow them to weaponize and harden your heart to the point where you also become like Elon Musk, you know, and think empathy is a weakness. It's not a weakness. It can definitely be taken advantage of, but that's why you need the wisdom and the discernment to properly express that empathy, right? And I think that's kind of the point, okay? And that goes back down to this idea of like, if you're going to marry a man, you know, when Chelsea says marriage is, it's worse for women. And then Fresh and Fit say women is always worse for men. They're saying something that's true in their lived experience. Maybe you're in a bubble where every time you saw divorce court, evil women got custody of the kids. Maybe that's true. I'm rolling my eyes a bit, but like, okay, maybe that's true. And then you see on the other side of it, women who've been tricked into giving up all their money to men that threw it away. And it's like, man, I wish I had a second account. It's funny that only when bad things happen do we think, oh, I should have done this. But what if good things happen? And what does that look like? Right? So I don't want to live in a world where my dating advice to people would be have a second account in case he kills you or hits you or abuses you. My advice would be, you know, the advice I always give, which is like, you have to really have the wisdom and discernment to be with somebody who is like you. And that's why, caveat, no judgment, why conservatives have that idea that like abused victims are like their perpetrators, because they're thinking you chose somebody like yourself. And that's where the self-blame comes in. Did I choose somebody like myself? When I say in my former relationship, I was toxic and I was with a toxic person, I'm not saying I was toxic like they were toxic. I'm saying I was toxic enough to be with that person, to make excuses for their behavior, to justify it, to allow my empathy to be abused. I was so toxic in my relationship with self. I chose that person. And it did reflect something deep within what I felt about myself, that this was as good as love needed to feel, which was 10% of being seen, up to 25. I would say by the end of our relationship, I felt like 30% seen. And that felt like enough. And I'm saying, unless it's 80, I'm not even entertaining it. Because 80 can get to 100 or 99, but 30% is almost never going to get to 100. So what, you know what I mean? But I used to think that was enough. Well, at least he's nice to me here. At least he sees me here. And remember that I met him through a trusted friend. A trusted friend, okay, somebody I highly respected at the time, messaged me and said, hey, my friend just got to town with their partner, because they're a poly. Can you show them around? And I said, sure. So now my 24-year-old brain has a relationship with somebody who's been vetted by somebody I respected, or I thought I respected, because, you know, hindsight's 2020, because like she is not the greatest person ever. And like, now I know that, right? She's a nice person, but she doesn't have the greatest judgment, which I did not know at the time. So here I was relying on this older woman to have good judgment, to introduce me to a friend, to introduce me to people I thought I could trust, okay, in a dynamic. So now because you think like, oh, Brittany just met a guy. Brittany didn't just meet a guy or a woman, because also his partner was the first woman I ever really had sex with. So now I'm having my first experiences, my first threesomes, my first sexual experiences, my first time being a submissive, my first time having like these, like, well, collared submissive, the first time I'm having these dynamics, and it's with people that are supposed to be trusted and educated and well-versed and well-known in the community. And then you think, oh, I'm doing my right vetting, right? So this is why I said to myself, okay, what is it about my life that I feel like I did all the proper vetting and it still didn't work? Well, the truth is my vetting was tainted by my desire to feel so deeply seen that any ounce of feeling seen felt like the most magical experience I had ever had. And so then I jumped fully in, which was fine, but came with a lot of consequences, right? And this correlates to even the gender experience of saying, I feel like I found the answer for me. So you know how JoJo Siwa went through that whole journey where she was like, I'm a lesbian. And then in recent interviews, she goes, have I ever even said I'm a lesbian? Girl, she literally said that in an interview. Guys, when did I ever say I was a lesbian? Only 1,000 times, JoJo. And that's that experience of feeling I got it. I found it. And I'm going to go fully in. So now she's like, I found it. I'm femme. I'm in love with Chris. I'm going to go fully in. But we know it's not the end of her journey. But there comes a point in your life, okay, where you really start to figure it out in a real way. And mine was about 30 years old. It wasn't until I was 30 that I was like, oh God, I think I'm getting it. I think I'm finally getting it. And now I'm only 36. I'm only 6 years into finally getting it. And that's the point. So here's JoJo being like, what, 20 something on a journey. And I'm sitting here like waiting for her. I'm waiting for her to finish cooking. But she's baking in the oven and she's a half baked cake. That's like, I figured it out. Girl, you're still liquid. You're still liquid. Okay. And that's the point. The point is give yourself time to bake. Okay. Give yourself time. Chat says, when you are unhealed, how would you find someone good for you when you don't know what good is? It's really hard to, right? Which is why I always say like unhealed and healed is very important. I know some people hear me say that and they go, Brittany, we're always healing. But there is a level of like, you know, past the bad. There is like a healed version of yourself that gets you on the other, you know what I mean? It's like being 10 years sober. You know, there's a difference between being 10 years sober and 6 months sober. It's like an experience, you know, you're past a threshold. Okay. And that's the point, right? Okay. Now let's do this. Okay. Great video. I don't know if I should be linking these to you guys. Should I just start linking some of these to you? I can start sharing them, but at least in the Discord for sure. I'll share them when I remember. Okay. Here's the next video I want to watch. Okay. This is 1988. So in case you haven't noticed the theme yet, I'm taking you from, and I'm moving you to the future. Okay. Here's 1988. It's not perfectly, but I'm going vintage first. And then wait till we whiplash into the modern time and see the differences between the energies, huh? Okay. Sally, Jesse, Raphael.
Play along Jeopardy's Tournament of Champions tonight at 7.
This was little Sharon Kay. Oh, an adorable child with blonde hair and dimples. But by the age of 7, she did feel something was terribly wrong. So when she was 27, Sharon Kay became Nick. Doris worked very hard on her looks. She was conscious of makeup, hair, even had cosmetic surgery, but she did not like her body. She didn't want breasts. She didn't want female parts. She wanted male parts. At 36, Doris became Steve. And Janet just knew somehow instinctively God made an awful mistake. She thought she should have been born male, not female. And she too had a sex operation, and Janet became John. John was born a girl. Now, you said you realized almost from the beginning that you should have been a boy.
That's true.
Where did all these trans people come from? They must be hanging out with middle schoolers. Oh, yes, all these middle school girls with their Machiavellian mothers. Why are all these girls trans all of a sudden? There was never any trans men before, and now there's so many. Bro, I wasn't even alive yet. I was still in my dad's balls at this point. Actually, I might have been conceived already. It depends when in 1988. But apparently I was conceived in August. So, okay. The point is, Jordan Peterson and all these people being like, oh, all these girls think they're trans, but it's a new phenomenon. Hello?
At the earliest recollection, I just always thought I was a boy. And when my parents...
You know what? I bet all these men were too busy watching TikTok. That's what it was, guys. In 1988, I bet all these guys were just watching TikTok, and they're like, I'm a dude. I'm like, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And everybody kept telling me I was a little girl. I just kept telling them that God had made a mistake and someday it would be corrected.
Were they outraged by that, John?
Oh, yes. My parents, when I was very young, kept telling me that, you know, I shouldn't say things like that because someday they might just lock me up and put me away somewhere, and then I'd never see my family again. And, you know, at a young age,
That's very hard.
Oh, that's so scary.
that's very hard to take.
scary, yeah.
Jesus.
So I learned at a very young age that I just had to,
My same parents that are like, we would have known if, you know, you never told us you were these things. And I was like, maybe because of the way you talked. Now, they never said those types of things to me, but they said other things, other very hurtful things. And I knew not to come out. I knew it was dangerous. I knew it was a big deal to come out, right? So they never said you'd be locked away, but they basically said like, oh, we'll never talk to you again. Actually, they made a lot of empty threats. That's what's so funny about my parents too, because like they cannot keep talking. They love talking to their kids, even their gay kids. They can't stop it. So even these empty threats they gave us, and I was like, the way you so desperately want us in your life, but you don't know how to invite us in because you just cannot understand the world doesn't revolve around you and your beliefs. But this is why religion is so funny, because I always used to say, if God was real, I'd be the best Catholic, because, if it's real, it's real. Right? And this is how veganism does feel to people. Even though I think vegans might be onto something, it feels very similar where vegans go, you can't be vegan and eat honey. No exceptions. It feels very rigid in a way that doesn't take into consideration other people, though I do understand the vegan perspective of truly believing like hurting sentient beings or hurting living creatures or killing them for your own pleasure is ultimately like, I totally get it, right? And I do think that is like somewhat significantly different, right? I watched, do you guys watch the Korean cooking show, Culinary Wars? Obsessed. But that's the show where I saw them grill live and steam blue crabs. And I was like, and apparently I wasn't alone. Reddit was pretty upset. And I was like, oh my God. Like weird. Like I understand why vegans would be so upset to see that because it was upsetting for me. And I was just like, I don't like this. But also things that are funny about that show that I think is interesting. Gender. Women, okay, on the show are deeply respected. Their positions of prominence are important. They're still, I'm sure, suffering from patriarchy in different ways, but the way they respect people, it is so better. It's so much better than American TV that is so mean and so demeaning. But it's like these women are respected. There's a woman monk. There was a female monk, and she's like, first of all, an amazing cook. But one thing that stood out to me is that she doesn't eat certain foods. So she's vegetarian, and they don't eat onions or garlic, which are inflammatory. And I was thinking about those things. From my understanding, that's why. And I could be wrong, but I think about that idea of like, oh, it's inflammatory. It's maybe bad for the body. What is it like to have a spiritual practice that says, don't even have inflamed foods? Like when I was first sick, they told me to take onion and garlic out of my diet because it's inflammatory. Okay. I don't do that now, girl. I'm inflamed every day. Okay. But I understand that perspective of coming to a point where, you know, eating certain animals, eating certain foods, like there's something is very spiritual about food, which is why Americans have such an interesting diet because we are not spiritual about our food. We do not have a spiritual relationship with our food. You know, we don't really honor it or think of it. We are entitled to it. We're entitled to food. And we don't think about it. We're just, you know, and I think like going back to a grounding experience, but then I think about food in the same way that I think about anything else in our life is if we're attempting to have a more dignified experience with every part of our life, then that would also mean extending that to other living creatures and beings and people, right? So like the reason my veganism resonates with me is because it shows compassion to another living being. Okay? The reason like lessening bigotry is good to me is it empathizes with another living being and it says, well, why do I feel this way about this person? Why would I feel this way simply because a baby was born a particular way, right? And so for people to hold on to bigotry, you know, that's why I say, like, is this dignified? And it's funny because religious communities will say, especially my family, they'll say, Betty, being gay or trans, it's undignified. Is it undignified? You know? Is it undignified? And like, that's a good question. But for me, discrimination and bigotry feels the most undignified because it also follows with the entitlement to commit violence. And that's what animals are experiencing and non-human animals are experiencing is a bigotry. Humans are better than you and therefore they're entitled to your flesh. It's a sense of entitlement. And that's interesting to me. Like I do find that interesting philosophically, of course. Okay.
Keep my feelings and my thoughts to myself about how I felt. And I kind of became a loner. And I just tried living the best I could with just existing. I didn't never really live as Janet. It wasn't until I had my sex change that I can look back now at who I was and admit that I ever was a female before.
Well, but I showed a picture. Now, this is a picture of you, right?
Right.
Okay. Let me hold this up. Tell our director we're going to take a picture of this. This is you. What do you think when you see Janet?
Well, is that you? I don't think that's him. I think that was a experience he was having, but I wouldn't say it was him. I would say it was a time in his life, but I don't think that's him now. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even know that was the same person, but also like the spirit of him has changed, you know?
Well, now I can look at it and I can look back and say she wasn't a terrible person and as ugly as I thought she was.
True, she wasn't. And like that's cool that he's talking in past tense because it's recognizing your past self. They're a part of you, right?
But at the time I was in that place, I thought I was so ugly and so gross that nobody would ever be able to love me or relate to me. I didn't think I'd have any friends. I just was obsessed with the fact that I was in this wrong body, and I just couldn't relate to it.
Did you hate her?
And I did. I hated her. I had so much anger and hate in me.
For her?
For her being there. It was like she didn't belong there. You know, this body was just a mistake.
Did God make a mistake? I mean, were you all religious? Did you believe God had made a mistake?
When I was young, that's what I used to think. I was born and raised a Catholic and went to catechism, was very active in church, and naturally at a young age, you're always taught that, you know, God created everything. So naturally at about 5, when I can remember, I thought that God had made a mistake. So I would tell people this, and I thought that that's what really happened. But I thought I'd just be able to go to bed one day and I'd wake up and be able to be John, who I was.
You know, one of the things that's hard, and you have to help me understand this, is the difference between feeling that way and feeling gay. As you were getting older, did you say...
Same conversations we were having, modern day, it never ends. Are you sick of this question yet? Aren't we also sick of the question, and yet it comes up every fucking time? Well, what is the difference? Well, if you're gay, what is being trans? And it's just like every day. And that's the point. The point is eventually you get fucking sick of answering the same fucking questions every fucking time. And yet sometimes you have to be that person. Sometimes you have to be the person who answers the question every time. But it does get exhausting.
I'm a homosexual. I'm gay.
No, I never did. Even as I really did get older and got involved with the woman who is now my wife, a lot of people thought we were gay and would put that label on us, but it was very difficult for me to accept that.
So you never said, I am gay?
No. And the main reason I didn't, Sally, was because in order for me to be gay, I had to admit that I liked my female body. And I would want another female to enjoy that body also. And I could not relate to that. So I would make love to my wife, but my body was totally off limits until after I had my sex change.
So this is why in safe queer communities that have deconstructed, in like the queer bubbles that embrace all of these things, it feels like a much safer place than this more like binary gay space that is asking the same questions that the fucking cis heteros are asking. Why are you asking me the same fucking questions that these people are asking me? Why don't you know? And it's because being a gay person isn't a monolithic experience. And if the gay person hasn't deconstructed, like, what is Blair White doing? What are all of these like conservative gays doing? What are you guys doing? You know, they're having a different experience. And that experience, you know what I mean? Like, that's why it feels exhausting. Like, why are you asking me a question that you should have understood? And that's why that, like, you know, I would love to see a world. I remember Blair said one time that she wonders if, like, abuse or something made her trans. And I would just say, like, you know, maybe, but also maybe not. Like, because if you can answer the question honestly, then you allow for the truth to not then dictate other people's existence in a particular way. You know, that's why the problem with like being honest about life gets hard, because then people will say, oh, see, I told you. Remember we were watching the poly-monogamous video the other day, and the 2 Catholics or Christians or whatever, at the very end, the poly people admitted or said that maybe they'd be open to monogamy. And they were like, oh, see? So you're right. Monogamy is better. It's like, no. Like, me no longer being poly doesn't mean poly doesn't work. You know, people being lesbians and then dating a man doesn't mean lesbians aren't real. But the problem is, and that's why lesbians get so defensive, because they're like, hey, you're making us look bad. And I'm saying, but imagine a world where you didn't center bigots, because that's what you're doing. You're saying the opinion of bigoted people who don't even see me as I am are more important than this queer person having a queer experience. And I will always prioritize a queer person having an experience over a bigoted person. Because the bigoted person isn't going to see you anyways. It doesn't matter how nice you are or how well you speak or how well you dress or how well you hate other queer people. They're never going to respect you. Because if I have to act a certain way and come up a certain way and play this game of hating other gay people in order for the heterosexuals to approve of me, well, that's not any better, right? So all these lesbians that are so busy hating on lesbians who are dating men, like, girl, with peace and love, you are literally centering homophobia over other gay people. That's interesting.
And now I can enjoy that.
You would make love to her. You were still a woman.
Well, I still had that female body, but
okay, you had the female body.
Right. Yeah.
And you would make love to her, but you would not want her to touch you.
Right.
Now, another thing I think that's interesting is you had very female parts. In other words, you had a very large female chest, correct?
I was gross.
But you see, I don't think that's
I didn't
gross.
have breasts, I had udders.
Oh, come on. I don't think that's gross.
I was like 44 Fs at one time. My body got
Whoa.
so huge, I weighed 260 pounds. I was like trying to destroy myself.
Oh, interesting.
Because I couldn't relate to it. I just thought one roll would just roll into the next. And
you mean, instead of, because you don't like breasts, you make a roll of fat and a roll of fat and you eat yourself into that.
So one would just relate to the, one would just roll into the next. And that way I figured nobody would be able to tell. If I was slim and trim and had these big breasts, then I figured other people would be attracted to me, and then I would have to defend myself. Where if I got grossed out, that nobody would want to have anything to do with me. And then I wouldn't have to deal with it.
How old were you when you had your first sexual experience?
I was in my mid-20s.
That's late.
Late. But see, I totally...
Were these with lesbians?
I think that's interesting that was late 1988.
Lesbians?
No, it was with a straight woman who had been involved with men. Actually, she was trying to upset her boyfriend. And but she totally understood how I felt. And it was like, she understood me better than I did at that time. At that time, I still wasn't able to deal with how I felt.
I wonder if he identified as a lesbian at some point, or is he saying no, but then his first sexual encounter was with a woman? That's interesting.
Want anybody to know how I felt sexually, so I kept all my feelings to myself. But she started asking me questions and pumping me, and just got me to be real comfortable with myself and let me know it was all right for me to feel the way.
Sometimes the people in our life, oh no, he said no. So, okay, so his first sexual experience was with a woman, but it was a woman who saw him for who he was, so it felt more like a straight experience. Is that what I'm getting?
I did, and to be who I was, and that I could make love to her, and that she didn't have to reciprocate, and that it was all right for me to do that. So.
Oh, I see.
When I look at you, it would never occur to me that you had been a woman. Never. Are you happier now?
Yes, totally.
How long have you been a man?
Forever. Since day one. Forever. See, the actual answer is forever. See how we decide this is the new wave of trans, the new way of queer is saying he was always a man. He just told you as a kid he was a man. He knew he was a boy. But when we ask like, oh, when did you transition? This is why I say transition isn't a requirement. If you know and you knew as a kid, then you didn't require transition to be. So this is why I say it's so funny the way we have our conversations, the language we're using, right?
And you're completely comfortable in that?
Yeah. Now
that's like kind of asking like, oh, when did you become gay? It's like I was always gay, or I didn't know I was gay until I realized, but like I've always been gay. Like for Brittany, I don't have a straight girl experience. Never as a child did I think I wasn't into girls, so I don't have that experience. That's why I know I'm not a straight woman. Every time I see them, I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but I also know I'm not a lesbian. I'll show you that later. When I see a lesbian, I'm like, yeah, I was never really a lesbian, like genuinely, like sometimes on a very rare occasion, I can be a lesbian, but 99% I think of my lived experience has never really been lesbian. Yeah. And now that when I really see a lesbian, I'm like, oh yeah, that's a lesbian, bro. There's like an energy to it. But sometimes my partner will point out, sometimes my partner will say like, oh my God, you're such a lesbian today. I was like, I am, thank you. But it's very rare in comparison to the rest of my life. Yeah. Like I'm much more often a boy than I am a lesbian.
The biggest thing, and my in-laws are always saying that, because they knew me before. My wife and I have been together for like 19 years.
Whoa.
And we were together like...
I got to get into that.
Yeah.
I can't just let you just dump. I got to get into two women are living together and one of the women becomes a man and the in-laws say, The woman my daughter used to live with is now my daughter's husband, and I mean, that is complicated. If you will allow me a little more time, we will talk about it. We're also...
Well, I kind of love the idea that the in-laws were already chill with the lesbian dynamic, question mark? The perception of the lesbian dynamic, question mark? Or maybe they thought they were roommates.
I'm going to meet Nick, who, by the way, was a nun, and
Oh, a nun!
Steve, who was married to a man. Their stories when we return. Yes, it's confusing.
Okay, let's skip.
Home early, huh?
Ben can be so stupid.
Is this an
you're
ad?
home early, huh?
Ben can be so stupid.
Yeah. Well, say, how about some Campbell's home cooking soup?
Grandpa, chicken soup can't fix everything.
No, you
Oh my God, it's an ad.
gotta have some tomatoes and celery and carrots, too. You know, honey, your grandmother never, ever called me stupid. No, she always called me pinhead.
Oh, Grandpa.
I knew some soup would make you feel better.
Home cooking soups from Campbell. They got their name
Whoa. Look at this ad, bro.
because of their taste.
Kennedy in the White House was one thing. Kennedy in Hollywood was quite another. On
my
the next
God.
Entertainment Tonight, learn more about JFK's private moments with the stars.
Oh, no.
His romance with Marilyn Monroe was more than gossip, and his reputation as a Hollywood playboy is growing.
Marilyn Monroe bounced out of the bathroom behind him, wrapped up in a towel, and it was completely obvious what was going on.
JFK's Hollywood Camelot, the inside
I
story.
love commercials. I love watching old
Next
commercials.
Entertainment Tonight.
Tonight at 7:30, right after
Whoa.
Jeopardy, here on Channel 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Charlie Kaufman and the Kaufman Carpet All-Star Band.
Wow, Charlie, they put out the red carpet, but they bought it from me at half price.
You too can get select carpets at half price during Kaufman.
Oh my God, this is so funny. Okay, I'm going to skip this, but I love commercials. I love commercials. We can't watch all of this. We'll be here all night.
We are talking with men who were at one time women. You know, I'm a little embarrassed. I'm not quite sure I know how to phrase what it is that we are talking about. But you said that you are married and have been with somebody for a long time, 19 years. What does that feel like, having lived with a woman and then living what other people would say is a male-female relationship? I mean, do you keep it straight in your head? I mean, you have to, obviously.
It was always straight in my head. It was just other people I had to straighten out. To me, I was always John, and my wife was always my wife, even though legally we couldn't get married until after I've had the sex change.
How did she handle it, John?
At first, it was very difficult. When I first met my wife and I told her how I felt and what I wanted to do, she just couldn't deal with it at all. But she really liked me as a person.
Oh.
So we were like really good friends before we actually really became lovers and husband and wife.
So one of the things that happens is you can, if you're friends enough, you can overcome a lot of things.
I think it takes...
Oh yeah. If you really love the consciousness for who they are and you're genuinely having a relationship with that person, yeah. I can understand why transition is hard for everybody, but I think that's beautiful.
Takes a lot because she's been through a lot. And I mean, just going through all of this with me has been a large experience
I would think.
for her too.
Steve, I was just saying to John, or I did before, that if I met him anywhere, there's no way I would think he was a woman. Believe me.
No.
Nobody ever would think that you had been a woman, ever. It's probably the last thing that occurs to them, correct?
That's true. Absolutely. Makes it nice.
It's better to be that way.
Absolutely.
All right, as a little girl, did you think also that you were a little boy? Did you fantasize about that?
Well, as a little girl, I was educated that I was a little girl. So I felt different, but I fantasized being a boy all the time.
It was always not just being a, what do they call a girl, a tomboy?
No, it was more than that. It was beyond that. I fantasized being a boy. I fantasized having a penis, and played the boys' games. It was athlete, detective, spying on buildings, and Tarzan, and those were back in my day, and things like that. Your day too. There was a Buck Rogers. But
Tarzan made a. Don't you love that? He goes, Tarzan, back in my day, but like back in our day.
I don't know if we tuned into him.
But did men find you attractive?
Men found me attractive. It's interesting. The kind of men that were attracted to me tended to be more feminine when I was a woman. So you have to follow this now. And the more masculine males were not attracted to me.
Wait, wasn't this the other person?
And I sometimes think that we tune into people's gender. See, that's what our issue is all about, than so much what people see. It's kind of like between the lines. So I always said that if I ever met a man more masculine
Oh, this is before. Okay, this is this person.
than I would marry.
You had your nose fixed to be more
I
attractive.
did, yes.
You were more attractive then to men.
Yes.
Now, you, from the waist up, I hate to discuss people's body parts because I was taught that this was maximum rude.
Well,
but
it's
look at your
weird.
development of your upper body, your arms, your chest. I mean, isn't that just tremendously masculine?
Yes, I happened to have a body before also that was very much like a male body. I've always been narrower hip, broader shoulder, very hairy.
Okay, that's the end of that clip. Ugh, isn't that all so interesting? I love watching these old things because it just reminds you again, like, it's not that much older. I mean, it's a little older than I am. It's like 37 years ago, but we're having the same conversations. You know, we're having similar conversations. It's just very interesting. Now, this is, hold on, this video here. Okay, this video is a little bit different. This is, okay, we're moving into a different bubble for just a second. This bubble is people who I think are having an experience that puts them at odds with how they're perceived. So like we just watched an interview, this woman just kept saying, wow, I would never have known. I would never have known. I would never have known. But now we're moving into a preview of a bubble with people who I think not only would people have known, but people would be made to feel uncomfortable by how maybe obvious it might feel. And that adds a layer of feeling like we don't look the way we want to be looked at, or we're not being perceived the right way. So we just spent all this time looking at these like very beautiful women, these very glam women. And now we're moving into women who are like less glam. And there is this conversation in the trans community between trans people who have money and resources and also style. But I'm just going to be honest with you and say cis people also suffer, bros. That's what we've been talking about in terms of beauty standards and being hygienic and being beautiful and getting surgery. Like all of it is gender affirming care, but all of it is also about a standard of expectation. Not everybody is into high glam or even like looking well. Like on TikTok, you know, you remember that trend about like who's low income or lower middle class, higher middle class, like middle class. And then everyone showed their homes, and then their homes, they're like, oh, I'm middle class. Bro, you're upper middle class, or bro, you're lower middle class. Or like some people would show their houses and like you can tell by their bathtubs. Okay. That's how like people can feel. People can feel that way. Like people can feel like you can have an old car and it's either vintage and cool or it's just a junk car. That's how I think like people can feel to each other, like non-derogatory. And so this ends up becoming, your story becomes different now. So this is why I say like you exist outside of these constructs and yet you exist in these constructs. And then there's that added layer of not even having the resources to get the things you need when you need them. I mean, you can just take it to clothes. You guys, I'll use myself as an example. You know, I'm on a no buy unless it's absolutely an emergency for clothing, because everything I want to buy in the future I want it to be different in quality and more like myself, more like an expression of something deep within me. I can't afford to do it. I can't afford to dress the way I want to dress. Now, obviously, the clothes I have and stuff were things I did afford at the time that I wanted. But the clothes I want to get, I can't afford. So the question is, does that mean I can't be myself while I'm here? No, I do the best with what I have and I still look fabulous. But does it feel like as true to what I mean to convey? Not always, to be honest. I was just telling my partner yesterday, like, oh, I can't wait to be able to afford this, this, and this. Because I really feel like it will make me feel like a little bit more like, yes, that's how I feel. Because I always want the internal and the external to be in sync. But we don't always get that opportunity. And I'm not willing at this stage in my life, it's not a threat to my sanity to put that like at the expense of something else I'm aiming for. Now, like therapy, though, that goes on a credit card, girl, because that's my mental health. So if something was impacting my mental health, we would put money towards it. But because the things I want are not going to impact my mental health for the negative, I'm vibing, we're not worried about it. And that's how you make a decision about what you make the decision, like what you decide to invest in. Okay. And also, this is the conversation around, and forgive me for using this word, but the stereotype of being like a creep. I had a friend just tell me they were at a party and this man approached and they just got really bad vibes from them, but they weren't sure if they were getting bad vibes because they kind of looked weird or if they were getting bad vibes because it was real. And I said, look, your job is first to protect yourself. Your job is second to deconstruct and make sure you're not just assuming, but either he is just funny looking in a way that like makes people feel uncomfortable for a bad reason, like we're being bigoted, or this guy, you know, or you're noticing a pattern, right? So these are the moments in your life where you have to decide, like, how do I discern what makes sense in this moment? Okay, so here we go. This is Sylvia Rivera. You probably know her, or maybe you don't. Discord definitely knew her because she recommended, or they recommended her. And so Discord knew, and Discord recommended a speech by Sylvia, but I also found an interview with Sylvia. So we're going to watch both. Actually, let's watch the speech first. This is Sylvia's speech at the 1973 Gay Pride. It's really distorted. And so what I did was for this one, I did put I'm going to move the video up and make it a little smaller. And then if you want, you can read the subtitles, but they're pretty hard to see. And it's pretty hard to hear, but just like get the energy, get the fire, get the expression Sylvia is trying to give us. Like read her energy. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Also, the reason I don't turn CC on if you guys are new for the streams is because if people go back and watch it later, they won't be able to see anything because it'll be double CC and it won't make sense. So that's why I do that. Okay, here's this.
For your gay brothers and your gay sisters in jail that write me every motherfucking week and ask for your help, and you all don't do a goddamn thing for them. Have you ever been beaten up and raped in jail? Now think about it. They've been beaten up and raped after they haven't spent much of their money in jail.
I know the audio is super busted, but basically she's saying she's at the speech, she's at Pride, and she's saying, you know, you're not doing enough. Like she's basically making a call to action, saying like people have been raped, like people have been hurt. You know, it's 1973, right? And so it's like it's this whole thing. But look at this. Okay, the audio is really bad. But look at this video from 2001. This is an interview, and this one I can stretch out, and you guys can see. So here you go. Check this out. Hello? Okay. It says, in June 2001, Sylvia Rivera accepted Brooklyn Black Pride's inaugural Marsha P. Johnson Award. Before this ceremony, she spoke with activist Christy Thomas.
Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Sylvia Rivera.
No, my bad. I'm so sorry.
Sylvia Rivera. I'm co-founder of Street Transvestite Action Revolutionaries, which is now Street Transgender Action Revolutionaries. And my co-founder was Marsha P. Johnson.
What about the issues of that there's a lot of organizations that have included T in their bill, like lesbian, gay, bi, and trans?
That zoom in is crazy, bro.
Is there real inclusiveness, or is it just a smokescreen? How do you feel about that?
No, that's the bottom line. It's a big smokescreen. This movement has become so capitalist.
True.
It is a capitalist movement. I see this movement becoming a straight gay movement that only believes in that almighty dollar.
I mean,
now what kind of logic is this? I don't understand. We do not owe the straight community a damn thing, so why should we be giving them our money? I feel highly offended. So what is the purpose of us, not us, because this is no longer my pride. I gave them their pride, but they have not given me mine. But what is the purpose of them celebrating their pride and giving straight people who still really don't accept the community, the gay and lesbian community, for what they are, but they want that almighty dollar of ours?
I mean, oh, she died in 2002. No. Ugh. Okay, listen. This is interesting because, you know, who was I just listening to? Who was just saying this thing about pride and how all the companies love a pride parade until it doesn't make sense for them in this administration? Then it's like, we're out, right? I think this is absolutely true. There's so much to this. And this is the political part of gender that is not just about cis people, men and women. So again, even though these are trans people and you might be thinking of them within the binary, even binary trans people, unless they are playing a game that appeals to the expectation of the script, like a Blair White, you are living a queer existence. And a queer existence is capitalist. And that's the dilemma. It's like, this also plays into money. I was thinking about a back to the basics with money. Honestly, I was very tempted, but I think it's two systems. But maybe I could talk about it. I don't know. But I think it was, you know, but so many people in the queer community have been saying things like this for a really long time. And I think it's important to remember that there is just a downgrade to the reminder that Pride is not a parade, it is a protest. And you have to remember that. And that's why you have to learn your queer history, because you have to be able to explain to people, like, you know, we're not just out here on floats having fun. We're remembering, you know, we have to remember, we have to celebrate, and we have to remember. And I think that's why it's hard to see it become so like faked, because she's right. Like, they don't care about queer people. We see that right now with this administration. Look how quickly businesses and people were willing to throw us to the curb the moment it didn't become good for this administration. The administration of America, our president, this administration, Trump's administration, the American president said there are two genders. Okay? English is the official language. Two genders, male and female. This trans woke ideology. She was right. She was right all those years ago. She's right now. That our community must be diligent and focused and not give in to this idea that they are not still targeting us because they don't understand the queerness of our gender expression or relationship to gender. And it is not our job to become more normal. It is the job of community to change the definition of normal to be joyful. We don't need a normal society. We need a joyful one. And yes, there are pockets of society that claim to be normal, but they're miserable. Religious people think they're the normal ones. And I think they can feel that way. Like, they can personally feel it. Like, I feel like a normal person. And yet I know that I'm weird, but I feel normal. Doesn't everybody? You know, or you feel like an alien, but don't you feel like a normal alien? Like, if the world wasn't so judgmental, I think I'd feel pretty normal. And that's how I think of myself, right? I think of myself as normal, except when I start to judge myself through others. So you remember when we try to own the word freak? Like, I'm a freak. Yeah, I don't say that anymore. I'm not a freak. I'm not. To be honest with you, I don't even feel like one. I only feel like one when I think of myself against the norm. And I don't really care about that norm anymore. So if you want to own the word freak, you can, but I just don't really feel that way. I think I feel pretty normal. You know, I feel pretty basic. How about that? You're basic. Yeah, I feel kind of basic. I'm kind of a basic girly. You know, what does that even mean? Okay. Right? Okay. Let's go through some trans history once again. Okay. This is kind of a fun little interview. I think it would be nice to go over really fast. Okay. Hold on. Let me pull this up. This is Christine Jorgensen. You probably know her as well. Pretty popular. Oop. Let me try to turn up the volume. It's kind of low. Oh, we probably won't be able to watch this one. Actually, the volume is really low. Let me just get, oh, there's a part. I wish I timestamped it now. Let me move in a little bit. Let me see. Let me move in. Okay.
A lot of water under the bridge, and I suppose over the bridge at times.
Right. In fact, I wrote to...
The volume's too low, isn't it? There's a part in this video where she says, this is, oh God, what year is this even? Hold on, 1980s. She says, we're still living in a world where boys wear blue and girls wear pink. So again, right? Like, it's okay. We won't watch this one because it's too quiet. You guys I'll link it. You guys can watch it in your own time if you want. But she says, it's funny that boys, you know, we think boys wear blue and girls wear pink. It's the question, we're still having this conversation today, right? What color do kids wear? What should we subject them to? And this is why I say, my goal for harm reduction and going back to the basics is to say we're not going to assign action to a child based off gender or skin color or body type. We are simply going to let that child have its own life, create its own path. And as long as it's joyful, it can look like many different things. You know? Okay, next video. Transgender pioneer at April Ashley, 1980 interview.
The dissolution of April Ashley's celebrated marriage to a peer of the realm as a result of that ruling has affected all transsexuals. April now lives in Herefordshire.
I don't think I could have had a better life.
I think I've had a marvellous life. Come out of the back streets of Liverpool, marry a peer of the realm, end up in this beautiful part of the world, have wonderful friends, have quite a few wonderful lovers. What more can you ask for?
After 20 sometimes glamorous years as a woman, April now lives alone in Hay-on-Wye. Her isolation broken only by visits from people like Philip, the son of her best friend. The locals are used to her now and accept her for what she is, with one or two small exceptions.
One little boy says, "Hello, Miss Ashley," and I said, "Oh, hello." And the other one said, "Hello, Miss Ashley," and I said, "Hello." And I was so touched, all the tears were streaming down my face, and I got 2 steps further on. One said to the other, "She's a lesbian, you know." So you, it just shows they don't even know what they're talking about half the time.
She's a lesbian, you know.
God knows what they hear at home. Hi, Paul. Hi, Paul. Still, yeah, you know, just like a disco in Glaisbury tonight.
Yeah.
Morning, April.
Morning, Chris.
What would you like?
Half a bitter and a Coca-Cola, please. When I go into the pub, I'm April. I'm never given any preferential treatment. I have to wait my turn. And in fact, because Hay is such a male-orientated place for fishermen, farmers, horses, horse dealers, studs, sometimes you in fact have to wait until all the men have been served.
Okay, so one time I was talking to this man, so you already know where it's going, okay? One time I'm talking to this man, and he goes, "I don't know why gay people act like you guys weren't fully accepted." I was like, "Since when?" And this is what he references. He goes, "Look at all this gay and trans history. Look at all these icons. You guys have always been accepted." Are you watching the same documentary as me? We watched a documentary once where it was like trans survival sex workers being teenagers, 14 and 15 years old, working on the streets, being raped by their customers. And he was basically romanticizing, like, this is what it means to be trans. And I was like, can you please stop talking, bro? Again, this is not what it means to be trans. Okay? This is what it's like to be abused. This is what bigotry gets us. This is not what it means to be trans. Being trans is not identified by survival sex work. Okay? The consequences of living under patriarchy is not what it means to be a woman. And that's the thing. Okay? We don't even know who we are because we haven't even deconstructed the systems at play. This idea that we've always been here. The idea that Hollywood has been making movies where guys are kissing has anything to do with gay liberation. That's the issue. The issue is this narrative that, like, but you've been in movies and we've seen characters and it's in the media. So we don't even know who we could be yet because we're all surviving. And I say, once you get out of survival mode, girls, when you're there, it's not because you're a wealthy person or an educated person. It's because you've deconstructed and liberated yourselves outside of this idea that you're defined through a bigot's idea of you. Who are you separate from how other people see you? So when I tell people to meditate, to ask themselves, okay, you're in a forest. There's no one else. Okay, you're in your house. You're in a neighborhood that's deserted. It's just you. What do you want to do with your life? Yes, the world exists. Yes, there's other people, but like none of those people matter. What do you want to do? What is the thing? There's no pressure. No one's telling you anything. What do you really want to do? Not forever, not even for always. Just like, what's the first thing you see yourself going towards? How do you see your life? Like, how do you want to really live your life? For now, it doesn't even have to be forever, right? It can just be like, yeah, I kind of like, this is what I imagine my life as. This is what I want to do. I think this is the lifestyle I would want. What do you want your lifestyle to be? What standard of living do you want to live in? Not the one you're settling for, but the one you're like, this is ideal. Because what people do, they start to fantasize. Oh, I want to live in a mansion. Pause. Do you want to live in a mansion? Yeah. Are you living in a mansion because you're thinking that, like, I just want to hoard all the wealth? Because, like, when I think of my ideal life, I don't think about living in a mansion. Too much to vacuum, too much care, electricity bill crazy. What do I need all that space for? When I think about my survival brain that just wants liberation, I think I want a big mansion where all my friends live. That's not really what I want, though. You know, that's not really what I want. What I really want is a place I can go that's just mine. That's like a little cottage or a little home or a little apartment or a little place. A place that feels safe and without judgment. A place that feels like I can trust my neighbors. A place where it feels like I can walk safely down the road. A place where, you know, life is simple, but it's fulfilling. That's like the place I imagine, a place where I inhale the air and it smells fresh, a place where I can get fresh produce, and the culture around the place is maybe thoughtful and compassionate and slow. A place where there's things to do and it's modern, but it isn't, rush, a place that is like country meets city, maybe something like that, something in the middle. It's like, what do I imagine my life? I want a life where when I wake up with the sunrise, it feels magical, which we did the other day, by the way. And it was crazy weird to see the sun come up. And it was like such a magical experience. And the whole neighborhood was quiet. And, there was just like the sounds of birds, and you were just like waiting, and it was just like such a beautiful feeling of watching the sunrise. And I just thought, oh, I get why old people wake up to see the sunrise. Like, it really is a profound experience to wake up every day and to watch the night become day. Something like that. Something where, you get to live a life where, you get to see the changing. You get to see life happen. You get to be there for it. That's not everyone's, idea, but the idea is to know it. The idea is to know, okay, then how do I do that? Okay, when my partner and I sit down, we think about money. I say, what do we want for our life? What do we imagine? And what makes sense for who we really are as people? We don't ask ourselves, what do we want so people think we're cool, or what do we want so blah, blah, blah. What do we want so when we wake up every day, this life feels content and great? Now, we're already technically kind of there, to be honest. And I think a big part of it is that we've both gone on our own journeys, but we also move towards a future where, what do we want when we're old? What do we want when we need a hip replacement? What do we want if I have dementia? What do we want for our life if like one of us gets sick? Like, that's what we also think about too. And that needs to be just as good as the present, And a big part of what we want also includes like a level of queerness, right? That's why I say gender isn't a thing in our marriage. Like, we don't think about what to do because we're men or women or whatever. It's more like, what do we want? And then we're not asking ourselves, what do we want as women or what do we want as men? We're saying, what do we want? What makes sense? What coincides with our joy? And until you can do that, it's really hard. And to be fair, a lot of people only want to know the answer to those questions through those lenses. What do I want as a man? What do I want as a woman? And that's fine. If that is the most important thing to you, sure. I think it's a little reductive, because even if you're a cis man or woman, I really think you owe it to yourself, in my opinion, to ask yourself, what do you want? Not as a man or a woman, but as a person. But, you do you, right? Because I think a lot of people are externally motivated, okay? So they only see themselves through the lens of the external world. I feel like that internal relationship, that introspection, that's why it's lacking. I think we're deeply lacking in introspection because we aren't internally motivated. So we don't know why we do what we do. Okay, you hear that from a lot of people. Why do you have kids? I don't know. It's expected of me. Why do you do this? I don't know. I guess it's just what I thought we should do. Okay. But what if it wasn't? Same with money. Do you really need all that money? Or do you just need to have a different relationship with money? Now, you do need a certain amount of money. You need at least X amount of monies. But do you really need like all of that money? All right. Oh, this is the end of that video. Okay, so that's the end of that video. Let's go to this next section, which is, oh my God, I'm in love. I hope this interview doesn't get us copyrighted. I'm absolutely in love with this video series. Are you ready? Actually, let's take a 2-second break. Let's take a little break. And when I come back, you're going to meet Toby, who's one of my favorite genderless, gender neutral, gender non-binary, whatever Toby wants to call themselves. You're going to meet one of my favorite people ever on the internet. You maybe have even seen them before. Okay, let's take a little bit of a break and we'll come back. Okay? All right, I'm back. All right, let's see. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, I'm gonna pause music. 1, 2, 3. Okay, ready? Let me pull up this interview. Okay, so this is Toby. Love Toby. Let's see how the sound is. Let's move this.
I don't know. I guess if I thought in my head...
It's the middle of a conversation. We're jumping in.
And did all the physical things, I could be a man, correct? But you don't want to do either of those.
I don't want to do either of those.
You want to be a neutered person.
Yeah.
A neuter.
Neuter, not neutered.
Right, neuter. All right. Are you annoyed with me that I'm this ignorant?
No.
Because I think I am. I mean, I don't really, like a lot of people, I guess, I don't really understand all of this. If we take a break and we come back, will you explain it? I have a million questions.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
Dun, 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 dun. I love her fashion. I love this fashion. I really should have been born in the 80s. I mean, I was, but I really should have been an adult in the 80s. See, look how good this is.
We're talking today about something that's really fascinating. This is Toby, and Toby is neuter. And we have been, I have been, excuse my ignorance, trying to understand it. Toby, you seem almost proud of the idea that you are neuter. You could be male and fit in with society, or you could be female. I mean, there are ways of doing that today with medical science.
Why should I?
But you don't. But why don't you want? Why should you? Because, well, there are girls' schools and boys' schools. You have to put down one or another on all kinds of forms, on driver's licenses and things like that. One would think it would make your life easier to choose one and go with it.
Easier by whose standards? You're a woman.
Right.
There's a lot of discrimination and prejudice against women in this society. It would make your life a lot easier if you would just have your sex changed and become a man. You would fit in better, you would get more professional credibility, you would have a better chance for advancement.
All right, but I can't change what I am, or I don't want to.
Which is it? You can't or you don't want to?
Either.
You can have a sex change.
You could. One could.
One could. I could. You could. Anybody could. Most people don't.
But isn't it complicated in a whole world that's set up for men and women?
It's complicated.
It is complicated. But why choose to do something that's complicated?
I did not choose to exist. Finding that I exist, I determined that it's a good thing that I exist. I like being who I am. Why should I try to be anybody else?
All right, that makes sense. People are probably asking, why are we talking about this today? And one of the reasons is, of course, that the purpose of what we try to do here every day is understanding. And that's why Toby said, okay, let me try and explain. Now, just like me trying to tell you, well, Toby, it's easier being male or female, I'm sure doctors and parents and people have been doing that your whole life, haven't they?
Yes. We can do all these things. We can give you hormones, we can give you surgery, we can teach you behaviors and role-playing and train you to fit in as a female or as a male. We can rearrange your body and put chemicals into you, and it'll change everything.
Listen to me when I say this. I genuinely do not know what Toby was assigned at birth. For the life of me, cannot tell. Cannot tell. I have no inkling. I have no direction. Every time I start to think, oh, maybe they're AFAB, maybe they're AMAB, I'm like, you know what? Can't fucking tell. I got nothing. So all those people are like, I can always tell. I can almost always tell something. I'm just getting straight up non-binary or straight up like androgynous or straight up. What an interesting experience. And I love it. I love to see it like an authentic, real person existing, and their comebacks are good. Like the way they express, like, you know what I mean? Like they're just, they, you know what? It's very grounded. They know what's going on.
Well, why bother?
Must be a heck of a fight, you know? That's what I'm thinking. It's going through my mind, what a difficult fight. Number one, you don't have a pronoun. I can't say, this is Toby, he. Now, I used he, but you would prefer me not to use he or she. We don't have a pronoun in English.
An ideal language would have a pronoun. Again, do you change yourself to fit what's outside?
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying.
Oh, is Toby agender? I wonder what the title is, because I don't think they're, are they agender?
How difficult.
Is they even right? Is it just Toby?
Maybe in a way, though all of life is or should be a fight to be the best of who we are, not changing ourselves. I mean, that's something that you hear about. I'm sure people are fascinated by your sex life.
Yeah, people are a lot.
Man, we all be out here fucking. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, when we have conversations, we're always like, so how do you fuck? That's, girl. But how do you fuck though? Like, isn't that so funny? Isn't it so funny?
More fascinated by that than I am. What sex life?
Yeah, so asexual probably, right?
You have no sex life.
That's right. And it's not just a matter of not having the equipment, because professionals have been very, very earnestly and sincerely helpful in explaining to me all of these things that I can do, even without a penis or a vagina. And I sit there and I listen to them and I think, why on earth would I want to do that?
Toby, if you...
Discord says, autistic, asexual, agender, AAA.
If you don't have the feeling for sex, if it isn't there, if you never knew that it existed, which in effect you don't, then it doesn't become a major number, right?
No, it doesn't. When I was 16, I was at a clinic where all these professionals were telling me, you can get a prosthetic penis made, and it will exactly match your skin color, and it will be exactly the right size for you, and you can strap it on, and you can have sex with it just like a man. And I sat there and I thought, what good would that do me?
Because you don't desire it.
Well, even if I did desire it, this is a piece of rubber. It does not have any feeling in it. It's not a part
No, Toby. Don't be talking smack on strap-ons. Okay? Because you don't get it. It's a very interesting experience, let me tell you.
Of my body. It's just, I might as well leave the thing home for my so-called partner to play with while I go out to a movie. No fun.
Somebody in this comment section said, it must be difficult on Toby to be the funniest person in the room every time. And I was like, that's Toby.
If I'm going to be having a relationship with somebody, it's got to be me in that relationship, not some contraption that some doctors make.
Do you have any relationships? Do you have a relationship?
I have lots of relationships. I have.
Oh, okay, a romantic relationship.
How do you define romantic?
Toby's so funny. Honestly, talking to Toby sounds like talking to somebody who's like, I don't know, in like a queer, polycule, gender fluid, whatever. They're just like, well, what do you mean by that? Well, what do you mean by that? Like, what do you mean by that? We're not dealing with the same script, bro.
Romantic. Interesting. Toby, it's almost as if you got here from Mars. I mean, you know, I'm beginning to feel I'm in a sci-fi movie.
I feel that way.
Romantic
too. The difference is that I'm the stranger on your planet, and you've got all these other people around here that are from the same planet you are, and I'm all alone here.
Okay, things that feel good. It feels wonderful to kiss somebody.
Yuck.
Yuck?
Yuck. No kissing. That's out.
Okay, it doesn't make you feel wonderful to kiss.
No.
It feels wonderful to hug and hold somebody.
That can be nice.
That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
When you feel that wonderful, that's nice, do you want to do anything more?
No.
Wait, Chet says, might be a dumb question, but why do we say AFAB, AMAB when sex has no bearing on gender expression? Great question. Sex and gender are different, but I think when I say AMAB, AFAB, I'm trying to say, because we all come into the world getting assigned, right? So it just means to say, like, what did the world tell you you were on day one? That's how I think about it. So does that answer that question? Like, it's not a commentary on it impacting gender, though maybe it could. It's to say, how did society decide who you were when you were a baby? To say, like, what was your experience? Like, what did the people decide for you? I think that's more or less how I mean it. Does that make sense? Because even if you were assigned AMAB, it doesn't mean you were raised as a boy, right? Or assigned AFAB doesn't mean you were raised as a girl. But, like, what were you assigned? And then what were you raised as? So, like, I would say, like, oh, you were assigned this, but, like, were you even raised? These would be two different questions for me. Because, like, Kat Black's a great example of this, where she might have been assigned AMAB, but she was raised, you know, she says her trans experience is so different because she got to be a trans kid. And that meant that she wasn't really raised as a boy. you know? And so like that's always stands out to me, like the differences between like assigned versus raised as. You know, like my dad said when I came out to him as a lesbian at 21, he goes, "Is this because I raised you as a boy?" You know, so even that idea is like, you know, I just thought he was raising me as an equal, but I didn't know he was raising me as a boy, PS. I didn't know that. Compared to my sister, it makes sense. My sister and I have such a different upbringing, but I didn't know my dad was raising me as a boy. I didn't even know that's how he thought about it. You know? So it's kind of like funny in a sense, but he thought he turned me into a lesbian. He had like a midlife crisis over it. Kind of funny.
Very often. I mean, what do you mean anything more?
You want to get even more of a feeling of wonderful.
I think I can see where you're leading, and I'd like to lead you. There are all kinds of things that can lead to. All right, let me give you an example. I have a relationship that has been going on for almost 12 years now.
Oh.
We live together. We sleep
Okay,
together.
Toby. Okay,
we hug
Toby.
and cuddle a lot. There is never any genital contact except in cases where the other party needs assistance with personal hygiene.
Oh, interesting.
We're going to be together permanently. Is that a romantic or a sexual relationship?
Yes.
No, it's
a loving one.
It's love.
All right, if I tell you
It's companionship, isn't it? Wait, hold on. What was the question?
we're going to be together permanently, is that a romantic or a sexual relationship?
I mean, it could be a romantic. Sounds like marriage to me.
No, it's
a loving one.
It's love.
All right, if I tell you that the other party in that relationship is my dog, does it make any difference?
Oh, damn! Toby got me, bro. Toby got me.
Toby, you just tricked me.
Why? Why is that a trick?
Oh, because we assumed that you were in a relationship with a human.
If I were to be in a relationship with a human that involved that degree of closeness, it would have to be somebody I loved at least as much as I love my dog.
You never met a human that you loved as much as you love your dog?
No. I have a permanent lifetime commitment to that dog.
You could to a human.
I could, but I've never met anybody that seemed worth it.
Toby, you're absolutely fascinating. What's scaring me is that I'm not sure you might not be right. I mean...
Wait, I'm not sure you might not be right. Yeah.
We're all put here for some kind of a lesson. Maybe not for ourselves, but maybe even...
Chet said, what are Toby's pronouns? Toby has no pronouns. Toby goes by no pronouns. Mm-hmm.
For other people. And I'm trying to figure out what the lesson is, Toby.
And figure it out, tell me, write up lesson plans and quiz people.
Not that way. Not that cold, cut and dried. Do you believe in God?
Yes.
Does it therefore not make sense that maybe God planned you to be the way you are?
That opens a whole can of worms there that I'm not really prepared to get into.
Okay, you don't have to talk
I think
about
more
it
along the lines of God gives people the strength to do the best they can with whatever they get.
Toby, does God make mistakes?
Well, if God does make mistakes, far be it from me to try to correct them. I don't think God made a mistake with me.
Take a break, we'll be right back.
I don't think God made a mistake either. I love Toby. Okay, we're not done, but let me link this first interview so you can know where I'm getting this information. Okay, let's go to part 2. Part 2 with Toby.
You know, Toby, did you just look at your watch? Are you wondering when this is going to be over? We are talking today about gender-related things that happen, and I want you to stay with us. It's like I'm trying to understand, and Toby is sitting here. Toby is neuter, in case you're just joining us, and Toby is extremely matter-of-fact. So I said this in the break. I said, Toby, you're very matter-of-fact, and Toby said, aren't you matter-of-fact about being a woman? Mm-hmm. And the answer is yeah. But, we watch somebody who's matter-of-fact, and we say, well, how dare they be comfortable with what they are and be matter-of-fact, when, of course, matter-of-fact is what you want somebody to be about their gender or about their sexuality. So it's absolutely fascinating. I referred to this as maybe somebody came from Mars, but the whole idea is you don't have to come from some place like Mars. Maybe right here on Earth. Huh? Is there any hurt in this? Is there any pain?
From what? There's pain from outside sources. There's pain from rejection. There's
What's pain from the outside source?
Being told I don't count. Being told I don't exist. You sort of get a kind of a philosophical.
Oh, interesting. The script on the screen just said Toby says he is neither man nor woman. And so they are gendering them or Toby as, okay, so that answers that question. They were assigned male at birth. So says he, even though Toby doesn't use pronouns, I wouldn't have known. I couldn't figure it out. So like, that's interesting.
You sort of get a kind of a philosophical perspective on it that there are people who think that they're doing me a favor to be seen with me because I'm so weird and people ask them questions about what kind of relationship.
Wait, chat says, y'all, Toby is a pseudonym and James Sinclair is their real name and they're an autism activist? What? Toby? Wait, what? Toby isn't Toby? No way. We knew they were autistic. Oh my gosh, yes. What?
We have, and people might think that they're strange for being seen with me, and I don't need friends like that. So there's pain when somebody that I thought was my friend turns out not to be. There's pain when somebody that I ought to be able to count on for support isn't there.
Have you had a lot of that?
I had a fair share of it. The things that you talked about, filling out forms, that's minor.
It is.
I kind of sharpen my claws on the poor bureaucrats with their little forms there, and just gives me in practice for big issues.
So that's why you do that.
It's not why I do that. It's just kind of a fringe benefit.
Okay. This is
Steve Hammond.
Is there pain there too?
Yeah.
I watched you watching Toby.
There's pain. Only question I have to ask this person is, have you ever had surgery to find out if you have testicles or ovaries?
Yes, there has been exploratory surgery and there have been examinations, and it is absolutely certain that there is nothing there.
There is nothing. Now, let me explain why my guest brought that up. This is what my next guest looked like as she was growing up. Linda lived the life of a normal little girl until she realized that something was very wrong. At the age of 12, Linda, female, was having erections. Today, Linda isn't Linda, Linda's Steve. Now, what happened was that when Steve was born, he was mistakenly identified as a baby girl. How? This is not transsexuals. This is not people who've changed their sex. This is not people who've had operations. This is somebody born, the doctor takes a look and makes a mistake.
Right.
Says this is a girl when it wasn't a girl. Explain that.
Well, I was born in a modern hospital, and the doctor smacked me on the rump and sent me on home and told my mother, I had a healthy girl. And when I turned age 12, 13, I started getting these erections. And, I had a penis, and then it started getting erect.
No, wait. Okay.
I had understood.
Where are you from?
Kentucky.
Kentucky. Even in Kentucky, there are girls and there are boys.
Right.
You had a penis. Why did they call you a girl?
Well, I was a girl at the time. I mean, I was living the life as a girl, but I was a male at birth. I had complete male sexual organs. I had undescended testicles. My penis was covered with layers of skin that was tied down, and I had prostate gland.
In other words, all the male organs were tucked up inside you. What the doctor saw was what looked like a female.
Right.
But you were a male.
Right.
They were just covered over and tucked up inside you.
Right, I had no vaginal opening. I never have no periods.
This would be one of those examples where none of the female parts developed and all of the male parts developed, but not all the way. Is that right?
No, I was just a complete male with a birth defect.
They weren't all the way where they should be.
I didn't have no vaginal opening.
Right, so none of the female parts were there, and all the male parts were.
All the male parts were there. None of the female parts, but you're right. You said it very well, Toby.
Right.
You want a job here? But they were all tucked up inside, and you're living a life as a girl.
Right.
Because you don't have the male parts that people can see. And you, at 12, begin to have an erection.
Right, I go through puberty as a male, like a normal male. I experienced the normal male puberty. Here I am, a teenager, and I'm waiting on periods and waiting on my breast to develop, and I'm developing into a man. It's confusion, but it's been a trip for me. Because I've had this battle all my life, I love sex, and that's why I had to make a decision. Here I am a man, and I want to be a man, and I don't want to live this confused life the rest of my life. I believe God created male and female. And I believe if you
Oh, there goes Toby.
well, I believe if
There goes Toby. The audacity to sit next to Toby and then say, I believe God made male and female. You're so rude.
Toby went and had her chromosome count and everything, I believe that she could find out what she was meant to be.
I was meant to be exactly what I am.
Oh, and then they go on. So he goes on to say she is meant to be, even though they said Toby's a... See how none of this... Okay, I love this. They can't all decide which pronouns. This is like... What was that time that happened where somebody was like, you'll never be a woman, but it was a woman, and they were like so confused, and like, you're all a woman? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you keep trying to like get one on people, but like you yourself are gendering them correctly, and you don't even understand it because you can't understand people. Like, you don't... This is like what's so funny about human beings. We think we know when we know. And I agree. I think there's something intuitive in us that we know when we know, but sometimes we're wrong. You have to say, I know a man when I see a man, but sometimes I'm wrong. I know a non-binary person when I see one, but sometimes I'm wrong. I know a woman when I see a woman, but sometimes I'm wrong. Because if you allow yourself to say that sometimes I'm wrong, then you are allowing yourself to really feel like, yeah, I get it when I see it. Instead of like, but I understand that anxiety of like, oh, what's the gender? What's the gender? Oh no, I don't think I know. And then, I get it. But I think we do know. I think that's why sometimes even transphobes will correctly gender people or pronoun people, because I think they do know, they just don't get it. And it doesn't make sense, but they kind of get it. And so that's what I'm saying. We have to allow room for us to be wrong, not only about other people, but about ourselves. Because they might say to yourself, how are you wrong about yourself though? And I get it. I used to think very similarly, like, no, I know. But what I now change my language to say is I know for now, and I know in a way that can guarantee. And again, this goes back to this idea of like, well, how will I, like, I had somebody once I knew who was like in an on-again, off-again relationship. And I used to say, hey, like, I think you're in a toxic relationship dynamic. Like, have you guys ever thought about breaking up for real? And they're like, no, like, I'm with this person. I love this person. We're going to be together forever. And I was like, yeah, but you keep going through these like really big breakup cycles, right? And they're like, yeah, but like, you can't guarantee the future. So like, even if you get married, I was single at the time. They're like, even if you get married, you can't guarantee that person you're going to be with them forever. And I was like, well, but there is a difference between a breakup cycle that happens over and over again and me looking at my current partner and saying, obviously you're free to go. You're not chained to me. If you want to divorce me, you obviously can. I support you. And also my partner can say to me, I want to be with you forever. And I guarantee that, because what they're saying is I guarantee that my intentions are not only to be with you forever, but it would take a significant reason. Oh my God. It would take a significant reason for us not to be together. And that's what we're saying versus a person who's in a cycle of a breakup and get back together. It obviously doesn't take something extreme, because you can't be having that many extreme things every day. So if you're in a constant cycle of breakup and get back together, you know what I mean? That could just be the change of the wind. But in order for my partner and I to break up and to divorce, it means something significant happened, significant good or significant bad. Like somebody transitioning, which wouldn't happen in my marriage, but somebody else's marriage could say, I value my partner. They transitioned. We went our separate ways, but I value them. See how something significant happened? So then you would say to your partner, I guarantee I'll be with you forever unless something significant happened, which is a very different promise than I promise to do life with you forever, but I might break up with you next week and not want to talk to you for 6 months. These are not the same. These are not the same. Which is the difference too, as well as finding out who you are as a person. I really believe sometimes I see trans people on TikTok and I look at them and I say, hey, honestly, bro, you look like you're a mess. You need to settle down. Stop coming out every 2 months. Okay. Sometimes I do see people who they look like they're going through it. And I was like, hey, take this off TikTok and go to your therapist. Okay. And then sometimes I see religious people. You ever see those people? You ever see those people? They're like, I believe in Jesus today. Actually, guys, I'm questioning the faith. Actually, guys, I'm a Muslim now. Actually, guys, I'm questioning a faith. It's like, okay, we get it. Go talk to a therapist about it. There's a lack of groundedness in the dynamic, right?
Well, I believe that you could find out medically, though, what you was really meant to be, male or female.
Well, I could find out what I would have been if I hadn't been what I was.
Okay.
Steve, your family is bringing you up as Linda. You're 12 years old and you're still Linda. You're doing girl things, wearing girl clothes.
Well, I'm under cars and I'm playing softball. Now that stuff didn't appeal to me.
So you're being a tomboy.
I'm a tomboy.
And your family thinks you're a tomboy.
Yeah.
At what point does somebody take you to a doctor, or at what point do you say, Mom and Dad, I'm not a girl, I'm a boy, and what happens?
Well,
I mean, explain
when I
it.
started going through puberty, I was laying in bed one night and I felt this enormous erection. It scared me to death. I said, what in the world is happening?
You know what? You know what? You know how I know he's such a fucking man? Because he can't stop talking about his fucking erection. We get it, bro. Okay, we get it.
Me? I got a tumor.
I'm just kidding. Good for him.
What? You know? So I go tell Mom. I say, Mom, I said something's not right down there. I said, and she wants to take me to the doctor right then and there, and I won't. You know, I just don't do it. I'm embarrassed, and I said, if it starts hurting, I'll go.
Yeah. Chad, enormous. He's like, my enormous erection. We get it, bro.
You know, it's something that really interferes with my health, I'll go. But you know, I just sprouted on up and I lived a good life. You know, as a living that life as a female. I played softball, made a lot of friends, a lot of platonic relationships, as you know, that I had with men and women.
Oh, Chad said, how did they raise this kiddo? Changing diapers, giving baths, and care for the body, not questioning anything? Because people don't clean their kids' foreskin. Because people don't clean their kids' genitals correctly. I learned this when I was a nanny. Because, like, you have to learn as a nanny to clean the kid's, like, body. And I learned which parents didn't know and which parents knew. Yeah, that's why men grow up not circumcised and they don't know how to fucking clean their fucking penis. And I'm like, did no one ever teach you to pull back the skin? Like, and what about when you have a vagina or a vulva? Did nobody teach you, like, what to put down there, how to clean yourself? You know what I mean? I had a friend of mine who we used to take showers together, as one does. And we were also lovers. And at the time, before they transitioned, they were just like a girl, you know, living a girl life and being a typical girl that does not get sex education from their mother. And we were in the shower one time and they were like, hey, can I clean you? And I was like, yeah. And without thinking, they take a bunch of soap and put a bunch of soap inside me and finger me, like, to clean. I was like, whoa, pause there, Charlie. Okay. Their name's not Charlie. I was like, pause there, buddy. I was like, I'm going to get a yeast infection, and boom, yeast infection. I was like, do you put soap up? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, that's why you have yeast infections, bro. And they were like, oh shit, my mom never taught me this. And I was like, that's okay. I'll teach you. Like, we will teach each other. You know what I mean? I will help you out, homie. And you know what I mean? Like, I was like, I got you. And like, that's the stuff that I think, this is why it's great to have friends that are lovers, because you can really help each other out. Okay? Anyways, we laugh about that story all the time. We laugh a lot together, okay? Because we're still in each other's life. And we laugh all the time about all the things we used to do all those years ago. Like, you know, learning about our bodies and learning who we were and learning how things worked. And now they're on a completely different journey. It's fabulous. They're so happy. But it's like one of those things where, you know, you don't know what you don't know. You don't know what you don't know. And that's the point. You don't know what you don't know. And I would just love to give people this information to the best of my ability, because, like, even as a nanny, I can't tell you how many kids didn't know how to wipe themselves. I had one kid who, he had 4 siblings, and he always smelled like poop. And the parents would say, he's got a problem cleaning. He rushes. And I said, can I teach him how to wipe and stuff? Because, like, obviously you got to tell him. If he doesn't, he's going to get bullied in school. He already was. Like, kids were like, ew, you smell like poop. And he would literally smell. And I was like, okay, buddy, lock in. We're going to teach ourselves today, okay? Like, this is what we're going to do. And, like, it was great, and he improved significantly, but I told him, I know you keep rushing on the toilet because you want to come hang out with us. I promise you, if you take 5 more minutes to clean yourself, nothing's going to happen. You're not going to miss anything, okay? You're not going to miss anything. Nothing exciting is going to happen. This will benefit your life in so many ways, because he was kind of older. He was like, I don't remember now, 7? Oh, 7? His brother was 9, so I think he was 7 or 8. He was somewhere there. And I said, okay, I was like, this is going to, you know, you're going to feel better. People around you are going to feel better. But more than that, you're going to learn a skill that's really going to matter. This is really going to matter. I promise you. This is very important. You know, it's about giving him a thing that says, this is something you're going to take to your whole life. I promise you this is going to matter so much in your future. And yeah, I think he significantly improved, you know, but the way he felt so bad when people would smell him, the way people felt bad. But the parents were so well-intentioned, but they just didn't know how to get through to him. And sometimes I think a stranger sometimes comes into your life to teach you something you can't quite hear from your parents. And I think that was always my role as a nanny, was to give kids another trusted adult that wasn't mom and dad. You know, I think that's what it was. Yes, chat, saved him from becoming a man with skid marks. I think so too. I think I just saved a future relationship. Okay. I think I just guaranteed this boy was going to have a better chance at dating.
Sexual relationships until I got married and stuff.
All right, but if I were talking to somebody who felt, you know, you hear people say, well, I've decided to change my sex, or I'm going to have hormones, or I'm going to have an operation, or I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. You are a complete and utter male, but there's got to be a time in which you made that change.
Well, I had corrective surgery, and I don't like don't get me wrong, those people do what they want to, they have sex changes, and if they're living a homosexual life, that's their business. But I'm not for that, and I don't like to be categorized.
I love a transphobe. Love a transphobe who, out of, given his experience, you think he would have been empathetic. Don't you love a transphobe who went through that experience and then is like, but actually, God, girl.
In that category.
Okay, I wasn't.
Well, I wasn't talking about you. I'm just talking about the world. Most of the world, I feel like they put me in a category.
Okay, but you're not.
No, I just had a birth defect. As any other baby that had a birth defect.
When was the change made?
Age 25.
25 years as a female, and now you're how old?
I lived a life.
Here's what happened. So he realized who he really was, and he felt so like, oh, obviously. And now he's thinking, because it worked for him, this solution is going to work for everybody else. You do not get to be the only person with a unique gender experience. You do not get to be the only person who has something work for them and assume it's like works for everybody else. But this is the prescription made through religion. Religion says it worked for me, so it must work for you. You know? Yes, chat said I feel like he would have been interviewed on conservative podcasts today. Oh, they would have loved him. They would have eaten him up.
Female for 25 years. I'm 33 now. I got married at age 26.
Wow.
I married my wife.
Yeah, chat says a transphobe who had gender affirming care, literally.
I had 4 surgeries within, that year.
Whoa.
To be what you are, a male.
Okay. Oh, so they also had gender affirming care via surgery. Like they had the whole thing.
Okay, coming up, meet the woman that Steve married.
Okay, let's get to that episode. Here we go. Let me get it up for us. Isn't this so fun? I'm having so much fun with you guys today. Thank you for being here. Dun, 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 dun.
Steve was talking about being married. Please meet Janie Hammond, who is Steve's wife, and we have invited Dr. Leo Woolman. Dr. Woolman is a psychiatrist, and for the past 28 years has dealt exclusively with gender issues. And since this is a gender issue that we're talking about, we felt we needed somebody to give us some help. Question.
I just wanted to know if Toby's family stood behind him, or have they rejected you at all?
I think when you talk about families, the thing to remember is that the way a family responds to a gender issue or a disabled child or a divorce or any other kind of issue has more to do with the way the family functions than the fact that there's a gender issue or a disability or
Toby mentions disability. Very important. Right? Mentions that. Wait, chat says maybe they were intersex. If you mean the guy, right? Like all of it is still gender affirming care is my point, right? So in case that's what we're talking about, like the guy saying like, God made me this way, it was just hidden, the doctor was just wrong, is negating the fact that it's still gender affirming care. So even if the surgery was just to remove skin or to bring out his penis, it's still gender affirming care. Because he knew something was wrong. But he thinks him knowing something was wrong, being raised as a girl, was because the doctor was wrong in identifying him. What we're saying is there's something wrong with just looking at a baby's genitals and saying they know the gender. The fact that the doctor looked at him and decided his gender is the problem. And that happened to him. And that's happening to everybody else. And I'm saying you don't know what people are by looking at their genitals. But see how he stops and decides, no. But not the way you guys mean. And I'm saying, no, you don't know what people are by their genitals. And that's what's so funny about it. You know what I mean? You know, but yeah, I think it's just intersex by definition, like Chat's saying. I think you guys are right? But anyways, I just want to say that for other people too, not just for you, Chat, but just like in general, that's the irony of his argumentation. But anyways, I love that Toby is bringing up divorce, which, you know, scandalous, disabled children, which, you know, hidden away a lot of the time. And of course, gender issues.
Divorce or anything else.
Yeah, I just personally wanted to say that I think God is androgynous, neither or. And Toby, I think you seem a little angry, but I'd like to say I'd be your friend. I'll accept.
Toby seems angry? Toby seems angry? Girl. Toby seems bored at most.
Accept you just as you are.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to ask Steve a question. You said that when you were born, you did not have a vaginal opening. Didn't that concern your doctors or your parents? I mean, it would seem to me that at that point you would begin to look for the possibility of a birth defect.
Yeah, that's the big mystery in my life. I don't understand why they didn't catch it.
Doctor, why might they not have caught that?
It might have been 3 in the morning. The doctor might have been a little tired. Sometimes the clitoris looks like a penis and the penis like a clitoris. The vaginal lips might look like a scrotum, so it's not too difficult.
You know, if you're in a hospital.
The fuck? So why are we going back to the basics of gender? Because all of these problems that came about from the arrogance of the doctors relying on their eyes alone. From the idea that we could even assign or know, the fact that we don't even let people advocate for themselves, the fact that we don't believe people. There's so many things layered here, right? But this is why I think this conversation is so interesting. It's also, I hope, giving you guys an idea of how I build my worldview and why I have my views. Because now you're seeing, okay, look at all the content Brittany consumes. Look at all the things she's seen. How many of you are seeing these things for the first time and you're like, hold up? Or how many of you and then imagine you're in this audience, but imagine a conservative who will never watch this video. Now imagine all the Trump voters who will never watch this video. They will never even learn it. They do not care. They will not have the conversations. And then you see that all of us are having very different experiences in the world, which then of course sees why certain people end up in certain pockets on the internet. This is one of my special interests, right? I love watching old stuff. I love watching things on gender. I love watching things about the economy. I love watching things. I love it. It's so interesting. It's like a diary for the world, right? But people don't actually like these things. They like the newest thing, the latest thing. And they think the latest thing is the most information. But I feel like I got to know what happened before. How did we get here? You know, how did we get here? And I think that's what's important to recognize is like this whole conversation about men versus women, trans and cis and gender. It didn't just happen. And all these boys who love to reference history, all these boys who like to say, actually in the Roman Empire, actually back in the day, actually this, you're not even accounting for all these people. Autism was around in my day. Hello? Oh, trans people weren't even around in my day. Hello? Oh, like these things are new. Well, of course you're going to think they're new if you just heard about them.
Is it a rural hospital?
It's in Bellefontaine, Ohio.
Yeah, it's a rural hospital, 3 in the morning. There have been a lot of babies born. Yeah, it's a girl, and off it goes, right?
Toby, you talked earlier about having a dog and loving your dog and, you know, wanting to spend the rest of your life with it. Well, that's fine. You know, I have a dog and I love my dog, but isn't there any desire to bridge the gap between us and you? I mean, don't you feel alone? Don't you feel like, I mean,
doesn't Toby have friends maybe?
Don't you feel like you want to make some connection with us?
I have connections with people who come into my life that I decide I want connections with. It doesn't matter to me if those people are males or females or anything else.
Oh, remember the whole bubble where like opposite sex people aren't friends? How about the whole bubble where, and again, this idea that you can't be friends with opposite sex people comes from gendered expectations, that men and women are just there for sexual encounters. Think about the whole bubbles. Did you guys see this bubble recently? This woman shopping at the store and she was with her husband and another woman asked, oh, can I borrow your husband to reach for something on the shelf? And her husband, she goes, oh, he looked at me right away and he knew he needed my permission because why is a woman talking to my husband? And then she said, women in the future, you better ask the wife's permission first. And I just remember thinking like, aren't you tired? I'm tired. Okay, I'm tired. Aren't you guys tired? Like, our life could be so easy as a community if you would just like just breathe, okay? I'm exhausted. Okay, come on. And that's what I mean. These gendered conversations are not just impacting sex and dating, they're impacting community outreach. I can't ask to borrow somebody who's taller than me because I got to ask your permission first. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, bro. Like, I'm tired, you know? Can I just like, you know, it's like, oh, why are you hanging out with that guy? Or why are you hanging out with that girl? Yeah, if you haven't deconstructed, you might only ever talk to women because you think of them as sexual objects. How is this good for anybody?
If they're nice people and they accept me the way I am and I like the way they are, we have connections.
I was just wondering, when you go out to a public place and you have to go to the restroom, and also which do you use? And then when you shop or when you're going out, like, formally, do you dress male or female? It's kind of, there's nothing that you would wear that would be neutral.
Where it helps to be a starving grad student, nobody expects you to have good clothes and go out and be formal.
What are you studying in school?
Developmental psychology.
Psychology?
Yes.
And what do you use, the men's room or the woman's room?
Usually I avoid that situation whenever possible. If it's absolutely necessary and there's no way around it, I look around and I see where am I least likely to be walked in on. If I'm in a place where there's like a truck stop, hundreds of men and only a few women, I'll use the women's room. If I'm in a place like the grocery store usually, where there's lots of women in and out of the women's room and nobody in the men's room, I'll use the men's room. I have been known to walk into one and notice there's no soap here, or there's no towels or something, so I walk out and go into the other one.
So you've adapted your bladder to suit the circumstance.
My bladder is the same either way.
But
Doctor, how many neutral people are there more than we know of?
the secret is, this is the first one I've seen.
Yeah. And you've been studying gender.
And I've seen over 3,500 gender-related patients who were confused. But this is the first time I saw somebody who is neither this nor that.
Gender expert.
I'm curious to know what your chromosomal pattern is. Did they do that?
They did that, and I consider it irrelevant information. It's sort of like if you had someone who was born without eyes, and you say to this person, what color eyes do you have? The person says, I don't have any eyes.
Toby is so funny.
Eyes. And you say to this person, what color eyes do you have? The person says, I don't have any eyes.
But it helps to know whether you're XX or XY.
Why does it help? If you did a chromosome check on eye color and you said, well, if you had eyes, they would be green.
But that doesn't
You still have a person who doesn't.
Is it XX or XY?
I think that's irrelevant, and I don't see any point in
Okay.
it.
Doctor, do you see if there's no parts, then, and you had, let's say you had a male chromosome X, whatever it is, I don't, you know.
XY.
And you still had no penis, no testicles, no male hormones, no anything,
That's irrelevant. There are many kinds of sex. One of the sexes is chromosomal sex. One is genetic sex. One is social sex. There are different kinds, physical sex. And Toby doesn't like to be put in any category. And that is Toby's right. But it would be interesting from a professional point of view to know what the chromosomal type was. If it were
Okay, he did acknowledge the different variations, which I do agree. So I can't tell if he's genuinely interested or if he's being bigoted, but it would be cool if he was actually interested. Because then in that case, okay, this goes back to the conversation we had earlier, that it would be a safe space for Toby to answer the question. So Toby might feel like it's not a safe space, which is their right, okay? Toby's right to not answer that question, but I bet in the right safe space, Toby could answer it because it would be interesting. I'd be interested to know. But only because I'm interested to know everything. You know what I mean? But okay, I think Toby's right to protect it.
85% of all cells have some chromatin. They call it Barr bodies, B-A-R-R. And if it's XY, then we say this is a male. The Olympics
but doctor,
did that.
if you took a chromosome, said Toby's a man, and Toby didn't have man's parts, what good is it for Toby to be a man?
No, I wouldn't say Toby is a man. I would say that Toby has the chromosomes of the male type.
Oh, not that Toby is a man, but Toby might have a kind of chromosome. So I would like to live in a world where our chromosomes could even be male, but there's no judgment or assignment to that. So, okay, Brittany's ideal world. You go to the doctor and the doctor says chromosomes. Okay, so you have this chromosome, good data point. People with this chromosome and this makeup tend to get testicular cancer. And does it matter anything else? You are not a man or male, or maybe you're male, whatever word we want to use, but there's no stigma. I wouldn't want the word male to mean something other than you might, because of this data point, also have this experience. Does that make sense? Like, I would like it to be a world where it's just data points that are collected, but none of them hold any real, this is the job you should have, and this is the person you should marry, and this is the whatever, the colors you should wear. They should just be categories of information. And then if we really did that, we'd have like thousands of variations of people that fit into thousands of different categories. But eventually, those categories would display a pattern in which you could say category A tends to have this outcome with health issues. Category B has this outcome with, health issues, which is really our concern here. We're really concerned about making sure people get cancer screenings and disease, whatever. We want to make sure people are safe. So if we want to help people, we can do it in this capacity, which is why, like, going back to this idea that everyone has their own gender plays a role into, yes, that might be true. And also we fall into some sort of category externally. I have a lot of shared experiences with a lot of people. Example, I get a period. Okay. Not all people with my chromosomes get a period. Not all people who were assigned female at birth get a period. I am one of those people. I get a period. Okay. And that means I'm just in the category of people who get periods. Not women who get periods, though you could, shrink the category down and say woman, or you could say man, or you could say non-binary, or you could say gender fluid, or you could say, but realistically, you could just say people who get periods. And I would be one of those people until I stopped getting periods. And then I would move out of that category and get a different category that says people who don't get periods. And that will be me in the future. Thank God. Okay. Eventually I will be in a different category. And that would be a much easier way, I think, to move through the world, because then when you go to the doctor can also naturally shortcut, as we do, and say, oh, you're a man, here you go. They'd be like, okay, what's your case? Who are you? What is your thing? Do you know what I'm saying? And that would be nice. And also there wouldn't be a harm in even saying women with breast cancer, because women do get breast cancer. It's just not saying all women all women get breast cancer, which, by the way, all people get breast cancer. Heads up. All genders get breast cancer. Fun fact. Like, that's the other part that's so funny. All genders get breast cancer. So it's not even a women's issue. You know what I mean? So, like, but we could say, we could just say women get breast cancer and also know what we mean all people get breast cancer. You know what I mean? So it's like this conversation we're having makes it seem like when we talk, we're also not allowing, like, when I see chat said birthing person, people really hate that term. But I would just say, like, women give birth, and sometimes men give birth, and sometimes non-women and men give birth. Sometimes non-binary people give birth. But I don't think it's bad to say women give birth, because that's true. Women do give birth. But not women alone give birth. So then you could say people who give birth. Birthing person's kind of a weird way to say it. I would say people who give birth, but what do I know? So it wouldn't be incorrect then, if there was no bigotry, to just say people who give birth. Because it would just be the easiest, most concise way to say that without getting into the nitty-gritty or the details of what is required of you to give birth. We wouldn't have to do that. We wouldn't have to say all the other stuff. Just say people who give birth. People who can give birth. You could even say, you could take it a step further. People who can give birth, because, hey, at one point I will no longer be able to give birth either. So people who tie their tubes get sterilized. I'm not able to give birth. If I get a hysterectomy, I'm not able to give birth. So you can't even say women can give birth, or like only women can give birth, because, like, that's not true. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of, like, language here that I think could be deeply inclusive and still allow people to say without discrimination or bigotry, women give birth. Like, of course women give birth. It's just not only women give birth. Discord said not all womb havers who have periods can give birth or get pregnant also. Exactly. So it's like these conversations, I feel like people just, and again, remember that we're arguing a lot of these topics with people who believe God exists, which is fine. I don't even care that you believe God exists. I'm just exhausted that you think that your belief in God trumps living trans people, living cis people, living people's experiences that you can touch and feel and exist among. It's just so weird that your relationship with God gets to trump real living people in front of you that are tangibly getting impacted by your beliefs. These are tangible lives. These are real people's lives. And you're so willing and casual about impacting them for a belief that is personal to you, which I would love to validate, but cannot validate at the expense of these people. It makes no sense at the expense of myself, you know? Ugh.
I would like to know from Toby if it's accurate to picture your body as like a baby doll.
That might be fairly accurate.
That might be also fairly personal, damn.
Just a generic economy model, no frills added.
I want to ask Toby, when you go to Macy's or you get up in the morning, do you take a dress as well as pants, or you say, oh, I feel like this today?
No.
Your wardrobe is all pants?
Wear my jeans or my sweatshirts or whatever.
What if you feel like a skirt today? You put the skirt on?
Why would I feel like a skirt? I wore skirts for 12 years. They're awkward and they're inconvenient and they come up and your tights rip and why would anybody want to bother with that?
Doctor, is it possible that Toby is the only person in the world without male and female parts?
No.
I could only say that Toby is the only person that at least I know, that has this configuration. And
But,
this also psychological...
Aren't there medical journals that would say that there are people like this?
If there are, I haven't seen them or read about them.
There are people that don't have developed sexual or reproductive organs.
I was going to say, like, Toby might be the first we see, but they're not the first one.
What is, like, it may be unique, I hope not unique, but what I haven't heard of before is someone with such a condition identifying as a neuter rather than as a female or a male. Usually if the baby is assigned as a female, they take it home and they say it's a female, and then at puberty when nothing happens, they will give hormones like I described before, and the person will be living as a woman.
Jane, when you met Steve, was Steve he or her?
He was a he. He just changed over to, the doctor had just examined him, took all the tests that he was talking about Toby taking, and they found out that he's completely male, and they told him the 4 surgeries that he'd have to take. Then we had a friend that knew both of us, but she hadn't mentioned any names or anything. She was just telling me about a person she was concerned about. And we were going shopping one day, and she said, I need to check on a friend. I said, fine. And that's the first time I saw him. And he was, he just had jogging pants and stuff on, To me, when I first looked at him, to me, he was a male.
We'll take a break. We'll come back with some more of your story. It's fascinating.
Okay. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Guys, I had a lot of videos planned for today. Oh my God, I'm getting overwhelmed looking at it. Look how many videos we still have planned. Oh, I don't know. No, that's so many. I'm going to have to do a part 3 on gender. That's so many videos. Oh no. Okay.
I have a question for Toby. I'd just like to know, how is it that you go to the bathroom? Like, if you have an opening, if you don't have a male part or a female part?
Do you have a penis?
No, I don't.
How do you go to the bathroom?
Through my vagina.
No, you don't.
Don't think so.
No, you don't, girl.
The urethra is a separate opening from the vagina. So sometimes in a male, the penis will not be fused all the way along and the urine will come out of the urethra rather than through the penis in a female.
One time my little brother asked when we were really little, he said, he goes, so girls pee through their butts? And we were all like, pourquoi? He's like, well, you guys don't have penises, right? And I was like, but why do you think it's through our butts? And he's like, well, where else would it be from? And I was like, you know what? Fair. Good question. Damn.
No, the urine never comes through the vagina. It's a separate opening.
Okay, I have a question for Steve. Up till you were 25, you got your operations.
Mm-hmm.
So did you have relationships with females or with males before that?
Females.
You had relationships?
Yeah.
When did you go out on dates with males?
Well, I had one relationship before I met my wife, and she was very young. But I met her at, see, I couldn't go to a straight bar because they throw me out of the joint, dressed that way. I mean, being that way. So I went to a different type bar and picked up a girl.
A gay bar.
Wait a minute.
He went to a lesbian bar and picked up a lesbian. He's very identified by his sex, like having sex. You know what I'm saying? He's very much like, I have sex. Right? He's talking about a girl, right? Like a lesbian bar? Or is he talking about a gay bar? Like a guy bar? Ugh.
You get this?
No. When you were until 25,
I think.
you were a female.
Yeah, but what you're trying to say to us is you went to a lesbian bar and picked up a woman.
Yeah, that's the only way I could at the time.
If he'd gone to a bar the guys go to, they'd have thrown her out.
You never had a relationship with another male?
No. My desire has always been for female. I believe that's a God-given talent.
I have a question for Steve.
Whatever.
He said that at age 12 he started to have an erection.
Right.
Now, from age 12 until age 25, nobody realized that you were a man?
I kept it hid. I was so ashamed of it. I knew.
That's the other problem too. Your kids being ashamed of it. Having that relationship. Oh, I'll tell you another story too about like genitals and children being comfortable. I nannied, you guys probably know this story, some of you. I nannied for a couple of doctors, and they had two girls, and autistic older sister, younger sister, and the younger sister was like 4 or 5 years old. And they knew all the medical terms for everything. And so she was on the potty, and I said, hey, girlie, you're taking a long time in there. Are you okay? And she was like, I'm struggling to clean up. And I said, okay, do you want some help? And she goes, no, but my vulva itches. And I was like, okay, first of all, hearing a 4 or 5 year old say vulva, hilarious. And I was like, okay, well, are you sure you don't want me to help you? And she goes, no. And I was like, okay, what do you want us to do? You want me to wait for your mom to come home? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, let me tell your mom. So I texted the mom. I said, hey, she's struggling to clean up, but she doesn't want me to touch her. And I don't want to obviously overstep boundaries. We want to teach consent. So she's going to have a rash. And she was like, that's okay. She gets like that sometimes. And I said, okay. And that was kind of the way that I nannied, was like my job as the nanny. Well, I was nannied for progressive families, mostly, even the Trump. I've nannied for one Trump family and before the pandemic, and they were progressive enough that the boys were painting their nails and putting on makeup with the girls and playing with Barbies. Like it was a really chill family. That's how I always tried to nanny, right? My rule as a nanny was like, I'm not going to hit your kids. I'm not going to force your kids. I'm not going to touch your kids if they don't want to be touched. I'm not going to do anything with your kids that doesn't make the kid feel like they're the leader in this conversation, agency over their own body. And that was great because in most places I worked, that was the preference from the parents anyways. So it always worked out. And also I interviewed the parents. I told every parent I worked for, like, I'm gay, I'm queer, I'm this, is that a problem? Every parent I've ever nannied for, I said, are you racist? And they're like, whoa. And I was like, are you this? Like, I would just ask the most obnoxious, blunt questions because, a nanny relationship is very personal. And I nannied one time for a couple of families that was like my worst experience ever. And honestly, I don't know what I could have done to vet them better, but it was still better than even the worst family I could imagine nannying for, right? So remember that when you work in jobs that are that intimate, to make sure you nanny with families that share your values. One of my nanny girlfriends, my friend who's a nanny, she had a family she was really torn about because they wanted her to hit the kids. And I said, fuck no, bro. First, do not hit other people's kids. And second of all, like, I don't care if they give you permission. You shouldn't be hitting kids. And she felt so conflicted. She's like, no, I can't. Like, I can't do it. And I don't want to hit the kids. And I was like, that's crazy. That's crazy that people would want you to spank their kids. Like, that's just a no-go, And so, like, you think, when you have these conversations with families, you're really learning so much about, like, intimacy and consent. And, like, when it's other people's kids, that's why when people feel so entitled to other people's children, it's so interesting to me. Because I feel like this is not even your child. It's just such a different experience. Anyways, all of that to say, if your child does not feel comfortable enough to come to you to say, my genitals this, my body this, right? That's going to lead to your child hiding a lot of things and having that lived experience. I will say my parents, though very conservative, I did always go to my mother for stuff. Always. I remember when I got I was like 18 or 19 and I got my first wax, my first bikini wax, my first Brazilian. And I remember coming home and being like, oh my God, I have like these horrible bumps and they're everywhere and I don't know what to do. They're huge. And my mom's like, okay, I got it. Let me see. And she was like all up in there, like touching along my bikini line. She was like, oh, they're ingrown hairs, bro. And I was like, bro. And she goes, what is this from? And I go, I got waxed. And she goes, you let somebody see your body and it wasn't your husband? And I was like, please focus. Lock in, woman. Lock in. And I was like, what are these? They were horrible. They were the biggest bumps I had ever seen in my life. Anyways, so I am comfortable. Like there is a comfortable level. And I think that's good. I think it's good to be comfortable with people being with you in vulnerable situations because like that's what we hope from all of our caregivers, right? Is like a vulnerability to say, please take care of me when I am at my most vulnerable, which is why it's so insidious, which is why it's so gross that healthcare providers abuse people or they rape people in comas. Like or they rape dead bodies. Like there's something so disgusting and undignified about the fact that like this child is in your care. This elderly person is in your care and you took advantage of like the most vulnerable people. It's why it's so gross, bro. It's not gross just because of the thing you're doing. It's gross on so many levels and layers. It's so gross, you know? Anyways, okay, back to the transphobe.
That when I made this decision, I knew what I'd have to go through with. It was rough on my job. You know, I had to walk in that place and use the women's bathroom for the first time. That was so hard. I mean, the men's bathroom for the first time, it was so hard. And then my friends had to, I had to expound it to them and explain it to them. It was rough.
I mean, we're talking about the fact that 12-year-olds aren't they, doctor, pretty insecure about their sex anyhow?
Sure, usually.
And if a 12-year-old figures out there's something wrong with them, they're not about to go and explain, huh? Must be. You're laughing about it now, but this must have been very
rough.
terrible.
It was terrible. I had all these desires and as a male. And
I'm sure he really suffered. I'm sure it was very, very hard.
I knew I was a male and still I was trying to live this life. I was confused for a long time.
I'd like to ask Toby if Toby finds it easier to have a relationship, even friendly relationship, with males or females. Do you feel closer to them describing your condition or making them friends, males or females?
I don't relate to people differently depending on their sex, so if there are any real differences, I've never noticed them.
Wouldn't it be an interesting world if we were all like Toby?
It'd be a fabulous world. We don't have to literally be like Toby, but it would be a fabulous world if we did not connect with people simply because of gender. Now, I understand external processing. I love having women friends. I love them. But more than loving women friends, I love queer friends. I love autistic friends. More than just, you know what I mean? More than just gender, I think I like having philosophical friends. The way you think is so much more important to me than your body, you know? And I think that is the future. I think the future is not your gender. The future is your philosophical outlook. How do you think and feel about the world? Yes, your gender is important to you. We're not eradicating gender. We're not getting rid of it. We're saying, I'm not going to judge you on your gender. Your gender is your gender. Let's have a conversation about your thoughts. Okay? That's what I think is the future. And that's at least the future I would like to aim for. I would love that. I would love it to just be there. Now, I understand you might think, well, Brittany, don't you make content where you're like, ugh, men, boy bubbles, all these things? Yeah, because that's the world we live in. But it's not the world I like. It's not the world I hope for. It's just the one we live in. But we don't always have to live there. So yeah, there's that reality where like I have to use language that reflects reality. But also, I would love to look forward to a world where I'm not going to judge you for those things. Which is why, again, another key thing that plays into my marriage is that we have friends of all genders. You know, we don't decide our friends based off gender. Okay, I don't. When my partner has a conversation, they're telling me about their friend hangouts and genders get mentioned. There's no point in which I am like, oh, gender. Right? Like that's a significant social change in a dynamic when you're marrying somebody, when you're dating somebody. Like how many conversations have you seen of people who say, I get so jealous when my partner even likes a celebrity? Like even notices other people in the supermarket. I'm like, But also, to be fair, I was watching, there's this black woman, you guys have seen her probably, who keeps coming up on my TikTok, who's like an anti-porn feminist. She's young. She's like 23 maybe, or she looks really young. But she said, and I don't agree with her, but it's interesting. Well, I agree with this maybe. She said, one thing I'll never get on board with, and I do agree with this, but she was talking about kink. And she was saying, believing that kink is just normal and that I shouldn't kink shame you. And at first I was like, I disagree. But then she said this and I started to agree. She said, it will never be normal to me or healthy for you to buy someone's bathwater. And then I went, actually, kind of based. Because genuinely, if my married partner was like, oh yeah, I have Belle Delphine's bathwater, I'd be like, okay, it's funny when Belle sells it. It's not funny when you buy it. It's only funny if you buy the bathwater as a joke or for a YouTube video or a prank. It's funnier. These are different things. You know what I mean? And so like when I think about it from that perspective, I agree. But that's the thing. When I say like this household has, you know, a genderless marriage, or there's like no rules about gender expectation because of whatever, or there's also this understanding that like how you view other people matters, or like how you engage with sex workers matters, or how you make friends with people matters, or how you engage, like all these things matter. So it's not like, I think that's important. I think that's an important distinction that's hard to, because you know those girls who are like, my guy's always on Instagram looking at Instagram baddies. I think those men are the equivalent of buying someone's bathwater. And in that case, like absolutely not. But when you ask me, you know, do you care if your partner ever notices someone's pretty? You're asking a weird question. Do you know what I'm saying? You're asking like, I'm so autistic that I'm like, do you mean, are they smart and intelligent enough to notice an attractive human being is in the room with them? Or are you asking me if they get a boner seeing a stranger? Are you asking me if they're thinking about DMing them? Are you asking, like, what are you asking me? And that's the thing. I think they're asking me, are you okay if your partner is sexually attracted to other people? But I'm saying that is not the same question as saying, is it okay that your partner notices a pretty person? These are two different questions. And so I think there's like a disconnect, because I think for a lot of people, that's the same thing. But when you're dealing with, you know, deconstructed allosexuals and demisexuals and ace people, and you're dealing with all these variations, that's not how our brains are working. You add neurodivergency to it. And Dr. K was recently talking about how ADHD people sometimes don't know people are flirting with them, let alone autistic people. So then you add that layer to it, and it's like, we're not having the same experience, you know? And then even if you have a cis allosexual person, what if they deconstruct this experience altogether, and then all of a sudden they're hanging out at nudist colonies and realizing the body is pretty neutral in the right context? See, the body is pretty neutral in the right context, but it might be always sexualized in another. But also, what does that mean? And this is all related to gender. Whether we like it or not, we are basing so much of even our concept around attraction around gender. We feel guilty being attracted to the same sex. We feel guilty attracted to like opposite sex. We feel guilty. How many bisexual girls are upset they're dating men? But also, how many lesbians are upset their bisexual counterparts are dating men, even though they won't date them either? And it sounds like, you know, there's this thing, you know, you have to work on all of these things in order for like there to be a new outcome. You have to kind of really be willing to change your framework and say like, is this the framework I want to exist in? And I think that's why gender conversations get so hard, because like, we're not having a monolithic experience. We're just not. We're just having so many different experiences. You know what I mean? And we keep trying to box it into this binary, which is fine for some people who fit that box. But my box just looks different. I do fit in a box, by the way. It's just my box is different. So when people say, I don't fit into a box, it's like, I have no problem fitting into a box. I just don't fit it. Is it okay that I don't fit into that one? It's the fact that you're trying to shove me in your box that's annoying. Instead of just acknowledging I live here in this bubble. You're trying to say your bubble is the only one. You know what I mean? All right, back to Tobes.
If everybody treated, no, but wait a minute. If we could treat every person not like they were male and I had to come on to them, or female, but wouldn't it be fascinating?
Yeah.
You were going to say something about that?
I just think that I know so many people who know who they are, and Toby, to me, is just someone who is very secure, and I think we should all be as.
You think there's a lesson there?
Yes, I think we should all be as secure in ourselves and
confident that she goes on and is going to school and is going to become
Everyone always says she, he. I love how they keep misgendering Toby.
somebody, no matter what anyone else thinks about
And
her.
doesn't need to have the little thing that says male, female, this, that, this.
You know, her choice was, and I think that's one feather in her cap, and we should all take a lesson.
Oh my God, the misgendering is so funny.
Or his cap.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
And Toby's sitting there like, that's so funny to me. Okay. Last part of Toby. This is the last section. It's only a few minutes long.
Patience of having somebody like Toby is almost mind-boggling. You might want to do a doctoral thesis on what happens if somebody comes and they are neither male nor female.
Probably will write her PhD thesis on that.
Oh my God. If I hear one more person misgender Toby, I'm gonna zoom straight into this screen, bro.
It's a good subject.
It's an excellent subject, but the whole philosophy of it. Toby, tell me the story of the sock.
Okay. Socks, actually.
Socks?
This was back when I was about 16, and the professionals who were supposed to be helping me and helping my family and helping everybody to adjust and to figure out what was what had finally decided, well, I obviously was not going to adjust as a female. So I should change over to a male identity, and I should be supported in doing this. And their idea of how I should become a male was, since I didn't have a penis, I should wear a jockstrap with some rolled up socks inside it to put a bulge in my pants. And I listened to this, and I spent a couple of weeks just staring at the crotch of everybody I met to see if I could tell the difference. And what I found out was that if people were wearing underwear and if their trousers fit properly, I couldn't see any difference. But I thought, well, maybe there's just something, or maybe I'm brain damaged or something, and other people can see a difference that I'm not noticing. And then I thought, well, if that's true, what are they going to say if I suddenly get a bulge that I didn't have before? Being a naive kid who thought the experts really knew what they were talking about, I gave it a try. And I found out a couple of interesting things. First of all, I found out if you stand in front of the mirror and you put the socks in the jockstrap, and then you look in the mirror again and you take them out, you can't tell the difference. They're not visible. But if you go around about your normal everyday activities like walking up and down the stairs and sitting and standing, and they work themselves into thoroughly unnatural looking but quite visible conformation. And if you ride your bike to the mall 2 miles away, the socks will work their way out of the jockstrap. And when you get off your bike, park it, and start walking across the parking lot, the socks will fall out your pant leg onto the ground. And it's sad.
So you stopped wearing socks and a jockstrap?
That experiment lasted one afternoon. And the point is, all of these experts, they think, well, you have to be one way or the other, or you won't adjust. The way to adjust is to wear something attached to you that isn't a part of you. Well, I fit into my clothes just fine without that. I fit into my relationships just fine without that. I might not fit into somebody else's relationships, but why should I have somebody else's relationships? You know, I can.
This is key. I don't share my marriage stories because I want you thinking I want a relationship like Brittany's. Though I think it's okay to think, oh, I like some parts of Brittany's relationship. I'd like to incorporate that into my marriage. That's fine. But I don't want other people's relationships. I want you to have your very own. I want you to construct your very ideal relationship. I want you and your partners to be the people who get a say in how your relationship works. And if you hear a relationship thing you like from other people, take it and adapt it into your, or incorporate it in or whatever. But don't limit yourself to even wanting my relationship, because I know as a young gay person, I used to do that too. I'd look at lesbian couples and say, oh, that's the kind of lesbian couple I'd want to be, or that's the kind of BDSM couple I wanted to be, or like, and then I would like mimic almost in the same way you kind of mask and you sort of like act and talk like your favorite. I want you to just, whatever I'm saying that resonates, take it and utilize it, right? But like, you get to make your relationship exactly what you want to make it. So when people, even in my own family, say like, well, don't you think X thing, your partner here, X thing, your life here, X thing, we vibing, you vibing, mind your business. You know, if I wasn't vibing, sure, but we're vibing, you know? And I think that's what I want. I just want people to vibe. I was just catching up with a poly friend of mine, and they were just explaining to me like, you know, everything that's in place for them and their polycule to like buy a house and get property, and all of them are very financially like, you know, stable, and they've got their stuff going on, and everyone's like an adult, and everyone's like well into their, you know, adult years, you know, no one's like a kid here. And they're all talking about like retirement and a future, and there's like quite a few of them. And I just loved how custom their relationship was. It was the custom, like the ability to custom make your life. Now, so, okay, I want you to custom make your relationship with gender, your relationship with your bodies, your relationship with your jobs, your relationship with your lifestyles or romantic lifestyles. I want you to custom build it. And I know, I understand depending on where you are in your journey, you might say, but like patriarchy and racism and all these other things. And yes, but doesn't it feel, guys, for just a second, did you forget the world existed? Because I have. For the last, I don't know how long of stream, I almost forgot the rest of the world existed. That feeling, that's the feeling that I think you get to create in your life that says, this is what I'm doing in my own life. If you're feeling it, if you feel it, right? And the rest of the world, when you have to go and face it again, because like right now, the world is a mess, right? Like the world is so bad. Everything bad is happening. ICE agents, the Trump administration, this shooting that just happened, like it's so much. And that is just as real and just as important. But that's not you. That's the world and you. I want you to know your life, your relationship with you, and then your relationship with the world. So your relationship with yourself. Okay, that's what the levels are. Your relationship to yourself and your relationship to the world. These are two different things. And joy is found in the symbiosis and the harmony between those two things. That's what joy is. Joy is who am I in relation to myself, and who am I in relation to the world? Because both of those things have to exist at the same time, no matter what period the end. You do not get to be a human being who only exists here or only exists here, but that's what the world wants you to do. The world generally is always living kind of here. They're hardly here. Or if they are here, they're incredibly selfish and it's not working. It's not fulfilling them. So then they go here and they completely externalize, and then they're not even living for themselves and they don't even know who they are. You want to have both. Okay? And that's what I want. That's what I'm trying to do with my work, because that's what I discovered on my own. I was drowning when I was just here, and I was drowning when I was just here. And I'm like, why isn't this working? And then I did this and I was like, oh shit, got it. I got it. I figured it out. I did it. Oh my gosh, I got it. And now it's just doing this all the time. This is my meditative practice, juggling these two things to be in harmony. And sometimes, guys, sometimes I even stagnate. Sometimes it gets issues. Sometimes like a bicycle with rusty, you ever get a rusty chain in your bicycle? Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes like, oh, fuck. And then I'm like, okay, here we go. And it's constant. For the rest of my life, I'll be balancing those two things. But when they are balanced, I am in like, that's why I say, like, I'm not in survival mode because I made a ton of money, or I'm saying, that's why I say I'm not, I didn't escape, or I didn't get out of survival mode because I made a lot of money, or because I got this right surgery, or because I did this right thing. I got out of survival mode because I stopped doing this, and I stopped doing this, and I started doing this. And this is what keeps me in living mode. And as long as I'm doing this, bro, I'm living. Okay? I'm just living my life. And it's fabulous and it's wonderful. And that changed everything. And that's what I think, that's what I think people are really seeking in the meaning crisis. But they keep trying to like externalize it, or if I just do this, if I just get the right nose, if I just make the right money, if I just have the right partner, if I just live in the right place. Yeah, all of those things, and right? You need all of the environmental factors, but in this, okay? All right, let's finish Toby and then we'll go on.
Walk, and I can ride a bike, and I can not worry about things falling out of my clothes. I can make love without working up a sweat. Why do I need?
The whole idea that it took a whole team of learned experts to tell you to put socks in a jockstrap and strap it on, and that was going to take care of whatever there was.
That would take care of being 16 years old, having a high voice and no facial hair, and making people think I was a male.
And they get paid for that. You know?
They get paid for that, yes.
You know what? That is why we question the medical community, because though it has a lot of the data, it's also often very wrong, because it's learning at the same pace as everybody else.
Take a break.
Okay, now Fun fact, there is not, as far as I have ever found, a part 6. So that's it. We're done. We're done with Toby. Okay, now, oh, damn. Oh my God, there's so many tabs. Oh, but it's not as much. Well, it is. It's pretty significant. Well, okay. How about this? Because realistically, I think you guys got it, but I want to run you through these, okay? So can I run you through a few of these to give you... No, I'm not going to ask for your permission. You don't... I'm going to do it anyways. Okay, are you ready for some whiplash? Hold on to your butts, okay? Let's go through these a bit, okay? I don't think it's... I think we've really gone through it for 5 hours, but check this out. Okay, you ready?
When I was 13, I started socially transitioning. By the time I was 15, I was on puberty blockers. When I was 16, I was on testosterone. I had top surgery lined up for when I was 18 years old. If I said I was suicidal, that would get me through the system quickly, so I did exactly what they told me to do.
Dun, 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 dun. This is called Family First. Zara.
When I was 7 years old, I went through some trauma that led to me questioning what it meant to be a girl. I had a few moments in primary school where I was told that being a girl was less valuable. And I remember when I was 10, we were going on school camp and my teacher told me that I had to sleep in the girls' cabin. I couldn't sleep in the boys' cabin with all my friends. I just had mostly friends who were boys. We played video games together, all the boyish things. To be honest, I was just a tomboy, but the insecurities that came from the traumatic events when I was younger definitely fueled my willingness to look into transgenderism when I was older. And then when I was in intermediate school, when I was 13, I found this thing on the internet called transgender. And I looked into it a little bit more and it described this feeling of a disconnect between your gender and how you feel. That really resonated with me. And that I liked doing boys things. Like I liked playing sports, I liked being a bit rough with my friends, not so much the more feminine things that girls were supposed to do. So I figured that I must be transgender. When I got to high school, I found a new group of friends who knew about being transgender and helped me through the process and pushed me towards changing my name, cutting my hair short. So I didn't have a lot of friends from intermediate and primary going to the same high school as me, which meant that I pretty much had a fresh start and it was very easy for me to do a clean slate transition. So I'd been seeing a counsellor for a couple years. She described what it meant to be transgender and what it meant to be gay and all of the letters. I was wearing boys' clothes. I was going by a different name until I decided to take that further and I took that down the medical route.
I'm sorry. Thank you for sitting through that with me. You guys are right that it is a conservative YouTube channel that is pushing the narrative that, she was pressured. You know what I mean? But it's just a nice example of the different, feelings. Look, I think detransition is a valid perspective and you're going through it. And a lot of trans people also detransition because I've learned recently detransition can either mean when trans people stop taking medical care because they can't afford it or need to do it to, mask, and or people that are detransition in the conservative sense, meaning they realize being trans was wrong and they have to go back, So either way, I think it's all fine to be one of those categories, and it's not fine to be bigoted. It is fine to be a detransitioner in any capacity. It is not okay to be bigoted. Okay? So it's just the logic of, because it didn't work for me, it cannot work for others. So therefore, and this goes back to what we just watched with the person in the last interview who said they got it wrong for me, they probably got it wrong for you. That's the point. Okay? That's what I think is important here about this idea. Now, let me go here to raising kids gender neutral, because that's really the controversy. How should we be raising our kids? I would argue well. We should be raising our kids well.
I think on our first date we talked about, do you want kids?
A lot of people, their initial reaction is, oh, this is so different, it must be wrong.
What if I'm not being the right dad or not being the right mom? Or what if what I'm doing is really damaging them? And some people can get really, like, personally offended. Like, how dare you do this?
Oh, okay.
I was very excited, looking around our tiny apartment like, where are we gonna put a baby?
Tried.
Baby creep. Uncreep the baby.
Petite and Gray. I was so excited to parent. I've wanted to be a parent since I was 16 years old. It's one of the most challenging and also one of the most rewarding things I've ever done in my life. What do you think, kiddo?
There you go. Oh, gotta get the booty in. The question of, is this a boy, is this a girl? As long as that's still an unknown, people act much more neutrally. So if we're raising Gray in a gender-neutral/gender creative way, Gray can be who they want to be without the strictures that society puts on so many kids so early on.
First, wait, Chad, I want to answer this. My only issue with detransitioners is taking zero accountability for their choices, blaming the trans community, and then exploiting their detransition to further conservative agendas and legislation. I think minus the grifters, if it's an authentic detransitioner who went through an experience, I don't think they need to take accountability. They didn't do anything wrong. You know what I mean? Like, what are they taking accountability for? Did they do something wrong by transitioning and detransitioning? They did something wrong by becoming bigoted. They went in the wrong direction by internalizing their struggle and making it other people's issues, right? Right? But I agree on the grifters point that the grifters are, but all grifters are unethical. I mean, all grifters, I think progressive grifters are just as unethical as conservative ones. A grift is a grift is a grift. Okay? It's dirty money. It's dirty living. It's a bad way to make a living, right? Well, maybe conservative grifters are worse because it's pushing a bad narrative. So actually, I guess progressive grifting is better. I just think it's also less, right? There's not a lot of money in progressive grifting, you know? That's why it doesn't happen as often or even at all, really. So yes, obviously, I think we agree. You know, grifting is just pretending you believe something you don't for money, status, or power, you know, at the expense of. So like, think of grifting as people who pretend they're like super Christian, but behind closed doors, they're not. It's a grift. It's a game. It's a scam. It's a bamboozle, you know? But detransitioners, I think, are genuinely going through a huge struggle. I think the issue with detransitioners is they're probably more likely coming from a bubble that also doesn't have the tools to help them. But it's probably not any more unique than a cis person who also ends up like through the system. Like, I look at detransitioners as kind of like kids who went to juvie. Why are kids going to juvie? What severely went wrong in your life that you ended up in juvie? Like, something obviously went wrong. And the same way that something went terribly wrong, that you transitioned as a kid and it was like the worst decision you ever made, that you've now made it your life's mission to like talk bad about trans people. Right? So it's like, I feel like you're not understanding what the wrong part of this was. Why were you even a kid at that stage so neglected that you couldn't be? Because you know what the idea is? If she was struggling as a kid and not fitting in, why was the only solution to be trans? Tomboy, gender expression. Society doesn't give us enough options. So even these therapists who might be saying you're trans, and obviously I guess her parents were on board to let her transition. A lot of people failed this girl along the way, but it wasn't the trans community who failed you. It was the medical community, the education system, our inability to promote introspection or extrospection. There's no philosophy. There's no deep, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, like that. But what about, again, all of these people that are afraid about kids transitioning, but they're not afraid about religiosity, even though studies are starting to show that religious trauma is real and causes lifelong suffering. And it's happening to more kids than not. Okay? If you've ever had to deconstruct from a religion, the trauma is insane. Not for every person. Not every person has the same amount. Not every person is the same, but there's a lot there. Right? I mean, the fact that I'm, you know, got diagnosed with BPD is my therapist at the time, like, really believed was from the homophobia in the house, from the religion. And I think that's really accurate. You know, I think that makes a lot of sense. Why wouldn't I feel consistently abandoned when all my parents talked about was like abandoning gay people and not being around gay people, and gay people are all these things. And now we have got 3 gay kids and I'm the first one in the family. I'm the oldest one in the family to be gay and come out. And then my 2 little siblings come out, and then I get blamed and like, see, they're gay because you're gay. And it's like, okay, so now I'm making the kids gay. The frogs, the kids, and the husbands. You know what I mean?
See all the birds? Look, there's another one.
Oh, I love the beach.
From the minute someone finds out a child's sex, the tone of your voice, the way that you speak, the way that you handle a child changes in little ways that most people go, oh, it's not a big deal. But it can be because it builds up.
These unconscious biases that we hold around gender, they absolutely frame the path that our children think that they can go down.
The ones that are born with penises get much more rougher handled, and people's voices get lower. And oh, you're a tough guy, buddy. And hi, princess. Higher voices, softer tones. We really wanted to minimize that as much as humanly possible, because without those expectations, kids are free to be whoever they want to be. We really wanted everyone to treat Gray the way you would any other child, regardless of gender. I was born and raised in rural Wyoming. I always knew I was different. I couldn't put my finger on what it was. I think my mom wanted a very feminine, girly girl daughter. I wore a lot of pink dresses. I knew pretty immediately something about this isn't right. I just didn't know who was safe or what was safe. On the inside, I felt alone and isolated and at times afraid. And when things really became overwhelming and seemingly unapproachable, I would turn to suicidal thoughts. But luckily, I had family and friends who were there for me. And I remember eating dinner, I remember looking at them going, when am I gonna grow my penis? Both my parents were just kind of frozen, and then they had to be like, oh, you don't grow one.
The amazing Tiffany.
How do you know that you're queer? Like, everybody questions it.
All right, just talk to me.
It's so silly because if you flip it, you're like, how did you know you were straight? Why would you ever ask that? It's just like the assumption that you're straight. And so I struggled a lot with that. I think about all of the people that I know who are trans or non-binary, whose experiences growing up were traumatic. And I think knowing that, I want to be a parent who hopefully is creating space for my child to trust me because I'm showing that I trust them.
You ready? Sorry, excuse us.
How old is she?
They are 15 months old. We actually use they, them pronouns. We're great until they tell us who they are. That's why you were like, who, what?
Oh, wow. Okay, so.
They.
They.
Uh-huh.
Awesome. Well, enjoy the pride parade.
Did you say thank you? Thank you.
We are pulling apart this idea of sex, which is related to genitals, and gender, which is related to how you move in the world. So what you wear, how you share your identity with other people, all of those things are related to gender. Whereas sex is really biology, genitals, that's about it.
I wouldn't phrase it that way, right? Am I wrong? Aren't there genital and chromosomes sometimes don't match up in the same way, and then your sex doesn't quite match up in the same way, right? So like that's kind of inaccurate, isn't it? Isn't that the kind of point? Like from a biological perspective, I feel like there are so many variations. And so what we keep doing is like expecting the variation to come out a particular way, but maybe the multitude of variations aren't necessarily negative. So I don't know if that's actually accurate to say, but okay.
I mean, we're lucky. We're in the best, we're probably one of the best places we could be in being in Brooklyn, to find some really good, inclusive schools that are gonna respect what we're doing.
Like regardless, people are gonna gender our kid. I know we're gonna have a conversation as they get a little bit older about like what their genitals are expected to mean at some point, and that will be related to why people will gender you in a certain way. Because you don't want them to feel all that stigma and shame.
Well, and this is the thing about raising kids this way is like bathroom time, all this other stuff. And also dating comes into it where like a lot of people would just feel uncomfortable going potty, literally, like are taking a shit next to a gender they find to be a sexual option, and or being sick, but you know, I think honestly, you get past that really fast. You know, you gotta go, girls, you know? And I think having that conversation is important. Chesa, isn't that incredibly rare? If 99% of people are binary sex, the variations are not that common, whereas gender is completely varied. I don't think it's as common as we think it is, because I've been seeing a lot of people who didn't know they had those variations until they were in their 50s or 60s. I don't think we have the right information. In the same way we think only 1% of the population is trans, I just don't think that's real. I think the data is wrong. I think we are severely underestimating how many people are having these experiences in the same way we did with autism, in the same way we do with the ADHD, in the same way we do with everything we ever talk about. We are not living in a world where people can actually tell people what they're going through. We do not have the right math. I think the numbers are off, you know? I think we're going to realize somewhat in the future, 500 years from now, whenever, that we have been severely off with the numbers. And it's because we don't have a safe space. We don't have a world that can be honest about what we're into, what's happening, what's our experience. And so until we have that world, we don't know the numbers. And so we're being very conservative with our estimates right now, you know?
You're already feeling and filtering for them. But then the hard part is they're engaging in the world.
And this could just be me, but it feels like a lot of people are quick to, they're like, oh yeah, you're gonna mess up your kids. And it's like, well, every parent has learned something from the parents before them. I mean, when we were kids, I don't remember wearing a seatbelt. Like ever.
Oh no. Gray's gonna grow up and probably experience some shame and stigma around the way that we raised them. And that's okay. And we're gonna have to have conversations about that. And also talk about why we made the decisions we made. Where's the baby? How old is he?
I almost wonder if it would be easier to use all the pronouns instead of none of the pronouns, because they is a pronoun. So then it's like you're still choosing a pronoun. I'm not sure they is any more neutral than he or she. But it feels neutral. So then I wonder if it'd just be easier to use all the pronouns. I don't know. That's interesting.
Yeah, they're 20 months. 20, that's two of them? No, so we use the singular they. Like if if you don't know someone uses he or she, you say they.
I don't think you have to prepare them. I think they already are prepared at birth. This happens naturally. Because I think what you're doing is you're changing the pattern of life. Where I just allowed the child. I mean, I have so many people, little girls that I thought were so feminine, but they turned out to be very masculine.
That's basically what we're doing in a different way. It's just
You're
kind of
doing
like
it
everything's an option, and they'll decide.
Doing it. I didn't do it, and let it become.
Okay, keep it to yourself, lady.
You know, I think you're pretty snoozy, kid.
That's a good point, that singular pronouns are easier for other kids, so that's why they might use it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, singular pronouns would be easier, I suppose. Yeah, I think it's interesting, like when you talk about paperwork and stuff like that, I think I hate doing paperwork. So again, this is what's funny. I don't want to do paperwork. Like, I feel like I'm so glad that when people get their licenses done in a way that feels good for them, that's important. I think I'm experiencing the other thing where it's like, I don't want to do paperwork, so don't make me. Make it so I don't have to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever the system is where I don't have to fill out paperwork, I want that one. But also, if I go to the doctor, I want to fill out the paperwork in great detail so my doctor knows what to do, but not because I'm a woman or a man, but because I'm this combination of characteristics and this combination needs this help, right? So, yeah, because people always say that, like, what about government documentation? Honestly, if it was up to me, girl, that shit wouldn't even matter. If it was up to me, I'm not even sure I care. But I guess I understand from the census, we want to know what's going on. But still, we don't even know what's going on right now with those things. Actually, you know what my sibling just sent me was they were like, we finally made it onto you know what the option is, like, what's your ethnicity? And it never says Middle Eastern, ever. It never says Middle Eastern. And they were like, we made it. And it was finally like a Middle Eastern as an option. And I was like, represent. But like, at the end of the day, it's just kind of funny. But you do notice when you fill out like things, you're like, where am I? Which one am I? And now we're there, baby. Let's go. You know, but like, it feels good, but also it's kind of silly, but also it kind of matters, but also, you know.
The cameras. Hey. Gender creative parenting is only this like tiny facet of what we're doing as parents. We're making hundreds of decisions every single day.
True.
What books do you read your child, or what toys do you let them play with? Did you do?
There's a book series that's really, really good for kids, and I can't remember its name right now, but I love this book series. And they have one where it's like women throughout history, or it's about a little girl and she's like, there's like graph paper. Do you guys know which one I'm talking about? It's really cool. It's like engineering. Anyways, I bought one of the books for my nephews, and my brother and his wife didn't know why. They're like, why did you buy this book? And I was like, because it's a cool book. And he was like, but it's kind of a girl's book. I was like, are you serious? And they're like, yeah, we did notice him gravitating towards it. And I was like, but did you purposely keep it away from him? And I was like, I can't believe you're denying him this book. And they're like, well, we're not denying him. We just like, it doesn't make sense. It feels like you're pushing gender. And I was like, oh, am I? Or are you denying gender? And like, it's just like one of those weird, like, you know, I don't know how to tell you guys like how much gender is fucking everything up. But if that doesn't tell you it, you know what I'm saying? Like, they'll learn about girls in the Bible. Girls in the Bible, they'll read those stories. But when the book has a main character who's a girl, and this goes back to J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling goes by J.K. Rowling because they were sure that men and boys would not read Harry Potter if they thought it was written by a girl, because it was about a boy wizard. Can you imagine missing out on a book series because of the gender of the author? Okay, not reading something because of gender is different than reading something because of gender. So again, like, people don't understand this. They go, well, don't you read books because women write them? Yes, but I also read men books, like books written by men. The difference is, like, don't avoid books because of someone's gender or race or background. You're avoiding those books because of their background. I'm saying I'm going to read it anyways. Now I'm purposely also going to read this. I'm adding, you're subtracting. You know, that's the issue, is like, if your life subtracts, I don't think that's healthy. I think your life should always add. You should always enrich your life with information and knowledge, not subtract.
Models, did you formulate? Did you breastfeed? Did you both? Did you do this? Did you do that?
Great, come back.
For me, the hardest thing is sometimes other parents being really critical. We're not saying everyone has to do this. We're not saying that this is for everyone. But for us, this is one of those things of risk mitigation is what we're trying to accomplish. As long as they're happy.
Yeah, chat says I sell more paintings as Jack than Jacqueline. Yeah, do you know that artists who are female or women make less money in the art world than if it's done by a man? They did a study, or they did like a little thing where they auctioned off art and the audience thought it was made by a man and it was worth more until they found out it was made by a woman, and then the price went down. Yeah. So when people say, like, why does beauty matter? Why does gender matter? You got to know what the world you're living in, how it's significantly treating you so different, and also that it doesn't have to define you. You do not have to be defined by the world to still have a good life in it, but you do have to be aware of it. It will significantly improve your life if you can hold both truths at the same time.
Really all that matters to us.
Ooh, those look good.
Our families are really supportive and they try really hard. And sometimes they make mistakes. At our daycare, they're trying. It's in our file. We use they, them pronouns.
Really, the goal here is it's not about me trying to force anything on Gray. It's actually the exact opposite. And we don't know their gender yet. And when they tell us, they'll tell us, and it might change over time, and that's okay too.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Gray. Happy birthday to you.
Yo, that cake looks good. That cake looks so good. Okay. So then, I want to show you, I had no plan to preview these for you. I just want you to see their faces. Okay. Intersex, right? Intersex. Okay. I don't know if you guys know Sarah or if you guys know Bloom, but you know, when people see them, they think they understand what they're seeing. They see them and they go, I understand the whole thing, right? But again, seeing is not enough. You have to understand, get to know, have a relationship with, right? Sometimes it's enough, sometimes it's not enough, okay? Now this, hold on, let me just, I have so many videos. Oh my God, I don't have the spoons. Guys, I'm dwindling. I'm dwindling. Hold on. Do we care about bigots? Do we care about them? Do we just want to watch nice trans people, or do we want to watch bigoted people? Oh, there's so many videos. Oh, I want to watch this one though. Oh, okay. I got it. I'll show you. Okay, I'll show you. I got it. I trimmed it down. No, the bigots are not getting owned. She's just being obnoxious. You're right. Let's skip her. Let's skip the bigots. Okay, let's end on these ones. Let's watch these ones together. I think it'll be fun. Okay. Walking while trans. Let's watch this.
Imagine walking down a crowded street and having all of these eyes on you, and you're just trapped in this state of paranoia, trying to figure out what about you it is that is making people so uncomfortable. Is it my jawline? My forehead? Do people think I look like a man? It's such a complex feeling as someone who wants to feel included in society.
I definitely feel unsafe a lot of the time in public spaces. I think initially people look at me because they're like, wow, here's a tall, attractive woman walking down the street. And then the more they look, they notice that I'm trans and they're like, no way. And then they're just like, oh my God. And then maybe they think, is she a hooker? Is she a movie star? Is she a model? How do I
Girl, hooker, movie star, model, love her.
get to know her? Or that's disgusting. It's never positive after they discover that I'm trans, I think.
I leave my house with a prayer. Am I gonna get attacked when I leave my house because I don't feel comfortable or I don't feel confident in how I look? Navigating in New York City as a trans woman, you know, it's more psychological. You start thinking, are they looking at me because I'm trans? Or some man features are coming through, like, why is people looking? So I think it's more psychological for a trans person to feel scared in public places, especially when it's a big crowd.
Is the volume too loud? I'm trying to get
I
it
have this
right.
everyday mantra, which I tell myself every time as I get ready in the morning, that I'm amazing, I'm smart and beautiful and talented, because these are also words that I kind of help beat down self-deprecating thoughts that I have of myself. My form of self-expression is through fashion, and for me, every time I step outside of my apartment building, I always get a little bit of anxiety, just because my queerness is really visible. So I'm literally wearing who I am on the outside, and that's putting myself in a really vulnerable state. So to have all these eyes and judgments and whatnot can be really quite heavy sometimes.
At night, dressed the way I do, I think like I attract a lot of attention to myself. There are times where a man will approach me and they think I'm attractive, and then they start to talk to me and they hear my voice, and then they're like, oh, she's transgender. And then like, I feel like the immediate reaction at that point is like to get angry or to get violent. Why are you walking around like this, trying to fool all these men? Like here I was assigned male at birth, and I had all these privileges, and now I'm like ruining that. I'm having surgeries and I'm feminizing my body, and that to men can make them very uncomfortable and very angry.
Okay, first of all, the fashion.
Angry.
The pants, the flare. Hold on, you can't see because I'm in the fucking way here. Hold on, look at this. The flare in the jean. Oh my God. The like jacket, the hair.
Oh my God, so cute. Can I pet? Give you a high five. Welcome to Wawa. I popped in.
I had a situation once where I'm pretty sure this guy knew that I was trans, and like he was talking to me, and I talk just like this. I never change my voice. I don't like try to sound like, you know, a cis woman. I just talk like this all the time. And so I was talking to this guy, and because I thought it was just friendly conversation, and I thought he was hot, so why not, right? But I could feel that there was a woman, a cis woman, that walked by, and she obviously gave us like some really weird look, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you're talking to her, in a sense. And I could feel his energy shift because of that. And then his response to me was, wait, are you a dude? And I was like, excuse me, in a sense, like, first of all, that's not the right ways to ask that question. And so I just proceeded to ask him, did you not know? And then I just like walked away after that. But in that moment, I felt like it would have been easy for him to attack me if he felt like his masculinity was kind of like questioned.
For me, maybe sometimes these men don't know I'm trans, or whoever I get hit on don't know I'm trans. Yeah, it's like disgusting, but secretly inside, you're like, I know I look good. And that brings me confidence. As much as I hate it, and I think it's disgusting catcalling, secretly in my mind, I'm like, I know I look good. That means it makes me feel passable when I get catcalled.
Some people will say nasty.
Wait.
It makes me feel passable when I get catcalled.
It makes me feel passable when I get catcalled. I knew a woman once, I got into an argument with her because she was saying like, I like being catcalled. I was like, you like being catcalled because you're insecure and you need male validation to make you feel secure in your femininity. And she was like, yeah, I want to feel sexy. And I was like, yeah, from men who are strangers yelling at you in public. And we got into it because she was older. And she was like, well, I just think in some places it's cultural. And I was like, I think in some places it's just misogynistic. I was like, look, girl, there's just like no reality where you're going to convince me catcalling is healthy or good. But I will tell you, I do believe you feel validated. I do believe you. You know, I do. But, you know, where we seek validation is important.
Some people will say nasty things and laugh at me and mock me. People have always yelled things like, is that a man or a woman? Or do you have a dick? Or things like that. And
rude.
It can be really, really scary to be dealing with these people.
As much progress as we're making in our society, I think no matter how far we go, we still have that whole group of like cis men who see trans women as weak boys instead of women. And I think that that's part of the attraction for them too. But it's also a really big hit to like our womanhood. I think that it's a man not seeing a trans woman as a woman and just seeing her for a boy and very weak at being a boy.
Dating has been sort of a challenge because I feel like sometimes men avoid openly dating me because they think that to be seen out in public with me or to introduce their parents to me, it would prompt people to like question their sexuality. Like, is this guy gay because he's dating a trans woman? The reality is like, I think trans women are like cool and smart and hot, and guys should stop being so insecure about it. Like, we're women too.
I didn't think I looked this good. I'm sorry, I heard you. At the end of the day, we're just like every other person. We just was born in the wrong gender. So yeah, publicly we're transitioning to a different sex. But we're just like you. You know, we walk in the same street, we're breathing the same air, we have the same heartbeat, you know? What is different besides me feeling like I was born in a different sex and I want to change that?
I wish I could, you know, with these people, talk to them and converse with them and ask them questions. You know, why would you say that? Why do you feel this way? And try to understand their perspective rather than just kind of like brushing it off. And I just think with change, a conversation needs to happen.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm curious, when was this video made? 8 years ago. Oh my God, this was made 8 years ago. Doesn't it feel so like current? Like I felt like this, oh my God, I didn't know this was made 8 years ago. Oh my God, we're still talking about it this time. Like, we're really still having the same conversations. That's crazy. Okay, we're jumping into a bubble that I feel like never gets talked about, and this is prisons. Okay?
It's difficult being a woman in a men's prison. I have faced rape, being assaulted, discrimination.
Being referred as he can be sometimes degrading.
Sometimes you have low self-esteem because they look at you if you wear makeup and they want to talk crazy behind your back or to your face and you can't do nothing about it.
There's a lot of these guys that don't understand transgender living, and we just don't like hear from the inmates, we hear from the staff as well.
I've been incarcerated now for 14 and a half years.
3 years.
23 and a half years.
I've been incarcerated for 30 years now, and I prefer to be in a woman's prison because I look at myself as a transgender woman, and I should be treated as a woman.
It was a crime spree. I was robbing women for their accessories, their purses, their makeup, because I was too afraid to go into the stores and buy my own thing.
Girl! I hate that for her. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. This is so fixable. That was so preventable. You were stealing purses and makeup? No! Oh, prison systems are bullshit.
Because of the backlash on the streets.
At the California Institution for Men in Chino, where minimum security prisoners sleep on bunk beds in large shared spaces and spend their days in a communal yard, there are 78 female transgender prisoners living among more than 3,500 men.
My first night in prison, it started when I got in the police car. I was terrified. So I get to the county jail and I get undressed and they was like, when I take off my shirt, it's like, okay, is this individual a man or is a female? So one of the things that they wanted to ask the question, I could see it in their face because I had breasts at that point. So I told them, I said, I was born male, but at night I identify as female. So it was like, okay, we got you in the right spot.
For many of these trans incarcerated people, they'd rather be housed with the gender they identify with, something prisons are required by the Federal Prison Rape Elimination Act to consider on a case-by-case basis.
I prefer to be housed with my identity, but being here with the other guys, You have to fit into where you can fit in. Otherwise, they're going to cast you out.
Being a transgender woman at this facility is a lot harder because there's no privacy. Zero privacy in the showers. The housing unit itself is wide open.
The bunk spaces, you know, getting dressed, putting lotion on, just stuff like that is very, it's hard.
But for many trans women serving time with men, sexual violence is the real fear. According to the Justice Department, 35% of incarcerated trans people report being sexually assaulted, either by other prisoners or prison staff. LGBTQ advocates believe the real numbers may actually be far higher, but prisoners fear retaliation for reporting attacks.
I was raped and attempted to be raped in 2015 by an individual I was in a cell with. He hit me, and when he hit me so hard where I flew into the door. He came in to start beating me and just ripping my clothes off me. The CO apparently heard me falling up against the door and come running up the stairs. I filed a complaint about it, and they come back now unsubstantiated because of the fact that he didn't penetrate me without no evidence. It didn't happen. It didn't exist.
California's Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation declined to comment on Michelle's allegations. Federal law requires states to ask transgender prisoners every 6 months whether they feel safe and to take that into account when deciding where to house them. But according to an NBC News investigation, of the 4,890 incarcerated trans people currently being tracked nationally, only 15 are housed according to their lived gender. 6 states, which account for nearly 40% of the total incarcerated transgender population, cited privacy concerns and declined to provide housing data. 5 states failed to provide any information at all. At Chino, most of the 10 transgender women NBC News spoke to said they wanted to be moved to a female prison, but they've either been denied or not been asked about their safety concerns. California's Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation says it can't discuss individual cases due to privacy concerns. It does say California houses some trans people according to their lived gender, but declined to provide details. Amy Miller oversees the placement of women in California's prisons.
We actually have a process where we talk to our transgender population. We interview them twice a year to talk about their safety in their housing and their placement and whether or not they are looking for changes or believe that they need to have accommodations because of their status as being transgender or for any other reason. Can I say for sure what the extent of that interview was, how it was conducted? Maybe, maybe not.
Do you get interviewed every 6 months about where you would feel safest?
No, I get interviewed once a year.
About where you would feel safest?
No. It's my annual review, and they say you will do it in absentia. The question about my safety in a woman or a men's facility has never been asked. Not once.
Well, I asked to go to a women's prison because I am a woman. We're not coming over there with no objectives. We're coming over there to be safe. Dear women, we're women. We just want to be safe and have more opportunities to be who we are.
I just wanted to cover that because I feel like we never really talk about, like example, chat said, am I confused? Why couldn't she just order stuff online? So you have to understand, hold on, I just want to double check. So this was 5 years ago. And how long did they say they were in prison? Over a decade? 3 years. No, 3 years? I don't remember. But they said that they were stealing instead of, because they wanted purses and makeup and stuff, right? Okay. Were they 14 years? Were they 14? Okay, so that means like 20 years, So that's different. That's like a very specific lived experience, right? That's like, they probably didn't have money. Maybe they didn't have a credit card. Maybe they didn't have online activity. Maybe there was no internet. Maybe they come from a bubble where like stealing is easier because like no one's going to catch you. And remember that like stealing is pretty normal. Like it's, well, not pretty normal, but it's like, it's not that weird. People do it all the time. It's just easier because it's in the moment than going online and ordering something and putting it like, just take it. Like you see it and you're like, I'm just going to take it. So there's so many reasons why that might happen. I mean, gosh, remember when Winona Ryder was caught stealing, shoplifting? Some people have like, there's just like all reasons why people take things. I knew a girl in my 20s who we would get in arguments all the time because she was a conservative and I was a conservative leaving conservatism. And she would argue about like, you just know it's right or wrong to steal, right? And I was like, I guess like, I mean, I think you have to be taught those things, right? Like you have to be taught those things. And one time she was wearing a hat she was borrowing from me, and we were in we had just gone to like Sephora or something. I had to pick something up. We were in the elevator and she hadn't gotten anything. I had only bought stuff. No. We weren't at Sephora. You know where we were at? We were at Sally's beauty store, beauty supply. And I had to buy something from Sally's because I wanted to cut my own bangs. I'm remembering as I talk. Okay. It was a long time ago. I was in Texas. Long stories. Anyways, we're in the elevator and I noticed there's like hair dye on the hat she had borrowed from me. And I said, your hair looks different. And I said, did you put hair dye in your hair at the store? She goes, what do you mean? I was like, well, you went to the bathroom at the store. You went to the bathroom and disappeared for a while. Did you put hair dye in your hair and then it got on my hat? Did you steal? And she was like, no, you're crazy. I didn't steal. And I was like, but you didn't buy anything and your hair is a different color. And I just noticed that you put streaks in it. And she goes, no, I didn't. And I was like, but you did, didn't you? And she goes, no. And I was like, okay. Then I go to use the bathroom after her in the apartment and I see the hair dye packet stuffed in the bottom of the trash can. And yes, girls, I looked because I'm a nosy bitch. And when I see a pattern, I see a pattern. And yes, I did look through that trash can. You might say I'm crazy, but I was right. I will not be lied to. Okay. I knew it. I had a feeling. I was like, no. I know what this is. This is something. Okay. And that's the kind of shit that I'm like, Anyways, that friendship didn't last. Yes, I did confront. Yeah, I found out. That's when I had a realization because I talked to her about it. And I was like, you're a thief, aren't you? Because I had noticed a pattern, but I kept ignoring it. I kept noticing a pattern of her taking stuff, but I thought it was just a coincidence. And so I kept lying to myself. But that was the moment. That was the moment it all came together that my friend was stealing stuff from a lot of people for a while. And I was like, oh, fuck. And she had a job, by the way. She had a full-time job, made enough money. And it actually started, when I started to judge a little bit, but understand was when we would go out to eat and she wouldn't order anything but alcohol. She would spend like $50 on alcohol because she was an alcoholic, but I didn't know she was an alcoholic. I didn't know, right? I didn't know she was going through because like she hides it. She didn't let anyone see. Anyways, and she kept asking for everyone's leftovers every time. And I'm the kind of girly that when I go out to eat, even to this day, I always order a meal I can take home for food the next day. And so eventually I was like, hey, you can't keep eating my food. I don't have that much money either. And you have a better job than me. And I said, you got to start ordering food instead of alcohol. She goes, that's okay. That's okay. I'd rather just drink. And then other people would feel so bad that they would give her their leftovers. And I was doing that too for a really long time until I realized I couldn't afford it. And then I was like, and one thing led to another anyways. And then she had an affair on her husband. It was a whole thing. My early 20s was crazy. Anyways, that friendship ended. The whole point, Chess said, was this a roommate? No, I slept on her couch for like a hot second, but it wasn't a roommate. It was a friend that I had made through a conservative group. And, yeah, but we had a lot of, we had a lot of adventures for a little while. But yeah, that kind of stuff, that kind of stuff is so interesting. Like you think you know somebody and then you notice patterns of behavior and then it's just like, oh yeah, there it is. What are you going to do? Hey, what are you going to do? People are people. They come into your life. They do some bad shit and then whatever. But yeah, it ran deep. Like she had family problems. She had all this stuff going on. She was also incredibly conservative and racist and all these other things. So like, honestly, it's all part of the journey. But yeah, catching her with hair dye in her hair though was shocking. She did some pretty unethical things. Honestly, guys, if I told you, when I found out, I was like, I cannot believe what's fucking happening what is happening right now. Like, I can't even say it out loud. It's so bad. Anyways, it's worse. You know what it is? It's worse than you're imagining, but it's not as bad as you're imagining, but it's bad. And when I think about it, I just think you never know, when they say you never really know people, you never really know people. Let me just say this. She was very mean to unhoused people. And when I found that out, I was like, is there nothing redeemable about you? Are you just like the worst person who's ever existed? What is happening? Anyways, that friendship ended at what, 21? I think 21-ish. These conservative values, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, okay, one last video and we'll call it a night. How about that? Okay, here we go. Older trans guy talking to younger trans guy. Let's end on a happy note. Hopefully. I think this is happy, at least, right?
I'm telling you, I cry all the time.
So you said you're 73?
Yes, I'm 73.
Okay, so you've been on this journey for a while now.
I have.
So how has your concept of your gender changed over time?
In many respects, I don't feel my gender has ever changed. Things that have changed have been my relationships with other people, how people respond to me, and so I had to learn all about those things. But that didn't change who I was. And after a long time, I realized I was bisexual, which I had never thought I would be. But I realized as I came into complete comfort in my body that I could relate to other people differently, both men and women.
As a kid, I was very constricted to how I was allowed to express myself. And as a survivor of child sexual abuse and trafficking, my gender was very policed. When I started to understand my queerness and like find language for it, I realized I was just like coming back to what was always true about myself. I have also I realized through transitioning that I was attracted to men, which surprised me. When I started transitioning and like looking and feeling more like how I had always seen myself, I could be more open to that attraction. And so now I think I'm still really homo in that I'm like attracted to people like me. I'm attracted to other queer, trans people who aren't restricted in their gender expression. So I'm very like T for T now. I like other trans masculine people mostly.
Well, you know, it's funny because one of my best friends was a very angry lesbian, rode a big motorcycle, and I'm just like started taking testosterone and started to relax, started to realize he didn't have to struggle. You know, people sometimes say they can't cry after they've taken testosterone. I'm telling you, I cry all the time.
Okay, look, I don't want to derail this conversation, but I need that couch in my life. Okay, it looks like it needs to be a little longer so I can spread my legs out in front of me, but that couch looks inviting.
I cry at, McDonald's commercials.
For me, transitioning was just like coming back home to my body. And because I was able to be more present, I was able to like not let the anger be something that I just put onto other people. I still have a lot of anger and have a lot of reasons to be angry and understand what that means as a Black man in this world. So I feel like I found ways to pay more attention to my feelings because I can be more present in my body now.
So I noticed in your story, you had visibility. In my case, it was very, very invisible. Transness was almost impossible to see. So for you, what was the main feature of that visibility?
The thing that made it possible for me was that there were a few Black trans men who I saw, and I was like, okay, this is something that Black people do. But it was seeing people like Marquise, seeing Dr. Marshall Green's documentary, It Gets Messy in Here, about trans masculine people and just like butch lesbians navigating restrooms. And by this point, like Tumblr was a space for people to really share things in a way and like really have a space to archive a lot of their stuff. Sharing, here's how I did this, here's how I figured out how to start hormones, here's how there's a letter you gotta get for a doctor. And they were the ones sharing all the information with me and each other about how do we actually transition in this way. And it wasn't so much mainstream visibility as it was like the internet really made it possible for people to like house their stuff and share it. It was using.
Okay, I'm going to say something critical. This interview sucks compared to the old ones we watched. The music is too loud. It's too fast paced. It's not a real conversation. It's not deep. The original interviews we watched at the very beginning of stream, slow, thoughtful, no music, no fluff, just a real question. This is so YouTube. It's not their fault. That's what I was wondering. Like, there's no like, and the way they just so casually talk about like their traumas, and it's not like, there's something with the way we modern day have the conversation that's just not, yes, it's like talking points instead of expressing. Yeah, it feels like talking points, bullet points. They're bullet point talking. Yeah, there's like this thing that's missing that was so satisfying with the earlier videos. And no hate to this creator because that's so YouTube, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think I also played into that. If you look at my past collaborations, most of them have that YouTube feel. And that's why I always like, it's not what I want. Like, sometimes the Thought Spot night, sometimes Irene and I will be talking because we have private conversations. We catch up in private. And sometimes we'll have a conversation that's so fucking good. We're like, damn, if this was a YouTube video, it would have been so good. But we know the camera's there. So our anxieties or other things get in the way. One time, fun fact, Irene and I, one time we recorded a video together and I was feeling really bad about it. And Irene went back to listen to it and the audio was off or something. I don't remember. And Irene was like, hey, the tech on this is really bad. And I was like, oh my God, thank God. I hated that interview. I think I did really bad. Like I felt really bad about it. I felt like I was masking really hard and I felt like really out of sync with myself. And I was like, let's not post it. And we decided not to post it. And it was like one of the most like, I had that moment where I was like, I don't want to have these conversations where it feels like I'm aware that her audience is watching or I'm aware of how it looks. I just want to have a conversation, right? And talking, you know? I just want to have a conversation in a talking tone that allows there to be like a thought in between, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Which is so interesting. The
same tools that, you know, these other guys who wrote these books used, but it was able to be available online and able to get spread more widely. What does it feel like for you to see all of this visibility that we have now for trans men?
Well, it's very gratifying, frankly. I mean, when I joined Lou Sullivan's group in the late 80s, everybody wanted to be stealth. And I was thinking that was not healthy. We have to make our space in the world. We have to become visible. The fact that all this visibility has happened, it's been a difficult transition for our community because a lot of us come to this place from different perspectives. We have different baggage we carry that makes us either desperate to be seen or terrified to be seen, from stealth mode to existing.
The way I think about visibility is that it's complicated. I definitely think with this increase in visibility, there's been an increase in violence that the community has faced. And I think what saved me was being able to see possibility models out there.
So what do you want to tell the older generation?
I have a lot of gratitude for people
Definitely,
who
100.
create a lot of models and pave the way for a lot of us to
Definitely.
be able to even consider living more authentically.
What I'd like to tell the younger generation, first of all, personally, I'm very proud of our younger generation. But I think if I'm representing my generation, I think there's a lot of mixed feelings. I think there's a lot of pain and frustration among the older generation. I think some of them look at younger generation and they're fearful of the expansiveness because they've had to hold themselves in for so long, and some are jealous because I wish I could have started this when I was their age. I wish I could have had community. There's a lot of pain in the older generation and a lot of fear about aging. And I think the younger generation needs to know we're not done yet. You know, the older generation is not just shoulders that you stand on, it's people with feelings. And I think it would be really nice if our community could model intergenerational inclusiveness.
And I would just say back,
that generational curse comes from our typical society. Funny enough, like the desire for old gay people and trans people to be boomers, like the temptation for them to do that is so typical. See, you guys thought you were different than cis people, but you're not. See how all old people are the same? Another point for all of us being the same. If you are old and you just happen to be trans, you're still a boomer, bro. Like you still have to deconstruct, you still have to get through it. So there's like that irony that, you know, they think somehow they're different or they pave the path so they know better. But like, doesn't that just sound like my parents? What are you, my parents? Oh, you know better than us? And like, again, with youthful, like young people think they know everything, right? That's like the issue with our communities. That's why we need to give and take, share, learn.
To the older generation, like all of this is still for you. And I think there's a lot of us who are looking to older trans people to see like, what does it feel like? What does it mean to actually age like this? There should be a lot more spaces for intergenerational conversations, and so that people don't just fade away. You know, these names of people who have already passed don't get forgotten either.
Yeah, and I've been very, very heartened by young students who are desperately seeking their history. I'm just glad to see our younger generation be so inquisitive and so responsive. And I'm just very excited.
Thank you.
I'm so excited that we've had this conversation.
Me too. It's been so.
It's a 7-minute conversation, so it's it's hardly even a conversation. It's more like sharing, I guess. But it's cute.
Grounding to see. Okay, like one day, everything willing, I will also be a 73-year-old trans guy, maybe talking to some 30-year-old one day.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Super cute video, super great, very digestible, very nice. I'll link it in the chat. 3 years ago, recorded 3 years ago, and only 10K views. Yeah, I feel like the music and stuff is a bit distracting, honestly, but it's okay. Like, loved it, love to see it. Okay, great video. I will say this though. What a difference in that feeling. And I think like how you tell your story matters and how you decide to make content. Yeah, chat's that heartwarming no matter what. That's what I see too. I see a heartwarming story with a nice ending and a good end to stream, honestly. What a positive way to end. Because it's important that we see people get old. It's really important we see people get old. You know, it just makes a world of difference. And so it's just nice to see the representation. I'm going to end it there. I think that's good. I think we did it. Okay. It's been a really great week. And I've been really feeling like deeply fulfilled by this last week's stream. And I hope you guys have been enjoying it. Your comments have been incredibly supportive and really great. And I even told my partner, like, damn, people are being so supportive of the stream this week. And I really just appreciate it. And I feel like we're really doing something here right now. And I really hope that it just helps you start off the new year in a really positive and optimistic way, because we're only 9 days in and it's been a rough new year, you know? I know we're not covering any of the news and anything that's happening, but I am watching, I am paying attention, and we're 9 days in, you know? So I don't want you to think that I'm ignoring it or not talking about it. I know there are better people covering it. And right now we're doing this, but we'll get back into it. I mean, we'll cover stuff next week, I'm sure, or 2 weeks from now. Next week, we'll come back. We'll do back to the basics, racism, why racism bad. And then we'll continue with maybe some other topics I have in mind, and then we'll come to a natural end. Okay. Have a good weekend. Stay safe. Be good to yourselves. I'll see you over on the Discord on Saturday. That's when our event days are. We're finishing up the Katrina doc, come hell or high water. Come join us if you are so inspired. Otherwise, see you Monday. Okay. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.